So you guys would have decided that you'd want to become a full stack developer and must be thinking, what does it actually take to become one? Well, a full stack developer is someone who takes care of both front end as well as back end. And to become a full stack developer, you need to have knowledge of one front end language, one back end language, and databases. So, understanding this, we have brought to you this video on full stack development for beginners.
Before we get started, I want to introduce you to Great Learning Academy, a free initiative by Great Learning. You can access over 200 plus courses with 1000 plus hours of free content on trending high demand domains absolutely free. Register now to complete the course and get your free certificate of completion. Check out the link in the description of the video below. If you haven't yet subscribed to our channel yet, I want to request you to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notifications bell so that you do not miss out on any new updates or video releases from Great Learning. If you enjoy this video, show us some love and like this video. Knowledge increases by sharing. So make sure you share this video with your friends and colleagues. Make sure to comment on the video if you have any queries or suggestions, and I'll respond to your comments.
And in this course, we'll be looking at JavaScript, Java, and SQL.
What is JavaScript? It is a verb of a web page that defines all the actions to be performed on a web page. What do you mean by this thing? If noun is the HTML, if HTML is called noun of the web page, then all the actions performed on that web page is known as JavaScript. It is an object-oriented programming language that uses just-in-time compiler. In the next slide, we will see how just-in-time compiler, that JIT compiler, works. It is everywhere and all the web browsers are installed with it. What do you mean by this thing? If you want to run your JavaScript code while you are using any browser, there is a specific engine or what you call a compiler installed with it, right? For example, if you talk about Mozilla, right, there is a SpiderMonkey. For Google Chrome, there is V8 engine, right? This V8 engine is written in C++ language, right? So if you have observed that when we are trying to use that maps, right, those need to be very fast. So C++ is as compared to other programming language is very fast. So what Google developers did, they created their own engine, that is V8 engine. JavaScript applications ranges from web development, mobile development, and many more. Okay. JavaScript is easy, simple, and very compatible with HTML and CSS. We'll see how to incorporate HTML and CSS along with our JavaScript in the following slides, right? It's a must-to-have skill for any software development role, right? If you talk about any software development roles that are currently available, JavaScript is the must-to-have skill. What is just-in-time compiler? Basically, when we write our code, it is divided into tokens. That is the main objective of a parser, that it divides our code into tokens. What do you mean by tokens? It is, if you talk in a layman's term, so whatever is written, for example, there are keywords, there are relational operators, there are conditional operators. All these operators are divided into segments called tokens. Then it goes through the abstract syntax tree, right? The binary tree kind of a structure is formed. After that, what just-in-time compiler uses is the best of these two worlds. What? Interpreter and compiler. Basically, compiler is fast as compared to what? As compared to interpreter. Interpreter does the line-by-line checking. So whatever is best in these two, right? The compiler and the interpreter. The just-in-time compiler uses that, right? So there is interpreter also, there's a compiler also. What does the interpreter do? Basically, it reads line by line, and once it reads to some code, right, which is repeated, for example, if a loop condition, it meets a loop condition, that it sends that code to a profiler. What profiler does? It optimizes it with the help of compiler. Basically, compiler will help in whatever was the fault in interpreter, compiler will help in that, right? This with the help of this profiler. There is something called warm code and something called hot code. So warm code is a code that is repeated more than once, right? So that code is sent to this profiler and it deals with that and then sends it to compiler for optimization. So once we are done with this, all the process that is done here helps us helps the JavaScript to be very fast, as we are doing everything in our browser, right? So this is the whole structure of a just-in-time compiler. Now let's talk about history. So JavaScript was founded by Brendan Eich, right? He developed this language when he was in Netscape, right? He developed this language in just 10 days. So if you can see, whatever he built in that 10 days was not perfect. There were many errors in JavaScript, right? So basically what he did first, he was trying to build an engine, that is V8, that is the Mozilla, for the Mozilla, right? For the Mozilla Firefox, he was trying to build an engine, that is the Spider Monkey. For that Spider Monkey, he built this language so that he can run it on that engine, right? So basically what this engine is nothing that whatever we wrote in JavaScript must be understood by a computer, right? So this whatever is written in JavaScript goes through this engine so that the computer might understand whatever we are trying to say. So he developed it in 1995. There were many errors, as he himself told that there are many errors in that JavaScript which he built in 10 days. Okay, many versions came, right? For example, there was some error in the previous version which was dealt in the next version. The next version dealt with that. So you get the point, right? Now earlier when the JavaScript was developed, it was called Mocha, right? Then it was named, then the name got changed to LiveScript. But due to some trademark reasons, and it has nothing to do with Java, the programming language that we have. It has nothing to do with that. But due to some trademark reasons, the name still remains as JavaScript. Okay. Now let's talk about tools. For working with JavaScript, we need two things. What are those? A text editor and a browser, right? We will run our codes on the browser, right? The web page where we have our web page, right? So for writing and editing of JavaScript code, we need simple editor, which can be Notepad. Okay, for example, if you have Notepad or you have Atom, you have Sublime, so these are all text editors, right? We can build or we can write our code in this. JavaScript code can be written in any of these editors. For example, Visual Studio, Sublime Text, right? Atom is there and Notepad is there, Notepad++ is there. All these are text editors. But there are powerful editors which provide additional functionalities, right? Like autocomplete, indentation and highlights, right? So if you talk about Sublime, right, it gives you an autocomplete, right? When you write just HTML, then you press a tab, it gives the skeleton of the HTML file, right? So these are some powerful editors, right? The more powerful the editor, the more functionalities you have. Okay, now the text editor is done. Now what do you want? What do you need? The next thing that you need is the browser. All the browsers come with an inbuilt JavaScript engine, right? For example, if you talk about Google Chrome, we have V8 engine. If you talk about Mozilla Firefox, we have Spider Monkey, right? These are all JavaScript engines, right? Which help us to basically we write something in our JavaScript code, then it goes through this engine so that browser will understand this, right? The machine will understand whatever we are trying to say. They are used for executing JavaScript code and also for debugging purpose. We will see how we can debug our code with the help of console, right? Developer console that we have inside the Google Chrome, right? We will see that. Now the ECMA. You might have heard this term, right? This stands for ECMA stands for European Computer Manufacturers Association, right? It maintains the standardization of the JavaScript. Okay, any modification or updation is drafted and then sent to a committee. They do a discussion and decide whether to include it or not, right? The changes that we did, right? If passed, then it is added to the new update in the latest released version. So whatever the new version is about to come, or whatever the updates that we did in the previous version will come in the next released version. For example, the latest version is ES 2020, released in June 2020. Okay, this is all about ECMA. You might have heard about this ECMA script, right? ECMA. So this stands for European Computer Manufacturers Association. This is all the standardization or updates or anything that new comes goes through this, right? So any new changes will be sent to a committee, right? Then they go through a process, and if they found this is okay, then it goes into the next updation or next version of the JavaScript, right? Now, how do we write JavaScript code? Before jumping right into the code, let's try to understand the different ways to write our JavaScript code. Okay, for example, JavaScript basically gets into HTML, which is the skeleton of the web page, right? If you want to incorporate your JavaScript, right, you want to write your JavaScript code, basically HTML will help us, some CSS for styling will help us, right? So these are all the things that you need to know. For example, if you want to do something in the JavaScript, basically you do it on some of the elements on the HTML page. So we can write our JavaScript code in 3 ways. What are the 3 ways? Console, we can write it in developer console. We will see the Google Chrome when we do Control Shift I, or when we right click and inspect that, we will get that developer console, right? Then we have the script tag, and finally then we can also write our JavaScript code in an external JavaScript file, which we then link with our HTML file. Okay. Now let's talk about how we will open this console. Okay, either just press a Control Shift I, or to open a console you just need to right click and then go to inspect. Now since you are in the console, you can start writing your code, right? Console.log is one of the function with which we can print anything on the console, right? So console is used to print the output. Okay, then the arguments that we have in this console are strings. Okay, now let's see how the console will look like, right? I told you earlier, right? You either click on right click, then click on inspect, or you can just start by just typing Control Shift I, then the console will open. You see, these are the tabs that we have in that: elements, console, sources. You just go into the console and then start writing your code. Okay, console is used to print the content on the console. Okay, for example, if I have written here that console.log hello world, right? So after that I have written another again console.log, this is my first JavaScript code, right? So the output will be hello world, this is my first JavaScript code. Okay, this is how we do it in the console. Now let's go ahead and quickly check this thing out. Okay, how we do this thing. Okay, so we are in the browser, right? So just type Control Shift and I, you see the developer console got opened. Okay, now if I write clear, which is one of the functions that are inbuilt functions, which will just clear your screen. Now if you want to print anything, just write console.log. For example, I wrote hello, right, in the string, and then press enter, and this will be the hello, right? We got something that is written here undefined, right? So you don't have to worry about this for now, right? We will see why it came, how it came. Okay, so what I did, I just did Control Shift and I, and that's how I got this console. Okay, developer console, right? There's another way with which we can do this. For example, let me just cross this out, and if you try to just do right click and then do inspect, we will again get this thing. Then go into the console and then start writing your JavaScript code. Okay, so this is all about how we can start our JavaScript, how we can write our JavaScript code with the help of console. Now what are the other 2 ways, right? Now the other way is script tag, which we incorporate in our HTML file. Now we will see the text editor that I'm going to use is Sublime. Okay, similarly, if you have installed Atom or maybe Visual Studio, so you can do that thing on that as well. But the more you can do it in Notepad, but as I told you earlier, the more powerful the text editor, something comes with it, additional functionalities, right? For example, autocomplete, highlights, and indentation, all the things comes with that text editor. So it's better to use some good text editor. In my opinion, Sublime is, I feel comfortable in working in Sublime. And if you are comfortable in Visual Studio, you can work Visual Studio Code, you can work in that as well. So how we can incorporate this script tag? So basically, script is the tag that is used for writing JavaScript in HTML directly. So we are not creating any external file, we are just doing it in the same HTML file. Is this way correct? It is correct, I mean to say, but it is not very efficient way. As I told you, there is something called separation of concerns, right? Whatever we want to do in a HTML file is specifically we write our HTML code in a single file, we write our CSS code in a different file, and we write our JavaScript code in a different file. So these are separation of concerns. We don't want to mingle these up, right, or mix these up, right? So something written in JavaScript, some in our HTML file there is CSS, there is JavaScript. It's not a very good way of programming things. Okay, so every console.log will print the output on the console, right, in the browser, right? If you see, we will just try to implement this thing, then it will be clear. Okay, now as you see, I have opened my Sublime. Okay, now first I will save this file, right? I will save first .html, right? Okay, now we have this file open. Okay, now our first HTML is done. Now if you see, I will just write HTML, then I press a tab, and you see highlights and all the autocomplete was done by this text editor. Okay, now if I write this here, I will write JS, write the title, and now I will incorporate the JavaScript. Okay, the script tag, I will write script and then press tab. You see, I got the script file. Okay, the script tag, and in that script tag I will just write this. For now we just only know the console function, right? So I will just write console.log and then press hello. Okay, now we have saved this file, and now let's try to run this file. You see, I stored it on my desktop, right? So let me go on the desktop and let me just run this file. Here's our desktop and here's our first.html, and let's run this file. So you see, this tab has been opened here, right? And if I do again what, Control Shift I, you see hello is present already there, because that's what I wrote, right? So you don't want your as a user, you don't want something to be written in console, right? You want something that is that will be directly present on your screen, right, when you run that file, right? But it is used for debugging purposes, and all the developers across the world use this as a debugging tool. Okay, so our file is maybe, let's see, one more thing that I want to show you guys, just a minute. So I open this file and I will just write hello. Instead of hello, I will write connected. So by this file, by this message, you all will know that we are connected with this JavaScript file. Okay, now we have successfully incorporated our JavaScript in our code, right? So if I run this file again, you see I got connected. So this is the other way that we can use, right? Let me minimize this thing. So how we incorporated it? Just with the help of script tag. As you see, I have just written script without giving the reference of the file, right? The type that we are using a JavaScript file. You can use that thing as well. Just script and then close that tag, and inside that tag you can write hello world, and that's it. So how we got this, the image shown on your screen, how we got this header, we have incorporated in it. What, in the body tag, we have incorporated that in the body tag, right? My first code. So this is all about script tag. Now let's see the other way, the third way with which we can write our JavaScript, right? That is the external file. This is the best way that all the developers use as we are doing the separation of concerns, right? So there is a drawback related to the earlier thing that we did with the help of script tag. So if you want to include the same script on a different HTML file, or on a different element in the HTML file, you have to create it again. Rather, if something is already present, right, if you have created some external file, you can easily link that HTML page with that file, right? If there are two HTML files and you want to do the same scripting on them, maybe just on click do this thing on both these files, so you have to just again write that script tag on both these HTML files, right? So if you have written something that is external, so you can directly and easily link that file with that JavaScript. Okay, so if there are two HTML files, now let's see. JavaScript code is written in a separate file and is incorporated in the HTML using script tag. Again, we use script tag, but this time in that script tag, we'll just write the reference, or we just link our JavaScript file with that HTML file. Okay, this is the most efficient way, as I told you, and most of the developers use this thing as we are doing the separation of concerns, right? So HTML file is in different HTML file is a separate, CSS file is separate, and JavaScript file is separate. Okay, it also enforces reusability and keeps our code short, simple, and easy to understand. Obviously, if something is written in a different file, you can easily say, okay, this is the JavaScript file, okay, this is our HTML file, okay, the error that we got is due to this file, right, this JavaScript file. Okay, and easily you can reuse it as well. For example, if you have two HTML files and you want to incorporate this same JavaScript, properties or anything that's related to JavaScript on both these HTML files, you can easily just link those HTML files with that JavaScript file. So reusability is also there. Now let's see how we do this. Now we have our Sublime opened, right? Let me remove this thing. So this script tag can be added on two positions. Can be added in the head section, or it can be added in the body section. Okay, so it depends completely upon your website, what you want. Okay, if you want something, if you want JavaScript file to be loaded earlier than your page, then you can just incorporate JavaScript in the head tag, right? We know that anything that we write in this head tag will not be rendered or will not make changes to the web page, anything that we write in this head section. But if you want to link this file in the head section, maybe, so sometimes you want your JavaScript file to be rendered earlier than your HTML file. At that time, you just incorporate it in the head tag. And if you want it to be rendered after after your page is loaded, you can just include that HTML or JavaScript file in the body part. Okay, now let's see how to make it. Now just create a new file, right? Let's save this file in the same location, that is desktop, and let's name it first.js. okay, done. We are done with this JavaScript file, and let's just write again this console.log what, and then we do what, let's say connected again with external file, external JS file, let's call it. Then we just print end of statement. That's it. Let's save this file, and now let's incorporate this in our HTML file. For example, in the head tag, let's write script, and then we link this file as source, right? Source equal to this first.js. That's it. Okay, and now we are connected with this file. Now let's go back to the browser and let's try to run this thing. Okay, let me cross this thing out and let's run this thing. Okay, now let's control inspect this thing. You see, yeah, we are you see the message that we just sent from that external file, right? Connected with our external JavaScript file. Okay, this is the third way with which we can incorporate JavaScript, right, with our HTML file, and this is the most optimal way and the most efficient way. Now, how do we write comments in JavaScript? Comments are extra information that helps in understanding the code and is not passed on to the compiler, right, at the compilation. Okay, so whatever we write in this, whatever the things we write in the comments will never be rendered on our browser. Basically, it adds information for the user, as not for the user, but if you're sometimes passing your code to a different developer, right, at that time he can see, okay, this is the thing that you want. Okay, for example, or it can add to your information as well. For example, sometime maybe you were stuck in something, right? You found some error on a particular line, and then you utilized or you exhausted 2 hours on that part, right? Maybe it was a big error or maybe a small error that skipped your eye, right? You were not able to detect it. So after 2 hours of time, you just rectified it, and then next time you were again stuck in the same problem. So these comments will come in handy, as in you will write a comment on that. Okay, this was the thing that I was doing. I've wasted 2 hours, not so long. You can keep it simple so that you can understand. I'm just giving you an example. Okay, this was the code, that this was the line that I got stuck here, then I did this thing, then I rectified it. So just put it in the comments. So if sometimes the other user, or for the different developer you are passing. When you're passing your code, you can just write, okay, this function does this thing, this adds two, or this adds two numbers, this multiplies two numbers. So you can add information to your code. Okay, this makes it more readable for others to, I mean to say, when they are using your code, and it adds information to you as well, right, to your code as well. For example, next time when you're stuck in the same problem, okay, you will see this file, okay, this is the thing that I did, right? So this helps in many ways, right? So how you will write comments, you can write single line comments and multi-line comments. Okay, so multi-line comments are nothing but this backslash and the asterisk sign, and then whatever we write in these dot, that is for example, if you can see the example, right, the single line comment, we wrote console.hello, right, in the second last line. That is a single line comment and will not be rendered on the browser. And the multi-line comments that we wrote after hello world, and I mean to say until the single line comment, right, the asterisk sign, the slash sign, and the asterisk sign, and the asterisk sign, and the slash sign, these are all comments, right? Both these comments are, right, the single line and the multi-line comments will not be rendered on our browser. Okay, this is how we write our comments in our JavaScript file. So obviously we will be writing this in our external file, right? If you're trying to write something in a console, that won't make any sense, right? If you write something in an external file, maybe that you can use later and all those things. So we are using throughout this course or throughout this tutorial, we are going to use that same external file thing. Okay, we're not going to use something that is incorporated within the HTML file. We are not going to use the script tag. We are not going to use console. Maybe we will be using console for debugging purpose, but the script tag will not be used, and everything that we write in this tutorial will be using this external JavaScript file, in that external JavaScript file. Okay, now let's see the example of comments. So if you have seen or observed in the earlier slide, right, so we wrote console.log hello world, right, and then we wrote console.log exclamatory mark, again console.log exclamatory mark, console.log exclamatory mark, console.log exclamatory mark. Then all these things are in a multi-line comments, right? And then there is a single line comment that is hello, right? And after that it is console.log by. So obviously all the things that have been written in comments will not be rendered. So the output that we will get is hello world and bye. That's it. Okay. Now let's talk about JavaScript properties. So JavaScript is a dynamically typed language, right? What does it mean? You don't have to specify the type of the variable explicitly. There is no need to define the data type for a variable like number or int or float, right? Number, string. We will talk about data types. What are the data types that JavaScript has? The primitive data types, right? So only let, var, and const are used for variable declaration. We will see after this slide, we will talk about var, and later we will talk about let and const as well. So you don't have to explicitly specify that this is a number or this is a string, right? So what does this mean? So if you're sometimes you are declaring something, right, you just have to declare it with the help of var keyword, and then var name equal to Faizan, let's suppose. So name is a string. Let's suppose you declared another variable, like for example var name equal to 10. Now this name will be this time a number, right? So that's what you mean by dynamically typed. Okay, JavaScript is also a weakly typed language. Therein we have type cohesion. We will cover what this type cohesion means. It basically means you are allowing what to convert one type into another. Okay, when we are comparing two values of different types, the one type will be forced to change into another type, so that comparison is made possible. To stop this type cohesion, we use instead of double equal to sign, we will use triple equal to sign. We will talk about this as well in the following slides. So these two are the properties. What are these properties? JavaScript is dynamically typed and JavaScript is weakly typed language. Okay. Now let's talk about variables. A variable is a name of a memory location where data is stored. What does this mean? So if you talk about real life example, right? So if you want to store some water, right, you use bottle, right? If you want to store some cereals, maybe rice or anything, like you will use a container. So similarly, if you want to store data in a memory location, you use variable. So what is the syntax of this variable? So basically you will write var, then var variable name, and then the value. For example, if you see, var is the keyword that is used here, right? And then name equal to Faizan. So this name is the variable name, and Fazan is the string that we are putting inside this name, okay, that we are initializing our name with Fazan, and where roll number equal to 27, so we are initializing this roll number with 27. One is string and another is number, okay. Now what is the naming convention that we use, right? So variable name should begin with a letter, or it should begin with a $sign or an underscore, okay. So these are the three things that a variable should start with. After that, there can be any possible number of combinations. It can be digits, it can be anything, right? So but the first three letters should be what? A letter, that is alphabets, or a $sign or an underscore, right? Variable name cannot be same as the keyword, as keywords are reserved for special purposes, right? Variable name is case sensitive. For example, if you talk about apple, so everything is in lowercase, right? Now if you try to access this apple, you have to use everything that is in lowercase. If you try to use everything that is in uppercase, that won't work. It will declare, it will throw you an error, right, that this variable has not been declared, okay. And these are some valid variable names, right? Apple, then we have underscore name, then we have dollar address, right? What are the invalid variable names? For example, if you wrote 1 2 3 apple, so it's starting with a digit, so this is an invalid variable name. Something starting with an asterisk sign, that is asterisk roll number, is again a invalid invalid variable name, invalid variable, okay. So another example is @email. So again, this is an invalid variable. So this is all the naming convention that you have to follow, and all the developers across the world follow this, okay, so that it's easy for any other developer to detect that this is a variable, okay. This, you rather use something that is more relevant. For example, if you are using something, for example, in a program, you're trying to count something, right? So instead of using x, y, try to use it. For example, you might be using, try to think of this way, that something which is relevant, right? So if you're trying to count something, rather than naming it in a variable x or y, you should name it what? Variable count, right? If you're storing something for temporary purposes, rather than using a, b, c, you should use temp, right? Temporary variable. Or if you're trying to flag something, you should use flag, name of the variable should be flag, right? So this makes much more sense as compared to something that you're writing x, y, or z, right? So this is all about naming convention. Now let's see the conditional statements, that is if else, right? So else if, all these things will be covered in this slide, okay? So consists of two keywords, right? There are two keywords present, right? If and else, right? Used when there are two possible paths depending upon a condition. So depending upon something, right? Let's suppose a is greater than b, right? Then you will perform some action if it's true, and if it's false, you will perform some other action, right? So if this is true, then perform this. Else, if this is not true, then perform this thing, okay? So there can be multiple if else statements, right? So as you can see in the example, there is if condition, then whatever the condition is, then else if, perform this, check if this condition met, else if, check this if this condition met. Okay, if none of these conditions met, then we go into the else part. So basically, this is this might not be the right approach. What do you mean by this thing? So if let's suppose you have 10 conditions, right? You have 10 multiple paths of action. Okay, so at that time, instead of using else if, you should rather go for switch case. Okay, we'll cover that thing as well. So now let's talk about the example, how to define this thing. Okay, this can be also nested, right? So there's a if condition, that if that condition is true, again there's a if condition, then we perform the else part of it. So this is called nested if. Okay, nested if else. Okay, there can be if without else, right? But vice versa is not true. What do you mean by this thing? If 2 is equal to 2, console.log, they are equal. There cannot be such case that else is only, there is only else part, right? It will throw an error, that missing if statement, right? So something like that, it will throw you an error. So, but if can be used without else. Okay. Now let's see the example. So if you see, we have defined here two variables, right? With the help of var keyword, a equal to 5 and b equal to 6. Now what I'm doing here, if a plus b is less than 11, right? It is not less than 11, it is exactly 11. So console.log less than 11. Else if it's greater than, then console.log more than 11, right? But both these conditions are not true, then it will automatically go to the else part, right? If there would have been any other condition, that then we would have checked that thing. For example, if there would have been another condition, let's suppose a plus b equal to 11, then that thing will have been executed. The else part would have been executed. Now let's in this example, we don't have the another else if statement, so else part will be executed. So that's why we get the output as equal. So this is how you define an if else statement. We talked about multiple else if statements, right? We talked about nested if, we talked about how that if can be alone, right? There is not specifically you have to define the else part always. So if can be alone, but vice versa is not true. Else cannot be alone. Okay. Now I told you when you have multiple conditions or multiple actions that you need to be performed, right? At that time, it's better to use switch case. So it's an elegant way to replace multiple else if statements, right? So what is the syntax of this? You basically write switch, then you write the expression. Then on the basis of this expression, you will execute one of these cases. So after a case is executed, right? This val will represent some value. For example, if a is equal to 1, let's suppose the expression is a, the expression came as a, right? So if case 1, let's suppose case 1 is true, a is 1, right? So case first will be executed. Then after it's executed, you need to explicitly write the break statement. Okay, so if you don't write a break statement, then all the cases after that will be executed unless and until there is a break. Okay, and by default you have to explicitly define a default case, right? If none of these conditions match, then the default case will be executed. It's just like the else part of the if else statement, right? So here, depending upon the answer evaluated by the condition, case code gets executed. Simple, right? Every case must be followed by a break unless it is required, not as per logic. Okay, if your logic allows you to break, only then you will break, right? So if your logic doesn't allow to break, then it's not explicitly that you have to define it always. So you can, if you want multiple cases to be executed, then you should not use break statement. Okay, otherwise all the cases will start executing from the matched case till there is either a break encountered or all the cases are exhausted, right? If you have forgotten, sometimes maybe you have forgotten all the break statements, then all these cases will be executed. After that, when all the cases are executed, you will get out of the switch case. Okay, default is optional, right? Default is optional. You don't have to explicitly write always, right? You don't have to explicitly, if you sometime forgot to write the default statement, it allows it. Okay, there is no error thrown at that time. Okay, and holds the code which should be executed if none of the cases will match. Okay, if none of the cases matched, then at that time that default case will be executed. Now this value, or the what is the value, that case val we saw, right? It can be an integer, it can be a character, or it can be a string. Okay, right? So this is all about switch case. Now let's see the example. Okay, so right herein we have defined var day is equivalent to Sunday. So day is a string, right? So switch day. Now in day, what will be present? It will be Sunday, right? So once it will check case 1 is the first case and the second case, whatever the value of day is, does it match with the case 1? No. Does it match with twist? No. Wed? No. Thursday? No. Friday? No. Set? No. Then Sunday comes, right? Case Sun will be executed. Today is Sunday. After that, we will just write the break statement, and that's it. The output will be today is Sunday. Okay. Now, before we move ahead into loops, let's see. We'll define a variable, right? We saw how to define a variable, right? Can I put this as a variable? No, 9a cannot be a variable, right? Because it's starting from a digit. So let's suppose, let's define some variable. Let's name it name. Okay. So name equal to, or let's name it an integer. Let's put some number in it. So a equal to, let's suppose 1, and let's define another variable. You can define it in a same line, right? Or initialize it in the same line, but I'm using 2 different lines for it. So now let's say if a plus b is double equal to what? Let's do 3 ifs. Okay, is greater than 2. Is it greater than 2? Yes, it is. Let's suppose make it 4. Okay, if it's greater than 2, then write console dot log what? Print a plus b, right? This will be printed. Now if that is not the case, then let's suppose we will go into the else if part. Else if a plus b is less than 1, that's not also the case, right? It is greater than 1, then print console dot log what, a plus b again. Okay, else, then we go into the else part. So both these statements will not be executed, right? So we go into the right into the else part. Then what we will do, we will print a plus b. Okay, now I haven't wrote any curly braces on the last part, right, the else part, because if there is only one statement in the if else condition, right, if there is only one single statement associated with the if, then these braces or these curly braces are optional. Okay, now let's save this file, and when we go into a browser, okay, let's refresh it, and then press Ctrl Shift I. Okay, I pressed N. Just a minute, let me Ctrl Shift I. Then the console will be console will be opened, and you see what I printed. What I got the output as 3. Now let's make it a little bit. Let's make a little bit change. Okay, let's open it again and let's try to print high here. Okay, so that we know this statement was executed. Okay. Okay, now let's refresh it. Okay, high is not defined. Okay. Yeah, it thought that it is a variable, right? High is a variable because we try to print. We have to write the braces, right? I mean to say the quotes, right? The quotes were missing. Okay, just a minute. So we just have to write double quotes, and that's it. It will let's save this file and let's go back into the browser. Okay, you see high. So this is how an if else will work, and we talked about variable, right? Now if you want to implement, you can implement the switch case as well, wherein if you want, sometimes maybe if there are multiple point of actions, at that time you can just use a switch case. Okay, now let's go back and let's talk about loops. So what is a loop? Basically, loops are used to do a repeated work until a specified condition remains true. So unless and until something is true, you loop around that same set of you repeat that same set of instructions, right? Do this until that condition is false. Okay, there are multiple variations of loops, right? Different types of loops are for loop. In that for loop we have for each, for off, for in. These are all types of it. Okay, then we have while loop, right? Then we have do while loop. Okay, these are all loops. Okay, now let's talk about for loop. So basically, how a for loop will work, it is of best use when you know the specified number of times the code should be executed. For example, I told you to write give me print all the numbers from 1 to 5. So you know, right? You know how many times you want to print that number, right? For example, if I told you please print the numbers from 1 to 5, so you know this should be executed 5 times. So in the initialization phase, you will use a variable, right? So I told you 1 to 5, right? So you will initialize your var a equal to 1, right? Your var num equal to 1, and then the termination condition will be what? A is less than 5, right? Once it will execute the statement, then it will go to the updation part. Okay, and in the updation part, what will it do? It will just increment that num. Okay, num plus plus. We will see in the demo part, we will see it will be much clear. Initialization is used to initialize the variable which is being used for the iteration, right? What do you mean by this iteration? Basically, it's the number of times this loop will work. So when it will work 5 times. So this will be the 5th iteration. So when the first it will be executed, that will be the first iteration, then second iteration, then third, then fourth, and then fifth. At 5th iteration, it will stop its execution. So the second part is the termination part, right? It comprises of condition which determines till when the iteration will continue. What do you mean by this thing? This termination will be responsible for how many times you want to execute this the set of statements that is within this block, right? Within this for block. Okay, now the updation part, how our variables get updated. You can update it maybe a single time, right? When I talked about give me a number from 1 to 5, so I wanted all the numbers. Let's suppose I told you give me all the numbers from 1 to 5, give me all the numbers which are even or which are maybe be odd, at that time you will just change the updation statement, right? So it completely depends on the type of problem you are facing. Okay, now let's talk about the example. Let's suppose you have to print from 0 to 5, right? So what I did here, I declared the variable, right, I equal to 0. I initialized it within the for loop is the structure of it. This is the structure of it. For then a variable equal to 0, then I is less than 5 and I plus plus. So if you can see, the current value of I in the first iteration will be 0, right? Then it goes in the updation part, right? It increments that I, it will be 1. So similarly, you will get a current value of I equal to 1 and so on to current value of I equal to 4. Once 4 will be executed, then it goes to the updation part and it makes it 5. So is 5 less than 5? No. So this will be the termination condition. Okay. If you see, I haven't written any curly braces here, right? Because I told you when there is only one statement to be executed, these braces are optional. Okay. Now let's see the demo of it quickly. Now we are here. So let's try to loop around how we can use loops. Okay, so let's suppose you declared a variable num equal to 0, let's suppose. So I told you give me all the even numbers. Okay, so you wrote give me all the even numbers less than 10. Okay, less than 11 maybe, so we want so that we can print 10 as well. Okay, now okay, num is less than, so is 0 less than 11? Yes, it is. So in the num part, what you will write, you will, instead of incrementing it single time, what we will do, we will increment it twice. Okay, num equal to num plus 2. Okay, that's it. And then in the for loop, we'll just console.log what num, so 0 will be printed and so on to 10 will be printed, and after that it will go to 12, but 12 is not less than 11, so our loop will be terminated. So if you see, I haven't written any curly braces because those are optional. Okay, even if I have written it, it doesn't matter. So if there would have been two statements within this for loop, then curly braces are must. Okay, we have to explicitly write these curly braces. Okay, now let's see. Let's save this file and now let's try to run this thing. Okay, let's reload this thing. You see, 0 is an even number, 2, 4, 6, 8 and 10. This is how you use a for loop. Okay, now let's talk about for each. This is a classic modification of for loop, right? Or what we call an rare modification of for loop, used when each element has to be passed or traversed, or you want to access each element, right? What is the syntax for this? For example, if you have declared an array, right? An array of strings, right? Apple, peach, orange. This is an array of strings, right? Herein what we did, fruits dot, then for each, right? Then the item that is to be traversed, and then we printed that item. What do we observe here? Basically, this item will contain each element, right, in the array. That is, first time it will be apple, then we printed that. Second time it will be peach, third time it will be orange, right? So this is for each loop. As you can see, the output is apple, peach and orange, right? So this is for loop modification, right? Then the other modification is, or the next type of loop that we see in terms of for, is for off, used for iterables like arrays and strings. If you see here what we saw earlier, right? So if you try to access each element, herein what we write, for item of fruits, right? All the items of fruit, right? The item will contain, first time it will be apple, then it will be peach, and then it will be orange. The output is same, right? As we saw in the for each loop. Again, we are iterating through each element. Okay, now let's see for in. Here it is used at enumerables, that is objects, right? It can be also used for iterables in which index acts as a key. So the difference will be clear when we see the demo of all these loops, right? Herein, if you see what we did, we wrote for item in fruits, and when we try to print the item, it gave us the index of each of those elements, right? 0 is the index of apple, 1 is the index of peach, 2 is the index of orange, right? So these are all the modifications of for loop, right? For each we saw, then we saw for in, and then we saw for off, right? Now let's see the demo of for each loop. If I wrote some array, right now, if you don't understand anything, I mean to say how you declare an array, it's okay, we will cover it. Okay, for now we can just assume that you know array, and now we want to traverse on it, okay, with the help of for each loop. So what I did here, I wrote array equal to 1 2 3 4, and then what we did, okay, that one second, okay, what we did a dot for each item, then console dot log. So what should be the output? It should be 1 2 3 4 and 5. Let's save this file, and when we open our browser, when we try to refresh it, you see we got 1 2 3 4. This output is for the earlier thing that we did, right? So if you can see, this is line number 25 and 25 and 25. All these lines are from this line number 25, right? So we saw how to traverse with the help of for each loop. As you can see, it is much more simpler. I mean to say, not simpler, but easy to write, right? If you can see, we wrote here initialization, then the updation, and then the termination conditions, all those were present here, right? Herein we just wrote for each, and that's it. Now, how to write, if you want to traverse the same array using for in, right? For, we wrote for, then what we did, we wrote var a, right, in what, this array, right, that is a. Now let's change this var to, let's suppose item, right? And then what we will get, now if we try to print this thing, console.log these items, okay, that's it. Now if you save this file, what should be the output here? It should be 0 1 2 3, right? If you see this thing, when we try to refresh this, you see 0 1 2 3. It is due to line number 23 in first.js, line number 28, right? So if you can see, this is the line number 28, and we got the indexes. Now if we just change this thing here, and you just wrote off here, right, for off, and when you save this file, right, what should be the output? It should be 1 2 3 4 5 again, right? If you refresh it, you see 1 2 3 4, right? You got it from the line number 28, which is this line, right? Line number 28. So the only difference between for in and for off is that if you want to access the elements, you will use for off loop, right? And if you want to access the elements, right, the indexes of the array, you will use what, for in. So similarly, this thing can be applied on objects as well, since we haven't covered the objects, right? And you might be facing some problems. What I wrote, this arrow and all those things will be covered, right? How to declare an array, all those things will be covered in the coming slides, okay? So this is all about these variations of for loop, okay? Now let's go back. So for in is also covered. So now the second type of loop is for that is while loop, right? So in while loop, what we wrote, it's best used when we know the specified expression depending upon whose value the code should execute, right? It's similar to what for loop does, right? But in this, these termination conditions, these and the updation and the initialization, it happens on different locations, right? It's not, everything is not in a single place, right? As we saw, right, in the for loop, right? Expression is used to dictate the condition who is responsible for the loop continuation, right? For example, if you see the example, you see where I is defined above, while right, it is defined in the first line. Then in the while loop, we check the condition if this I is less than 5 or not. If it is, then what we did, we just console.log the current value of I, right? That is 0 1 2 3 and so on to 4, right? And in the same while loop, right, within that block, we just incremented I. So if you see, if you observe, or if you try to visualize it with the for loop, you see the for loop, everything was in a single line, right? Herein what we have, the initialization is above, the condition checking is inside the for loop, right? And the increment is also within the while loop, right? So this is all about while loop, right? Now let's see do while. It is best used when you know at least one code must execute once, irrespective of the condition. Whether your condition is true or false, right? It will always be executed once, okay? Expression is used to dictate, same as the while loop, right? Expression is used to dictate the condition who's responsible for loop continuation, right? If you see, it says do. First it does the thing and then it will check the condition. So obviously whether the condition is true or false, still once it will be executed. Okay, if you see the example here, same thing, right? Where I is equal to 0, right? Console.log current value of I, then we increment it, then we check the condition. So even if I is 0 and we are checking if I is greater than 0, still it will execute this thing, right? It will give us the output as current value of I is 0. Although we are checking that if I is greater than 0, but still once we will get the output, right? So this is the drawback, or this is something that is specific to what? Do while loop. Okay, this is how you write your do while loop. Now let's talk about operators. So operators are something that we used continuously, right? These are something if you want to check if something is greater than something, right? A is greater than B. So these are all relational operators, bitwise operators, right? If you can see here, there are so many operators in JavaScript, right? First is unary operator, then the arithmetic, then the shift, relational, bitwise, logical, assignment, and ternary. Now let's see those things, okay? Now the unary operator, it needs one operand. There are two major operators here, right? That is increment and decrement. Each one have two variations, right? So increment has two variations, that is postfix and prefix, or you can call postfix, I mean to say the increment is done in postfix. The first we assign the value and then increment it. In prefix, what we do, we first increment and then assign. I will show you the demo part, then it will be much clearer, okay? So if you can see, right, where a equal to 2 and then we are incrementing our a, right? Then we saw that the value of a is still 2, right? So why does it does such a behavior? Because it's postfix. First we assign the value, that is 2 is assigned to a, right? And then it is incremented. Then if you try to print that a in the next line, then it will give you what? 2. Okay, it will then first it will give you 2, then if you try to print it in a second line, then it will give you 3. That's not the case in prefix, right? It will be incremented first and then assigned. If a is equal to 2, it will be incremented and then assigned. That is 3, then assigned to a. You see the difference between a postfix and prefix, right? Now let's quickly see the demo of it, okay? As we saw in the increment, right? Increment part where we were increasing by 1. Similarly, decrement does what it does. It increments by 1. Similarly, we have two variations of it, that is postfix and prefix. That will happen in the same order as we saw earlier, okay? Now before going to the arithmetic operators, now quickly just recap all those things and try to do some demo on it, okay? Now let's see demo of these things, okay? We saw while loop, right? We saw something that was written like this: a, if a is equal to nil, now let's say not a, if num equal to 0, right? I will show you something. If num is equal to 0, while num is greater than 0, right? So if that is the case, then what we will do, we will do console.log, right? Console.log, and we try to print a. And then what we did, we incremented, okay, sorry, we are using num, so num plus plus, okay? And let's put num here, okay? You see the expression that we used here was that unary expression, right? Unary operator that we used. It is similar to something like this. We saw how to write a comment, right? Num equal to num plus 1. It's a shorthand notation, okay? Increment operator. Now if you try to print this thing, right? So what we will get as an output, that is the last 4 lines will be, last 5 lines will be 0, 1, 2, 3. If it's greater than 0, okay. If it's, let's see if it's less than 5. Okay, now 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 will be printed, okay? Now if you try to save this file, then we try to run this thing. Okay, you see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is due to the line number 33. If you see the code, the line number 33, this is responsible for that thing, right? Now, this was while loop, right? Now, if I just change this thing, right? I said do something, right? Console.log, right? On the same thing, right? On the num itself. Now, num has a value of 5, right? So it will print 5, right? So after that, I will write the expression while num is less than 5. Okay, now it shouldn't print, right? Num is not less than 5, num is equal to 5, right? So it shouldn't print it, right? And then we do the increment here. Now it will do this thing once, right? As I told you earlier, right? Once it will be executed. So since even if num is not less than 5, because here we have num equal to 5, so this shouldn't be executed, right? But it will still be executed. We will see. Let's save this file, and now let's try to run this thing. You see 5 is printed due to the line number 37 in the text. You see line number 37 is this line, so 5 is printed. This is the drawback or something that is associated with do while loop. So first do the thing and then try to check if that condition is true or not. Okay, this is all about while loop. Now let's see what we saw earlier, right? If you write something, let's suppose inc, that is increment, or let's see iterator, itr equal to 0, right? If you do something here, right, itr, now let's try to do this thing, console.log, let's put it 10. Okay, now let's try to put this thing, console.log, and now what we did here, we just write itr plus plus. So this is a postfix increment, right? Postfix, first assign the value and then increment, right? If you see, now if I write this thing, right, console.log here, and then I will try to print it here. Okay, so what will be the output of this line? Will it be 10 or 11? What will be the output of this line, right? It will be, obviously it will be 10. Why? Because we are using what? Postfix increment, right? So it first increments it, it first assigns the value and then increments. So the value will remain 10. And then when we try to run this thing here, it will give us the 11 as output. Now let's see, now if we do the same thing, right, for the postfix expression, right, or the prefix, right, we saw the, if you try to do this thing here, now it will be 11 plus, first it will increment, that is 12, and then it will print that value, right, or then it will assign to this thing, right? If you see here, then we try to print itr here. So what will be the output here? It will be, obviously 11 is gone, then it will be 12, and again it will remain 12 here. So what should be the output, or what should be the output of all these 4 statements? It will be 10, 11, 12, 12, right? Now let's save this file, and now let's see what will be the output. You see 10, 11, 12, 12, 42, 43, 45, 46. Now we'll check. That's the thing we saw, right? So these are all about unary operators, right? And similarly you can do for a decrement operator, right, in the same fashion, right? So this is all about unary operators. Now let's go back to our slides. Yeah, now let's see the other operator that we have is arithmetic operators. Okay, in that operator, in this operator section, we will have all those arithmetic operations like add, subtract, right, multiply, divide, modulus, exponent, right? These are all arithmetic operators, and these, or for executing these operations we need 2 operands, right? It's a binary arithmetic operator. These are binary arithmetic operators, right? So if you see modulus, what do you mean by modulus? Basically it returns a remainder, right, when a is divided by b. What will be the remainder? For example, if you wrote 6 divided by 3, so obviously 6 is divisible by 3, so the remainder is 0, so 0 will be returned. Okay, now exponent operator, if you see these double asterisk signs, right, a double asterisk sign, this means a to the power of b. For example, 2 double asterisk sign, these double asterisk twice, then 2 raised power 3, then the output will be 8, right? Now if you see the example here where a equal to 2 and b equal to 5, then we try to console a plus b, obviously we will get 15, right? Then a plus b, the output of these things, right? Now if you see, okay, if now then we have the decrement, I mean to say the subtraction, then multiplication, all these things are simple, right? And then we have division, right? 10 divided by 5, we have 2, right? A modulus b, right? 10 divided by 5, obviously we have 0 because 10 is divisible by 5. And now if you see, if what I have written here, 10 that multiplication sign, or if you call it asterisk sign twice, that is asterisk asterisk. So 5, that is 10 raised to power 5, we will get what? 10 and 5 zeros. Okay, so these are all exponents. This was all about what? Arithmetic operators. Now let's talk about shift operators. Shift operators basically shift the bits by specified number of times in either left or right direction. Two variations of shift are possible, that is left shift and right shift. In left shift, we shift the bits in left direction for the specified value or the number of times we want to shift them in the left direction. Similarly, we can do it in the right direction. If you see, we have two variables here, A and B, right? So A is 8 and B is 2. Now, if you try to shift the bits, what? A, you want to shift whatever is in the A by 2 bits, right? I will show you in the demo, it will be clear. Now, when we shift the 8 to 2 bits, the value will be incremented, right? So 8 is shifted 2 times in the left direction. So obviously its value will increase. Now, if you want to shift A to the right direction, its value will decrease. As you see, the output is 32, and when we shift it towards the left, and the output is 2 when we shift it towards the right hand side, right? So this is all about shift operators. Now let me show you first, moving to the relational operators. Now let me show you first the demo part of it, right? Now let's see the demo of these shift operators. So basically, if you have var, let's suppose num1 equal to 8, right? Num1 equal to 8, and then we have num, let's suppose we call it n, and n equal to 2. So obviously, when we try to shift, let's see the binary of 8. The binary of 8 will be this, right? Obviously, there will be some specified, maybe 32 zeros, or let's 4 have been used, that 28 zeros, right? This thing will be there, 28 zeros, and then the last 4 bits will be this. Now, if you try to shift this thing 1 towards this, I mean to say, if you want to shift this 1 2 times towards the left, so obviously now the value will be what? 0 0 0 0 0 0, and some zeros between, and then it will be 0 1 and 0 0 0 0. Obviously, earlier it was 8 and now it will be 32 when we try to shift it towards the left. So that's what a shift operator does. So it increments the value. It's similar to something, if we do what we do, we multiply 8, this number 8, it's similar to this thing. We multiply this by 2 raised to power number of times we are shifting it. Here we have 2, that is 2 raised to power 2, right? So we have 2 raised to power 2 is 4. It's similar to 8 multiplied by 4, that is 32, right? So this is all about left shift, right? Now if you try to do this thing, console.log, right? And what we will do, we will just left shift b times, okay? And what should be the output? What will be the output? Output should be 32, right? Now if you do something maybe 3, then the output should be 64, right? Output should be 64. Now let's see, let's run this thing. Something is wrong. Okay, we are doing left shift b. We have to do num1, right? Left shift 3 times, n times, right? Let's save this file. Let's save this file. Let's see the output. Sorry. Let's see the output. You see 64, right? So we got our output as 64. Now, if we want to, what we want to do now, right shift. So obviously there will be again this zeros, number of zeros, and then there will be 0 0, and then will be this thing. The 8 is this, right? Now if you try to right shift it, right? So the number of bits will be moved towards right. So this will be 0, this will be 0, and then this will be 1 and 0. So obviously the number has decreased, right? It is now, earlier it was 8, now it's 2. So it's similar to something when we in left shift we were trying to multiply. Similarly, in left shift, whenever we do this thing, right, it's similar to just dividing it by something. 8 divided by 2 raised power 3 in this case, or 2 raised power 2 If we wrote 2 here, right? So it will be something 2 raised power 2. That is, right now we have 2. So 2 raised power 2 is 4. It's similar to 8 divided by 4. That is 2. Right? So we will get our output when we just left shift this thing. That is console.log. Right? And then what we will do, we will just do num1 right shift n times. Right? And the output should be what? Now above output will also change. So above output will be 32 and this output will be 2. Okay, now let's save this file, and when we try to run this thing, it will be 32 and 2. So here you see 32 and 2. Okay, so this is all about what? Shift operators. Now let's talk about relational operators. It comprises of operators for comparison. For example, if you want to check if A is equal to B, then these relational operators will help us. Okay, so some of the relational operators are less than sign, greater than sign, less than or equal to sign, right? Or greater than or equal to sign. For equality check, we have two operators, right? The double equal to sign and the not equal to, right? The difference between double equal to and triple equal to is that one of them allows type coercion and another will stop that type coercion. For example, if you talk about double equal to sign, it allows type coercion. That means one type can change into another type at the time of comparison. Okay, in triple equal to sign, it does not allow type coercion. For example, if you see not a number is a property that is associated with number, so not a number is double equal to not a number, it gives false. You might be surprised that why it is giving false, right? Because the weird nature of JavaScript, this happens. So to rectify it, triple equal to sign didn't help, right? When we use this not a number, triple equal to not a number, it still gave false. So to rectify this thing, object.is came into existence and it helped us to rectify this problem. So if you see plus 0 double equal to minus 0, it gives true, which is not the case, right? These are two different numbers, right? Though you can say that it doesn't matter, but to system it matters, right? If you see the 2's complement of 0 plus 0 is different as compared to 2's complement of minus 0. So to system or to machine it matters. So it shouldn't give us the true result. And similarly, if you talk about triple equal to sign, then what we compare plus 0 triple equal to minus 0, it again gives true, which is not the case. These are two different things, right? So to rectify it, again object.is came into existence, which helped us to rectify this problem, because JavaScript is full of errors, right? As its founder he told himself, right? Brendan Naik told himself that there are a lot of errors because this language was created just in 10 days. Okay, now what do you mean by type coercion, right? Type coercion, when we are comparing two values of different types, that one type will force the other type to change, right? So that comparison is made possible. Triple equal to sign stops type coercion. For example, if we talk about 1, right? If 1, this is converted into true, so that we can this condition is always true, right? Object is, right? I told you about this object is, right? Param 1 and param 2 is similar to triple equal to sign, but it is different for some cases, as I told you, right? Plus 0 triple equal to minus 0 gives true, but when we compare it with the help of object is, it gives false, which is rightly so, right? Which is true. And not a number equal to not a number gives false, but when we do it with the help of object.is, it gives true. So these weird natures of JavaScript, right? There was some weird nature to JavaScript. This was rectified by different types. For example, type coercion was stopped by triple equal to sign. Some errors that equal to sign and triple equal to sign couldn't rectify was rectified with the help of object.is. Now let's see the examples, right? Console.log 2 equal to string 2, right? One is string and another is number. So type coercion happens, it gives out the result as true. Similarly, when we do a triple equal to, it gives false because it doesn't allow type coercion. Similarly, 2 not equal to 2, it gives false because the result of this is true, but it is converted into false. It's not equal to, right? It will only it will only give true result when the condition is false, right? But herein we have condition as true. Similarly, if not equal to double equal to, right, it allows type cohesion, it stops type cohesion, right? It gives false as result, so it's converted into true. Similarly, when 2 is greater than 2, it gives false, right? So these are all examples. Now let's see some more examples of greater than and similarly less than or equal to. So this is all simple stuff, right? Now let's talk about bitwise operators. It computes by going bit by bit, right? Bit by bit things are done, okay? When we talk about bit by bit, if you see 8 is converted, the binary of 8 is 1000, right? So similarly, the bitwise manipulation is done, right? Bits of both operands is checked irrespective of what the first operand bit is, right? Whatever the first operand is, it doesn't matter. The bits are checked, right? So if we talk about 8 and 2, the last bits are the last bit of 8 is 0 and the last bit of 2 is 0. The second last bit of 8 is 0 and the second last bit of 2 is 1. So similarly, we do some operations on it, okay? 4 major operations are AND, OR, XOR and NOT, right? When we do bitwise AND, both the bits should be 1. Only then the result will be 1, else it will be 0. If we talk about OR, which returns 1 if either of the bits is 1, right? 1 0 will give 1, 0 1 will give 1 and 1 1 will give 1. If we talk about XOR, it only returns true or it only returns 1 if both the bits are different, else it will return 0. For example, if 0 0 will return 0, 1 1 will return 0, but if either of 1 0 or 0 1, it will return as 1. So bitwise NOT, it is just a vice versa, right? If you have 1, it gives 0, or if you have 0, it gives 1. So now let's see the example of 8 and 2, right? When we do AND operation, it will result in 0 because none of the bits will match, and will give only result when both of the bits are true. If you talk about 8, it is 1 0 0, right? 1 and 3 zeros. If we talk about 2, it's 1 and 0. So none of the bit 0 0 1 0, right? When we talk about 4 bits that we are comparing, so it will give the result as 0. Now similarly, if we talk about OR, it will give us the result as 10 because 4th bit is 1 and second bit is 1, so it will give us a result as 10. Similarly, when we do XOR, it gives 10, and similarly when we do NOT operation, it gives -9. Now let's talk about logical operators. It is used for condition comparison that basically checks for the validity of the condition and specifies the course of action to be taken. They are also used in loops as termination conditions. If first condition is enough to give the final verdict, it will not evaluate the second one, right? When we talk about AND. So how AND evaluates things, if first condition is true, only then it will check the second condition. If the first condition is false, it won't evaluate the second condition, okay? This is how AND works, right? The 3 major operators are AND, OR and NOT. So when we talk about logical AND, returns true when both the condition evaluates to true. Logical OR returns true when either of the condition evaluates true, and NOT returns true when the condition evaluates to be false, right? It works in a different fashion, right? When the condition is false, only then it will give true, okay? Now if you see the example, A is equal to 2 and B is equal to false. So when we do an AND operation on this thing, so one of the condition is true, right? One of the condition is false, right? B is false. So true and false. So it will return false. Similarly, when we do OR operation, it will return true. And when we do NOT, since A is true, it will give us a false result. Now assignment operator and ternary operator. What are the assignment operators? Earlier what we saw var A equal to 10. That equal to sign was the assignment operator used to assign right hand side the value to the left hand side variable, right? The left hand side variable was A, it was assigned 10, so A is equal to 10. This is the assignment operator. Now ternary operator works similar or is the alternative of if else, right? The condition placed before right, the question mark sign, whatever is placed before the question mark sign is the condition, and whatever is between the semicolons, the first condition is the if part and the second condition is the else part, right? And if evaluates to true, then LHS of the colon gets executed, else RHS of the colon gets executed. Now if you see the example, what we have written here, a is equal to 2. This is simple assignment operator, then we print that thing, right? And the console.log a is equal to 2. Is a equal to 2? This is the condition, right? And after the question mark, console.ok is the left hand side of the semicolon, right? Now the condition is true. So console.log ok will be executed. And console.log not ok will not be executed because the condition is true. If the condition would have been false, then not ok would have been printed. So as you see, the output is ok. This is all about operators. Now let's talk about hoisting. What does hoisting mean? JavaScript engine allocates memory to the function and the var during the creation phase. Not before execution, but during the creation phase. We'll see what hoisting means. This is also done in the global execution context. So there are two contexts, right? Execution context and global execution context, right? Functions are fully hoisted, but for var, only left part is hoisted. We will see. If you see the example, right, in where we have defined var 1 equal to 1, JavaScript engine will hoist var 1 equal to undefined. When we define it again, at that time it will see that left part was already hoisted, so it will not hoist this thing. Let const are not hoisted. We will talk about these as well. What are these? How, since until this point we have only defined our variables with the help of var keyword, but there are two more keywords with which we can define our variables, that is let and const, right? As hoisting does not take place when we use these keywords, right? The var and the const. Okay. And when you see a function, when a JavaScript engine sees a function, every time it does hoisting. So if you see, we have declared a function twice. So both the times hoisting will occur. Since we have not covered functions yet, but we will see how these when we use var as a keyword to declare our variables, what hoisting means and how does it occur. Now let's see some of the examples. Okay, if you see var favorite food equal to grapes, and then we try to access it within a function, right? This function, the type of function that we have declared here is a function expression because we are using var keyword, right? So whenever we assign a function to a variable, it means that we are using function expression. Now if you see, we are accessing what? Favorite food inside this function, right? So which will be accessed? It will be accessed the global one, right? The grapes. So original choice grapes. Then we have reinitialize sushi, right? So favorite food is equal to sushi. So new choice equal to favorite food. So the new choice will be printed, and then the favorite food will be printed as sushi. So this is simple stuff. What happens, right? Now, how does hoisting help? What do you mean by hoisting? Now, in the same function, if we try to access favorite food, right? Now it hasn't been declared, right? We haven't declared a favorite food, right? It is declared after this line. So in other programming language, this might throw an error, right? When we talk about other programming languages, let's suppose C, Java, or maybe C++, right? They will give an error showing that this variable is not declared, right? But in JavaScript, hoisting takes place, so it will just give you as original choice undefined, okay? And when we initialize it after this line, it will give original choice sushi. So this is all about hoisting. Now let's see the demo of it. Now let's try to see the demo of hoisting. So until this point, whatever we have wrote, let's try to remove this. So let me remove these things, whatever we have wrote until this point. So now let's see hoisting. So we will try to console.log what? We will try to console log a, but it hasn't been defined yet, okay? Now we define a equal to 10. And now when we try to console.log a, it should give us the result as 10. Let's save this file, and when we try to run this thing, just a minute. When we try to run this thing, okay, here, so when we try to refresh this page, so it gives undefined and then 10. It doesn't throw an error, right? So what happens internally is this thing. So what it will do, what hoisting does, it will just do this, where A equal to nothing, right? Where A, it just defines it. So it will give you as undefined, right? Since it has not been initialized with anything, so A is undefined, right? It is similar to this thing. This is what hoisting means. So variables are partially hoisted, right? As you see, if we define this thing again, so it once it has been hoisted, it won't be hoisted again. We will see when we talk about functions, we will see how functions are fully hoisted, right? Every time when we call a function, when we talk about functions, we will see every time when we call a function, every time it gets hoisted. Okay, this is all about hoisting. Now, how to stop this hoisting? Since this should throw an error, right? There's no such thing that you will see in other programming language. So to stop this thing, let and const came into existence. So let, if you use let instead of var and then you save this file, this will throw an error, right? When we refresh this page, you see cannot access A before initialization. Similarly, when we use const, okay, when we use const instead of let, again what happens? This hoisting will stop. Okay, when we save this file, then we try to run this thing, again the same error will be given. Okay, so const and let helps us to stop hoisting. Okay, now let's go back. Now we have talked about let and const. Now what are these keywords? So basically these are also used for declaring variables. You can stop hoisting by using let instead of var, right? We saw that. It will throw an error, right? Favorite foods has not been already declared, right? This was the error that we got, right? Or we got the error that we cannot access A before initializing it, right? Before declaring it or initializing it. This is what we saw earlier. Now, the other example that other things that are associated with this let and const is that it enables block level scope. What do you mean by this thing? Basically, if you see the example here, let weather sunny. So weather is the variable that has a scope, that is global scope within this program, right? So if you try to reinitialize it inside a function, it will get reinitialized to rainy. So when we print that console change weather, it will give us the weather as rainy. And when we try to access it outside this function, it will give us original weather sunny. So this is what do you mean by block level scope. So this let keyword has a block level scope. Okay. Now when we talk about const is used to declare variables whose value is not going to change once it is defined. So const weather sunny, when we try to reinitialize it inside the function, it will throw us an error that assignment to constant variable is not possible, right? We are reassigning it. We want to change weather to rainy, but we can't do that with the help of const keyword. This thing stops it, right? Constant means that we are not going to change this as once we have initialized it. Now let keyword. So we talked about block scope, right? If you see the example, now we are comparing this with var keyword. Okay, now the comparison of var with let. Okay, so if you see here the example, I have written console.log global scope, right? And then what I'm doing inside the for loop, I'm using var gscope, wherein I'm doing some operations. I'm printing from 1 to 5, 1 to 4, right? 1 to 4 I'm printing, and after that I'm trying to access this gscope, that is global scope, that variable I have defined inside the for loop, right? So in other programming language, right, this shouldn't work, right? Because the scope of gscope is inside that for loop, right? But var doesn't know this scope. Okay, var is not does not know this scope, so we can use this var gscope outside the for block. So that's why what we got global scope 1 2 3 4 that the loop did, and 5 for after the loop got terminated, the 5 was printed. Similarly, when we use let keyword, so when we try to access this b scope, that is block scope variable that I defined here, so at that time we got b scope is not defined because it doesn't know, right? We have defined it inside the for loop, right? Now let's see the demo of it. Okay, quickly let's see the demo of it. So what do I mean? Let's see. Now let's suppose we have for and we defined variable, right? We defined variable n equal to 0, right? And n is less than 5, let's suppose, and n plus plus. Then we try to console.log, right? We try to print these values of n. We did it, and now we have defined it inside the block, right, with the help of var keyword. So can we access it outside, right? Can we do this thing? Console.log, can we do this thing? Console.log, can we do this thing? What should be the value here? We can when we are using this var keyword, right? Then we try to run this thing, right? Okay, we have the error that we didn't rectify. Just a minute. So yeah, here we are using const. Okay, so now let's remove this line, and now let's try to run this thing again. Okay, now you see we got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, right? Because we are using it outside the scope. Now this is not the thing that in other programming language we do not see this thing, right? So to stop this thing, if we just used, instead of var, we use this, so this n becomes a block scope variable, and now when we try to access it outside this block, it will throw an error. Let's try to save this thing, and now when we try to run this thing, you see we got an error. N is not defined because its scope was within that for loop, right? So this is with the help of what? Let keyword. Now let's see the other example. Now if we talk about declaration, right? Let declaration with the var declaration. So if you see, I have inside the for loop, I have again defined declare again, right? So let keyword, with the help of let keyword, I have defined a variable name declare again. Now when I try to declare it, redeclare it, right? Declare again with the help of var keyword, it shows no error. It gives no error, right? Because the scope of these two variables is different, right? Which is rightly so. Let's go declare again the scope of the variable that is defined with the help of let keyword is inside that block. And when we talk about outside the block, that declare again, it doesn't know about this declare again, right? Now when I try to define both the variables with the help of let and var, right? If you see the last 4 lines of the code, you see var declare is equal to 5. I declared a variable with the help of var keyword, and then I try to declare it with the help of let keyword. Since they are in the same block, it will show an error. Okay, the same block, you cannot do this thing. Okay, but in a different block, since it doesn't know about that declare again, that's why we were able to do it that time. The block was different. Now since here they are in the same block, that's why it showed an error. Okay, so this is about the declaration part. Can we declare same variables inside? With the help of var, you can define same variable multiple times, because the scope of that is not that doesn't have any scope. But when we use let keyword, the scope is within that block. Okay, so this is all about the let keyword. Now let's talk about const keyword. Const reference and the value through property can be changed. So if we talk about constant variables, right? When I define something with the help of const, okay, let's suppose we define const do not change 10. Okay, so now this variable cannot be reinitialized, as we saw earlier, right? We cannot reinitialize this, right? It will throw an error. But when I define the object which is constant, its property can be changed. If you see const object, we don't know about constant, we don't know about objects yet, but little bit of idea later we will cover this thing. Okay, so object is equal to name Jimmy. So there is a property name that is equal to Jimmy. And now what we did, we just manipulated this object. We added one more property, that is age equal to 23. Now we again change the name to Jim. So when I try to print this object, okay, it will give us name equal to Jim, right? There's a name property which has a value Jim and age as a 23. Now since these properties can be changed, but when I try to change the reference of this, that object equal to Jimmy, I try to make this object as string, right, equal to Jimmy, it threw an error, right? Assignment to constant variable is not possible. We are reinitializing it, right? So when in the second image that is on the right hand side of your screen, that const do not change equal to 10, then I try to change that, do not change to 100, it showed an error. Assignment to constant variable is not possible. Okay, this is all about constant data type. Now before jumping into data types, let's see the demo of this constant very quickly. Okay, now let's see the constant. Now what do you mean by this thing? If const a equal to 10, now let's suppose I try to reinitialize it to 100. Now it will throw an error. Okay, because I have defined it, I cannot reinitialize it. Okay, it's once it is initialized, it cannot be reinitialized. Now let's see the error. Identify a has already been declared, right? So a was declared, it has been declared again. Okay, maybe this is some other error that we are getting. Yeah, because we have initialized it here. Okay, we saw this thing, right? Let's save this thing. And because we were redeclaring, the error was different, right? N is not defined, right? We saw n is not defined. 1 minute again. Yeah, this is the error. N is not defined. Now let's save this thing again. You see, reading errors is very important, right? Now you see, assignment to a constant variable is not possible, right? So this is all about constant. Now let's talk about data types. So data types, JavaScript is dynamically typed, right? We saw there is no specific data type that you have to explicitly tell the JS engine, right? If you use var name equal to Fazan, it will automatically think that this is a string. If you use var name equal to 10, it will automatically think that this is a number, right? So now what are these data types? It does not need to specify data type explicitly of the variable at the time of declaration. Okay, data types are divided into two broad categories, that is primitive and non-primitive. Now let's see what are the primitive data types. First one is a number. So if you define something var a equal to 23, so this is a number. If you define var b equal to what, 444.66, right? So this is again a floating point number, but it falls under the number category. So integers and floating point numbers fall in the number data type category. Okay, now if you see var c equal to 34, it is again what, a negative number, but again it falls in the a number category. So this is the first data type, right? The number. Now let's see the second data type. We will see how many primitive data types are there and how many non-primitive data types are there. Okay, now let's talk about string. So string is a sequence of characters, as we all know, right? So if you see var s1 equal to hello world is a string, right? Now if you see this var s1 equal to hello world, this is a string. When you try to when you try to print it, it will show us the hello world. Now var s2 is again what, a string, wherein we have again defined hello world. Now var age is equal to 20, and then we try to print this thing, right? Alex is this is something that with which we can print this thing. Okay, so Alex is $, and then these curly braces. This will just give us the this will just treat this thing as a string, right? There are three ways with which we can just print out the string. We can also use Alex is, then plus sign, then $, then the age. Okay, that can be done, or we can use it with the help of this thing. Okay, console.log s3, it gives Alex is equal to 20. Alex is 20, the age of Alex, right? So before moving to Boolean, let me just quickly show you the demo part of it. Now let's go to the console and try to figure out the things there. So if you see var a equal to 10, right? Now if we try to, okay, var has been, okay, let's clear this thing first. And since we have errors from the file, let's try to remove those as well, since we were trying to do this thing. Okay, now let's save this file and let's go back to this thing. Just a minute. Yeah, so now if we do var a equal to 10, right, we saw this thing. Now if we try to a has been already declared. Okay, it's of the file. Okay, good. So var, let's say abc equal to 10. Okay, now variable has been declared. If we write type of a, so it will give us a type. So a is a number, right? We saw that. If we do var a equal to -10, right, abc equal to -10, then we try type of abc, what it is, it's number again. So when we do type of 10.999, then type of ABC, it's again a number. Now we saw string, how we declare a string, var name, let's suppose name equal to, right, let's suppose gbgr, then the string. Now if we do type of this name, it should give us the string, right? Type of name is string. Okay, now let's try to print this thing. I told you there are 2-3 ways with which we can print this string. Okay, now let's try to do that thing in the file, okay, the external file that we have created. Okay, now let's define var a equal to, let's name it Faizan. Okay, now let's try to print some things with it. Okay, the first way with which you can print this on the screen is console.log, and then what I will write as let's suppose name plus equal to, in the string Faizan is 24 years old, is 24 years old. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then the second thing with which we can do this thing is this thing, console.log, and this is something that will be present on the tab button, right, in the it will be present somewhere on the keyboard where you have not sign. Okay, so you will write this thing when you shift it, and when you just press it, you will get this thing. Okay, now you will just write this $sign, and then you will just print your name, okay, without using concatenation operator, and is 24 years old. So you see the different ways with which you can print the string. You see, earlier what we did, we used concatenation operation, but with the help of this $sign and these curly braces, we will get the same result. Okay, so now let's remove this thing because it will say that var has been already defined. Okay, now let's try to run this thing. You see, gbgr is 24 years old and gagr is 24 years old. Okay, let's go back to this thing. Okay, now we got the point. Okay, this is all about strings. Now let's go back to Boolean. So the third primitive data type we have is Boolean. Okay, so what is a Boolean? It is used when we need to assign a variable, either a true or a false. For example, var is valid, true. So when we try to access is valid, it gives us the result true. There are other values which may be treated either true or false. For example, if you talk about 1, it will be treated as true, right? If you talk about -1, again it will be treated as true. So if we talk about this curly braces, again it will be treated as true. If you talk about string 0, it will be treated as true. When we talk about empty string, it will be again treated as true, right? You see different things that values are treated as true, are truthy. So what do you mean by this thing? Some of these values are treated as true, so we can use them. Since it is not a best way or best approach to do, but sometimes you use one, right, to say if while 1, that means this condition is always true unless and until we break out from it, right? So this is all about Boolean. So values are there are some values which are treated as falsy, right? Those are called falsy, right? 0 is treated as false, null is treated as false, undefined is treated as false, not a number is treated as false, string is treated as without anything, right? Therein earlier we have some space in it, right now we don't have any space, it will be treated as false. Okay, empty string. Now the null and undefined. So these primitive data types will, maybe you think that these are similar, but these have a very small kind of a difference, but they are two different primitive data types. When I talk about undefined, it's used to specify a variable whose value is not defined yet. Okay, value is not defined, but it is declared. A var may be undefined because its value is not known yet. Okay, you see the difference? So var a, it has been declared, but it hasn't been initialized yet. Okay, when we try to access this a, it gives undefined. Now what happens when we talk what is null? It's used to explicitly specify that the value of this variable is null. specifies that value is null, right? When we talk about where b equal to null, this is specific. We are specifying explicitly that this value is null. It has been initialized. There's a difference. You got the point, right? So that thing has been declared and not initialized, so that's why that is undefined. Wherein if we talk about b equal to null, that thing has been defined and it is explicitly equal to null. That means this value contains nothing. Earlier this b contains nothing. When we talk about b, that has not been initialized. We don't know what it is, but it has been declared. Okay. Now let's talk about the other data type, that is symbol. This is generally used for creating unique properties of objects. For example, if we talk about let sim1 equal to symbol, that is equal to 4. So this 4 will be FOO will be uniquely, if you want to uniquely identify unique properties, if you want to assign something uniquely, you use symbol. It's not used much, right? If you see, we have declared two sim1 and sim2. So these are two different properties, okay? These are two different variables, okay? And one, though they contain same value, but they are uniquely defined, okay? We don't use this much, but you should know that there is such kind of a data type, okay? Now let's talk about non-primitive data types. So there are we will talk about in this session, or in this tutorial, we will talk about 3 non-primitive data types, okay? So the first one is object. It is basically a collection of key value pairs, okay? It is defined within the curly braces, okay? These curly braces that you see, where fruits, and then the curly brace, and then then it ends, and then the end of statement, right? So this is a object, and it has a value, that is it has a key value pair. What do you mean by this thing? This apple is a key and red is a value, watermelon is a key and green is a value, okay? It has a key value pair where value can be some property or a function, okay? It can be some properties or it can be functions, okay? So where fruits, apple, watermelon and mango, these are all keys. Red, green and yellow are its values. So when we try to access this thing, we can use a dot operator, or you can use these square brackets, and within these quotes you can write that property name and it will give you its value. So also you can use fruits dot apple, it will also give you the same value, that is red, okay? Now let's talk about how we create these objects, okay? We can create it in 2 ways, right? With the help of object literal, right? We will see what do you mean by this literal, okay? And also with the help of this new keyword. Now when we talk about the object literal, it uses these curly braces to create an object. What do you mean by literal, and what do you mean by keyword? Keyword is something that is reserved for something, right? When you talk about var, it's a keyword, right? We can't use that as a variable name. We saw that earlier, right? Const, let, these are all keywords. But the string that is defined, right? The string and the double quotes, are these double quotes keywords? No, these are literals. Similarly, when we define object, everything that is within these curly braces is the property, right? And the single quotes with which we define our properties, right? The value is again a literal. Let me show you this thing, right? So these single quotes are literals. These curly braces are literals. These semicolon and end of statements are literals. These square brackets are literals, right? True is a literal, false is a literal, okay? These are all literals, okay? In the latest version, you can directly specify the function without explicitly writing the key and the colon, okay? I mean to say, I will show you this. There's an example I have shown. So this, you can see the function that is written directly. We haven't written that, okay, eat, then semicolon, then function, then these parentheses, these brackets, okay? We don't use that thing. In the new ES version, we can just simply write eat and then these bracket signs and then what the function does, okay? Now, properties can be accessed with the help of dot operator, we saw, right? And with the help of these double quotes, okay? Now, if you see this example, let animal is the object that we created, and the properties that it has is name, color and eat. Eat is a function, obviously, and name and color are its properties, and name is equal to cat and color is the value associated with color is black. Then the function with the help of this, that means this is referring to this particular object, so this dot name will refer to cat, and cat is eating. So when we try to call this function with the help of dot operator, that is animal dot eat, we will get cat is eating. Similarly, when we try to access some other properties, not with the help of dot operator, we can also use these square brackets, and inside that we will write double quotes color. We can get the black, right, the value of that color, okay, that property. Now let's see the demo of objects. So how you create an object is with the help of var keyword, right? Let's name it obj. Now here we will define our objects with the help of object literal, okay? So object equal to, then these curly braces, right? Then the name, and then semicolon. Let's name this thing as Fazan, right? And then we have the roll number, right? Roll number. Let's suppose 10, right? So, and now let's define a function. Let's define a function. Let's say sing. Sing is a function, and then function. Okay, we don't need a function argument. It's a function. Let's suppose we try to console dot log, and then what we try to do with the help of these operators, we wrote something like this. Okay, what this dot name, that is Fazan, refers to Fazan, right? Okay, sings, right? That's it. And then what we do, we'll just write obj dot name, okay, with the help of dot operator. We try to print this thing. It won't print anything. We have to just use console.log here, console.log, so that it will print this obj.name, right? We'll print this thing. Then again what we will do, we'll just write obj dot what sing. Let's call this function, okay, and then we will try to access it with the help of that other operator that we saw, right? Console.log what obj, these square brackets, and then double quotes, right? In the double quotes we will write roll number. That's it. Okay, now let's try to save this file, and then let's try to run this thing. Okay, we got an error, undefined token. Just a minute. In line number 22, right? Line number 22 is here. Okay, this thing. Okay, we haven't missed this thing, and this should work fine. Yeah, let's see. Let's save this file. Let's try to run this thing. Okay, it gives still an error. Let's go back in our slides. Are we missing anything? Is there error of some other thing? Obj equal to name. Okay, this is a string. Okay, name equal to 10, number equal to 10, sings. Okay. This thing. Let's save this file, and now let's try to run this again. Yeah, so we got this thing, right? So Fazan, the name, Fazan sings, then the function call, and then we are trying to print the integer, the roll number of that, right? That is associated with the object. So with the help of this object, we can create these things. Now, if you just, what I told you earlier, the new new thing, right? Without writing this thing, we can skip all this thing. And when we try to save this thing, and now let's try to run this thing. Okay, so it gives still the same output. Okay, this is all about how we declare a function with the help of object literal. Okay, let's go back to the slide. So this is how we did it, right? We saw both the approaches, right? With the help of colon, we call the function, and with the help of that new ES6 property that we can skip colon sign, right? And the function, so that can be skipped. Okay, so now with the help of this new keyword we can use, right? Now with the help of this new keyword is used to create object via constructor. That is, through constructor we can create our objects. The second approach, dot or quotes, can be used to assign properties of the objects, right? We'll see how we will when we cover object oriented programming in this session or in this tutorial, right? We will see how we can access these things and how to create these things. For now, let's understand how we can, what is the other way. Okay, let animal equal to new objects. This object is a constructor. With the help of new keyword we will allocate memory to this, and animal is the name of the object. Now with the help of dot operator we can manipulate this animal object, right? We can add properties to it, that animal name is cat, animal color is black, and animal has a function that is eat, which just says this dot name is eating, that is cat is eating, right? So this is the other way with which we can create our objects. So we saw the two ways. Now you won't be able to understand that much this time. Maybe after when we cover some OOPS, right? That is object oriented programming. At that time we will declare this, we will define, or we will talk about this thing again. Okay, now the object comparison. So we saw these double equal to sign and triple equal to sign, and object is, right, checks the referential equality, right? When we declare two objects, right, with the help of right, one is with the help of new keyword, right, animal, and then we assign this animal to cat and to dog. Now when we compared cat and dog, they are referring to the same object, so they will give true. But when we define another variable, another object, that is horse, new address will be allocated, right? So this cat and horse is not true, right? Because they have different references, right? They will give an output when we try to compare their references, they will be different, so they will give false. Similarly, when we do triple equal to sign cat and horse, again it will be false because they don't have the same reference, right? And when we do object dot is cat and horse, again it will give false. So there is another way with which we can compare our objects is with the help of JSON.stringify. So this thing is nothing but it converts our whatever the data is present inside the object, it converts it to the string, so that the type of them becomes equal. So now if you try to use, right, now both these cats, the object cat and object horse, whatever the value was there, that was same, but the type was different. Now both of these are converted into strings. Now the type is also same and the content is also same. So that's why when we use triple equal to sign with these objects, right, cat and horse, they will give true. The result will be true. Now let's see the demo of these comparisons that we talked, right? We'll try to do it in here. Okay, so I told you earlier that I told you that plus 0, double equal to minus 0, this shouldn't give the result as true, because something, when we talk about this thing, these are two different things. So what we will do here, we will just write object dot is, and then we try to compare these things, right? So this comes in handy when we have to compare these things. So this will give us false result. Now not a number at NaN, right? NaN that we have, NaN equal to NaN. Again, the weird nature of JavaScript, it will give us the false result. But when we use object.is, that is NaN equal to NaN, it will give us the result as true, right? So this is all how we compare objects. Okay, now if you see NaN triple equal to NaN, again this would have given us the wrong result, right? That is false. But these not a number and not a number are same, right? So this is how we compare our objects with the help of equal to sign, triple equal to, and object dot is. Similarly, JSON.stringify is also there, which converts every property of the object which is present into string, so that the comparison is made easy, and we can so basically whatever if we want to compare anything from the browser or from the web page to the browser, basically JSON.stringify can be used. Okay, basically everything within these JSON.stringify, whenever we use this thing, everything is in the form of string, so we can use that thing. Now let's talk about arrays. So it is used to store ordered data together. Okay, what do you mean by this thing? So if you want to store some data together, let's suppose you want to store 5 numbers, right, and maybe 2 strings together. So you need an array for that. It is defined within a square brackets, that is the square brackets that you can see, and can have elements of different types. What are those data types? That it can be string, a boolean, a number, right? It can be null, it can be undefined, right? So all these data types can be present in an array. So what do you mean by this thing? That this array will contain not homogeneous but heterogeneous elements. So if you see the example here shown on your screen, where a equal to 1, true, and hello, these are all elements of this array. Now if you try to access this, we use a within the square brackets, you write the index of that element, right? If you write 2, that means we will be trying to access the third element in the array that is having index 2. So hello will be printed. You can also leave some positions, right? If you see 2, 3, and then there is a space, and then there is 4. Now if you try to access that, it will give us an output as undefined. So let's see the demo of it. We go into our JS file, and then what we will write as var a, that is the array, let's name it ARR, and then these square brackets, and then you can enter anything. Let's suppose I have entered all the numbers here, and then the end of statement, and then we try to console.log. Now we try to access this element or one of these elements. What do we write? This array and the index, that is 2, let's suppose. So we are trying to access the third element. That means we should get an output as 3, right? We should get an output as 3. So we can also leave some spaces. Let's declare another array, that is ARR2. Let's suppose ARR1, and then we define it and we initialize the elements, that is these elements are present in this array. Now let's leave some space so that we will get the undefined message for that element. Okay, we have left one space, and now when we try to console.log this element, what will be the output? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5th element. That means it will be present at index 4, right? So now what should be the output? It should be undefined. Right, now let's save this file, and now let's try to run this thing. So this is the file. So now write Ctrl+Shift+I, and you will get the console. You see 3 and undefined as the output. Okay, now let's go back to our slides. Now this is how you define an array, and this is how you access the elements, right? Now we can also create this array using new keyword, right? We will see what this new keyword is when we talk about oops, right? This new keywords basically allocates memory, right? Array are special type of objects, and new keyword can be used to create an array, right? Then we have this array constructor, right? We have defined this let ARR equal to new array. Then this array is the constructor, and in that constructor we are passing 3 arguments. That is one of number, that is the type of this is number, then we have string, then we have object as an argument. Okay, now when we try to access all the elements, you just write ARR, and it should give you the output as 23, cat, and the object. Okay, now if you try to see the type of this array, right, what is the type of this, right? If you see number, when you wrote, for example, let's suppose var a equal to 10, when you write type of a, you will get as a number, but when you try to find out the type of array, you will get an output as object. So everything in Java is an object. is an object, right? So when we talk about arrays and functions, both of these, the type of will be object. Okay. Now, what are some methods in array? So there are many methods in array. Some of the most common methods that we use regularly will be covered in this tutorial. Okay. Now, these push and pop are used to add and delete elements from the last respectively, right? If you use push, that we are pushing the element at the end. Okay. Now, if you see, we had defined an array, right? 1, 2. Now we wrote arr.push 3. So this 3 will be added at the end. Okay. Now, when we try to pop something, we don't have to specify any arguments, right? Here in push, we need one argument, that is the element that we are trying to push in the array at the last index. Now, when you wrote arr, that is the array name, dot pop, it will just pop out that element. Now, let's see the demo of it. We will use the same array, that is arr dot push. We are pushing the element. Let's suppose it doesn't have to be a number, right? We can push string as well. Let's name it Fazan, that we are trying to push. So it will be push at the end. Now let's try to push again. Okay, so that we will find, when we pop out the element, we will find something. So now let's say Taz is the element that we are trying to push, is again of type string. Now when we try to pop the element, right, let's suppose pop, now it will return Taz, right? Now what we will do, we will just write console.log and we'll try to print that element which this function return, which this method return. Now let's save this file, and when we go into our console, just refresh the page, you see you got Taz as the output. And now if you try to access this arr, right, just write arr here, you see the elements present in this array are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and Fazan. We also inserted what? At the last index we also inserted Taz, but it was removed later. Okay. Now this is about push and pop method. Now you might be thinking that can we do something with which we can enter elements at the first index, right? Yes, we have two methods for that. So for inserting and for removing. They are used to add and delete elements from the front respectively, right? We have the same array, right? arr 1 and 2. When you use unshift, it will insert the element at the index, at the first index, right? When we talk about arrays, indexing starts from 0. So at 0th index, this 3 will be present. And now when we try to remove this thing, we will use arr.shift, that is the method, shift method, to remove that element from the first index. Now let's see the demo of this. Now similarly, what we do, we will do same thing on this array. Okay, now let's try to do unshift, so that we can enter some elements at the first index. We wrote unshift, and then let's suppose you entered 1000, right? So it will be present at the first index. Then again we will try to do unshift. Let me just copy this thing, right? We just copied this thing, and now let's name it 10. Okay, then let's suppose you want to access something, and then try to console.log, and then what we wrote, arr of 0th, that is the first index. We will see 10, and when we write this console.log, and then what we will do, we'll do arr.shift, so that it will remove this element, and then we are trying to print that element. Okay, so what should be the output? It should be 10, right? Now let's save this file and go into our console, and now let's do one thing. Let's refresh this. You see we got 10 as the output, and now if you try to access the arr, you see we got 1000 as our first index element, right? Element present at the first index is 1000. Earlier it was 10, then we removed that, right? So that's why we get the output in the 19th line of the script file that we have made. The 19th line, we will be trying to print that element, right, which we just returned from the shift method. Okay, so this is all about shift method, the shift and the unshift. So With this methods, you can just enter elements at the first index. Now let's talk about another important method, that is splice. So it's used to enter or add new elements in the array from specified location, right? We have two arguments in this, to and from these indexes, between these indexes, okay? Now if you see, let me just quickly show the demo and then the things will be much clearer. Okay, you just have to, on the same method, if you write arr.splice, okay, right, and then we specify the indexes. Let's suppose we wrote 1 and 3, and then we wrote the argument. The third argument is for the thing that you want to replace these indexes with. Let's suppose you want to replace it with some number, let's suppose 999. Okay, now when you try to save this thing and when we go into the console, when we refresh this, nothing will change, the output will remain same. But when we try to access this ARR, you see earlier what was the array? Have we printed it? No. So earlier what was the array? It was, let me just go back into this thing and let me just print here the array. Okay, the first index, console.log, the first index, right? We haven't seen how to loop around, so that's why I'm not using any loop. Okay, we haven't studied that thing yet, so that's why I'm not using it. So we will just check these three elements that we just replaced. Okay, I can use loop to iterate through it, but I'm not using that because there is a reason, we haven't covered it yet, so it will be covered. So I just printed these three elements, and now when we go back in a console and then we try to access, so you see 1, 2 and 3, these are the three elements, right, from index first, the first index that is present, right? 1 is present at is the second element, 2 is the third element, and 3 is the fourth element, right? And now when we try to access the array, you see these 1, 2 and 3 are replaced with 999. Okay, now splice, what it does, so earlier what we did, we were not trying to replace it, we were just entering elements and removing elements from the first index and from the last index with the help of push and pop and shift and unshift, right? So can we remove something from this array.splice, right? Can we use it to remove a certain set of elements? Yes, we can. So you just have to specify. For example, now you see what is the array? It's 1000, 99, 999, 4 and 5. Now let's try to remove all these things. Can we remove it? Yes, we can with the help of splice method. So you just have to specify, instead of this thing, let me just copy this thing. Okay, we copied this thing and now we printed it. So from 0th index to what? We were trying to remove how many elements? 1, 2, 3, 4 elements. So we will specify it in the from 0th index up to including both of these are included. Okay, 0 is also included, 0th index is also included, and 3rd index is also included. So all of these will be removed and we won't replace it with anything. Now when we save this file, just a minute, now when we save this file and now when we go back in our console, so now let's refresh this thing. You see what we got as 5 and Fazan as the string. So both of these elements are all the elements which were present in the array earlier are removed. Okay, now let's go back. Now elements from index 1 and 3 are replaced by hello, as you can see. So if you see elements from 1 index, so 2, 3 and 4 are replaced with hello, as we saw. Now splice can be also used to delete the elements from the array. Okay, now let's suppose we have an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and then we try to remove elements from first index to third index. That means element second, third and fourth will be removed, right? So as we just saw, right, 2, 3 and 4 will be removed because we just used splice method. Okay, this is all about splice. Now there's another method which is very important, that is slice. Earlier what we studied was splice, now we are studying slice. So it can help to create a new array from the existing array. Okay, now what do you mean by this thing? If you see, let's suppose we have 1, 2, 3, 4 as an array, right? Now when we use slice method and we gave argument as 1, so up to, that means this, we are trying to remove elements, what, 0th and the first, up to first. So 0th element will be present in this new array, that is array 1. If you can see the second example, we have defined an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and then we use slice method. So 1 to 3, that means 2, 3 and 4 elements are the indexes, right? We are trying to access here right now, right? So 2 will be included in the new array, 3 will be included, but 4 will not be included. So because in this the last index that we are trying to access is exclusive, right? And it will be assigned, it will return an array and that array will be assigned to this new array, that is array 1. Now let's see the demo of it as well. So earlier splice method that we use, both of the indexes were inclusive. Herein we don't have this thing. Now let's declare a new array. Then let me name it, let's say new. Let's name it BAR. Now let's declare a new array and put elements in it, that is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, and let's name it 6 as well. Okay, so now when we use slice method, let's suppose we are declaring new, right, new BARR. So now what we'll be using, we will be using B array dot slice, right, not splice, slice. Okay, now whatever will be the arguments, first argument will be inclusive and the second argument will be exclusive. Okay, so let's suppose you want new array, right? You want an array from element, what you want in that array is the first 4 elements. So what you specify here, 0 to 4, right? So 4 will not be included, but 0, 1, 2, 3 will be included. So of 1, 2, 3, 4 elements will be present in this new array. Okay, sorry. And what happens if you just let me name another array, C ARR equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, and now let's name another array, that is new CAR equal to CAR dot slice, and then what we will specify here, just this 3. Okay, now let's see what will be the output in both these arrays. So we are expecting as 1, 2, 3, 4 to be present in the new array, that is new BARR, right? The new BARR array, and in the new CARR, what will be the output? Let's see. Now let's go back into the console and let's refresh this thing. Okay, now let's access the array that was BARR. Okay, it's unchanged, right? Because we're not removing, we are just allocating new, I mean to say we are allocating these set of elements to a new array, right? What was that? New BARR. You see what are the elements present? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what we expected, right? And now if you see CARR, right, it's again unchanged. And now when we access new CARR, you see all the elements up to that index, right? So we wrote 3, so 0, 1, 2 will be included, right? So if you see what are the elements present in this array, is that it allocated memory to those elements, that is 4, 5 and 6, right, from the last index. Okay, if you see the index present, we tried to do this thing, right? So what it will do, it will just remove the third element, that is the 4th element in the array, right? That is 4, 5 and 6 up to the length of the array. Okay, so this is something similar to this thing. You might be confused. Let me show you what this thing does. This thing is similar to something when we do, let's say, var new CRR2 equal to C ARR dot slice. This thing is similar to doing this thing. So 3 will be included, that is fourth element, right? This is, we are talking about indexes up to the length of the array. What is the length of the array? It's 6. So it will be 7. And now when we try to access the elements here, now we checked all those. Now let's check new CRR2, right? You see what are the elements present? 4, 5 and 6. Earlier, what were the elements present in new CAR? If you can see, what were the elements present here? So new CAR is same. It was CAR, right? What was the name of the array? It is C-ARR. Yeah. So what are the elements present in this new CAR2? 4, 5 and 6. Okay. This is what it does if you don't specify the second argument. Okay. Cool. So this is all about slice method. Okay. So the last element is exclusive. That's why we wrote the elements were present only the indexes. The length of the array was 6, but we wrote 7 because 7 was not inclusive. So that's why it was exclusive. So all the elements before 7, that was 6 up to 6th index, all the elements will be accessed and they will be assigned to this new array. Okay, this is all about slice. Now I told you I'm not using the how to print the elements, right? I was not using loops. So now let's see how we can access the elements in the array. So in array we will use a for loop, right? We have talked about this in the earlier slides, right? Array can be printed using for loop, for each loop, for in or for off. These are all the versions of for loop. Okay, using for loop is simple, right? You specify, and there is one more method associated with the array, that is length, right? ARR.length. This method will give you the length of the array. Okay, whatever was in the array, let's suppose there are 3 elements in the array, so length of the array will be 3. Now indexing starts from 0, so 0, 1 and 2 are the elements that we are going to access, right, with the help of for loop. Now if you use for each loop, we have studied it, how we will access this. Now for each will iterate for every item in the array. So this item will have the element, right, that is 23, then get, then the object. Okay, so then we try to print it. Okay, this is with the help of for each. Now for off, we have also seen it. What for off does, it will access the elements, right? We just have to specify for, then the item, that is it return that it iterates on the elements of the array. So it will go on the first index, then the second index, then the third index, right? It will access the elements, not the indexes, when we talk about for off. Now when we use for in, it will access the indexes. So if you try to implement this thing, right, for item in array, so it will give you the indexes. That's why what we got the output as 0, 1, 2 that you can see on your screen, right? It access the elements. So we got the indexes, then you just have to specify ARR dot this item within the square brackets. Okay, that's all about how you can just print the elements in the array. So you can use for loop, you can use for each, you can use for off, and you can use for in to iterate through the array. Okay, now let's talk about functions. So it is referred to a code snippet, right? A code or a snippet that generally performs some operations, right? If you want to specify or you want to do a certain kind of statements, right? Some kind of statements, you want to execute them after executing something, then you want to execute them, then you want to execute them. So it's rather than specifying all these statements again and again, it's better to write something, write those statements which you are performing consistently, right? Like regularly you are trying to access those set of statements. You can just put those statements in a function. So it helps in modularization of the code, right? What do you mean by this thing? Basically, it will just create modules in your code, right? If you, let's suppose in your program, you just want a function that adds two numbers, that multiply two number, that divides two numbers. So rather than doing it individually or writing everything in a single in a single block, you can just modularize your code by just writing a function to add elements, to function to delete, to multiply elements, to divide elements, right? You just just write functions. Enables reusability of it as and when required. What do you mean by this thing? What do you mean by this reusability? How reusability happens? So basically, now you just passed two arguments. Let's suppose you are trying to add two elements and you passed 2 and 3, then you call the function, right? Now this time you don't want 2 and 3 to be added, you want 10 and 15. So you just have to change the arguments, and same thing will happen with those two elements as well, right? Those two arguments, that is 2 plus 5, that is 7. You will get the output as 7, right? You just have to change the arguments. So you are using your code, right? Make implementation and debugging efficient. It makes your debugging and implementation very efficient and easy. Functions can be created using two ways, right? You can use the function keyword, that is function declaration, also known as function declaration, or you can use a function expression. These function declarations, when you use this function keyword, makes hoisting, right? There happens a hoisting. We will see earlier when I talked about variables, right? When you used var keyword, I talked about hoisting, and I told you that functions are also hoisted, right? Functions are fully hoisted, right? As we saw, variables were, when you use var keyword, those were partially hoisted, right? It only checks the left hand side. Now when we talk about these functions, these are hoisted completely. Okay, every time, when even if the function is same, right, you are initializing, you are declaring your function, you are defining your function, same function you define again it will be hoisted. So it's fully hoisted. Okay, and the other way is function expression, which where hoisting doesn't take place. If you are using var keyword, then hoisting will take place. We will see what a function expression is. Now let's talk about function declaration, that is using function keyword. It starts with a function keyword. If you can see in the example, function happy, the name of the function is happy, then the parenthesis sign, then the curly braces, that is the block of this function, right? And then you try to print console.log, I am grateful. That's the message in this function. Now for calling a function, you need happy, that is the name of function, and then this parenthesis to call that function. As you can see, when we call that function, we just got the output as I am grateful. It gets its definition at compile time. So everything that we do happens during compilation. Okay. Now, before jumping into function expressions, let's quickly check some of the features of these functions, right? With the help of function keyword. Okay. Now let's go into a Sublime. Okay, now let's see. So let's first talk about hoisting. So we haven't defined a function yet, right? Let's name that, let's suppose name of that function was print. So we haven't defined it yet, right? We haven't defined it, but we're calling it. And after some steps, maybe I did something here, right? I did something here, and after that I am just defining it with the help of function keyword, right? Function, then name of the function, that is print, and then what we do, we just console.log, that is happy, that's name, that's the message that it will print. Okay, now if you can observe this code, you might be thinking that it might throw an error, but that's not the case. It won't throw an error. Why? Because hoisting happens. Now let's see first, let us run this thing and check if it gives any error or not. So let me refresh this thing, and you see happy is present without giving any errors, right? So you might be thinking that this is a weird nature of JavaScript, right? So what happens here, basically this thing happens, it will be hoisted. So this kind of thing happens. So for first statement will be this thing. So this thing happens. Now this happens automatically, right? So even if you are declaring or calling it here, but it was hoisted, so you can call it easily, right? This is what hoisting does. Okay, so let's remove this thing. Obviously, when you try to when you have defined it in the that is the first line, that in the first line you have defined the function, then you can call it anywhere, right? That is what happens in all the programming languages, right? So here hoisting happens, right? So this is one of the features of this thing, right? Now you can also use something to return, right? If you write return, so this will return something. So let's suppose you returned a number. Let's suppose you returned 5. Now this return keyword is to return something. Let's suppose you wanted to have, after the function is executed, you want some number, right? Let's suppose you got 2 let's change this function completely. So in the print function you receive 2 arguments, right? Let's suppose a comma b, right? And in the print function what you did, you just passed 5,7, and then what you did in the return, right, you return what, a plus b, let's suppose. Now you're returning something, right? And now it comes in this print, right? The value that is returned will be 7 plus 5, that is 12. So when you do here console.log, right, and then you just want to print whatever was returned, so 12 should be the output, right? So when you go into the console and when you try to refresh it, you see 12 is the output. So this is with the help of return. So there is another few properties that is associated with this function. Let's suppose you have a var variable here, right? A equal to 0, and in this, let's remove these arguments now, we don't need them, and let's remove the return statement as well. So the block, the scope of this a variable, maybe we haven't defined anywhere. Yes, we haven't defined. So the block of this a is global, right? And the scope of this a is global, and something that we define in this b, let's suppose we define something here where b equal to 0. So the scope of this b should be within this block, right? And if you try to, let's suppose you change the value of a to 10, okay, and let's suppose you console.log here, okay, a, and after this function is called, right, let's call this function print. We haven't called it, right? Let's call this function as well. So print is called, okay, we haven't called it, right? Yeah, we haven't called it, so we call this print, and after that we try to access this a to check what will be the value. Since we have changed it, should the value will be changed or not, and can we access this b? Okay, let's see. And now let's save this file. Let's go into our console and let's run this thing. You see, b is not defined. Obviously the scope of b was in the what, in that function, right? The scope, even if we have declared it with the help of var, so the scope is whatever we define in the function, the scope is limited within that function, okay? And if you see the global variable that we defined, a, scope of which was global, earlier we got 0, but in the function we changed that to 10. So when we try to access that, the value has been changed, okay? You see the scope of the this function, right? So this is all about this function. That is function declaration, right? So we saw how we compiled, how we called the function, how we saw return statements, right? All of this thing is covered. Now let's talk about function expression. It starts with a var keyword and then the assignment operator. So if you see var faith equal to function, that is the function part that we are declaring a function, and this faith is the name of the variable which is a function, right? And then we console.log hope, right? So when we call this variable, right, for calling it we need parentheses, so that's why faith parentheses, we call this function expression, and then we got the output as hope. Gets its definition, what we saw, the function declaration gets its definition at compile time. This function gets its definition the function expression will get its definition at runtime. Okay, now let's quickly see a demo of it as well. Okay, we are in this thing. Let's go here. Yeah, so how you define it with the help of var keyword, then the name of the function. Let's suppose let's name it again print with a different spelling. Okay, then the function, right? And we don't need arguments. And then the function body. In the function body, let's say we write console.log awesome, and then we try to call this function with the help of print, right? Name print, and within the parentheses you can also do this thing, right? This function, and how we define a function, that a function keyword, and along with we have some name, right? Let's suppose the name of this function, let's name it aka. Okay, can we access this aka here? Can we call this? Can we call this thing? No, this will throw an error. We will see, and this will be the output of here will be awesome, right? Let's remove this thing because it will throw an error. It throwed earlier, it throwed an error, so here it will be error again. We'll see what is there. Let's save this file and let's go and run this thing. You see, we got the awesome, and then aka is not defined, right? So you see the difference between a function declaration and a function expression. Whatever you wrote, it's one and the same thing. It doesn't matter if you write the name of the function there or not, you cannot access it. Okay, it throwed an error, right? On the line number 60, it throwed that aka is not defined, and rightly so, because this aka we defined it here, right? And since this is not how we access a function expression, so that's why this throwed an error. Okay, done. So this is how we deal with function expressions. Now let's talk about immediately invoked function expressions. So what are these functions? These functions are invoked once we declare them, we give their body, and at that same particular time, at that time, these functions are called. Okay, so these are function expressions, not function declarations. Okay, JavaScript consider above as a function expression as it's not starting with a function keyword. Obviously, so something which is starting from function, that is we write function, so that is considered as function declarations, and something which is not starting from these function keyword, that is called as function expressions. So this is treated as a function expression. So it is not hoisted by JavaScript engine, right? So what do you mean by this thing? As I told you earlier, only two things are hoisted. What are those? When we use var keyword and when we use function keyword. Okay, there is no explicit calling for immediately invoke function expressions, right? We don't require the calling thing, right? As we saw, we used to call things, right? We used to call expressions, right? Even if we are using function expression, or if you're using function declarations, we used to call them, but that's not the case here. Function expressions can be invoked immediately, but function definitions cannot. So if you try to do something here, right, when if you want to be smart, right, and now you want to do this thing, right, you want to apply this thing on function declarations, but it will throw you an error. Function is not executed as soon as it is created. So when we using function keyword, it won't be executed as soon as we are creating it. Okay, if you can see the example here of this immediately invoke function, right, function expression rather, to be specific. So you see what you wrote is it starts from a bracket sign and ends at the bracket sign, right? So within these brackets and the last two brackets we specify the arguments. So how we write it? Function, the two arguments that we passed, right, and then we are trying to add those numbers. Okay, and as soon as we have finished this writing, it will be called at that particular time. Okay, now let's see the example of it. So now let's see the example of it. So how we declare this thing? It starts with this bracket sign, and then the arguments will be present here, right? 4 and 5, let's suppose 4 and 4, and then this function calling happens, and within this we write function, right? And then we specify the arguments, right? A and B, right? These are the arguments, and then this thing, right? And in this thing we write console.log, and then what we try to do, a plus b, and then the end of statement. Okay, this is how we do it. And if you want to be if you want to give some styling to it, so you can. By styling I mean writing everything in different line. So that's it. So this is how a function, immediately invoke function looks like. So if you see, again, the name is not present here, right? The name of the function is not present. Then the argument, same as a function expression, how we declare a function expression. But there's only one difference, that so we put a bracket sign and then the function, how we declare function expressions. And after that, we will pass the arguments, right? Now let's go back in this thing. So now let's save this thing. It will be called at the same time. So what will be the output? It should be 8. 4 plus 4, that is 8. Okay. Now let's go into the console and let's try to run this thing. You got the 8. Awesome was earlier what we did, right? So this is all about function expressions, right? Immediately invoked function expressions. Now let's talk about some methods of functions. These are few methods of functions that can be used for various additional functionalities, like we have call, bind, and apply, for example. Now let's talk about what are these methods, okay? Now let's see call and apply. Where can we use them? Basically, these methods are used to borrow methods from another function, okay? Let me give you an example first, then we can relate to these things, okay? Let's quickly check these things, okay? So this is our JavaScript file and this is the HTML5 file. Therein we have the basic structure of HTML, and we just uses the script tag to connect this first.js. Okay, now if I save these files and let's see if these things are connected. Now let me refresh this. Yeah, you see connected to external JavaScript file. Okay, now let's go back. Now let's go back to this thing wherein we will code. Now let's talk about call. Let's see, let's make a function first. Okay, let me create a function named print. Okay, let's say we just used this function to print we just use this function to print something. Okay, let's say hello. Okay, that's it. Now let's call this function. This is how we call the function, right? That's it. Let's save this file and let's see what is the output. Okay, you see hello, we got the output. Okay, now what happens under the hood is that this function is called in a similar way, like if I wrote something like dot as its a properties, or that is just something associated with functions, right? These call, apply, and bind. So if I wrote something this, there will be nothing. It will still result in the same output. And if I wrote something like this, call dot apply. So let's save this file. Now what is the output that we are expecting? That hello and hello, right? 2 times hello, because first this, when we use call property, it will give hello. Then when we used apply property, it will again give hello. So let's see the output now. Let's refresh this page. Now you see what happens under the hood. So it is just a shorthand notation that we used until now. What? Just calling the just calling that function, that is with the name and with the bracket sign. What happens under the hood is that these 2 functions are called. Now the question is, if both of these are doing the same thing, then what is the difference between them, right? If you can see, both of them we used to call what? When we use call, we got the same output, and when we used apply, we get the same output. Now what is the difference? Basically, these methods are used to borrow methods. Okay, these methods, that is, these properties of function are used to borrow methods from another object. If you can see, therein we have two objects, right? Human is one object and animal is another object. Okay, now in animal we have two properties, right? First is the name and another is the function, right? So these are two functions, two properties. One is name, another is eat. And the another object that we have is human object, right? Wherein we have only one property, that is name, right? In the example. Now if you see, when I call this method, that is eat method of with the help of animal object, right? So we get the output as apple, animal eating 5 apples. Don't get into the grammar. So it's just that I am calling this eat function with the help of animal, right? If you can see, now what I did, I called the eat method, right? And then I used call, passing him the object, the human object, and the other two arguments. Now what happened? You see, it's showing that this human is eating 2 oranges, right? You see how we borrowed the method of animal object, right? Let me show you an example. It will be clearer. Okay, now let's go into this. Now you see, let's create two objects quickly. Okay, now let's remove these things. Now let's see the differences. Okay, let's create these objects first. Okay, so let's suppose let this is my first object, animal. Okay, equal to how you create an object with the help of literals, this thing, right? And then we press the end of statement, and now let's declare or initialize its properties. So the first property is, just a minute, so the first property is name, right? And we have this, let's suppose let's name some animal. Okay, dog. This is the first thing. Then and let's see, eat. That's it. Okay, it's a function, so we will use the new syntax. We can use eat, then semicolon, and then the function, then under the function we can use that as well. And this eat will have two arguments, a comma b. Let's name them a comma b. And then we have the function body, wherein we just used console dot log, right? Now what we will do, we will just use this dog. So what will I do? I will just write this dot name. Now, so this is something that will be associated with this dog, right? Dog is eating. Let's suppose, let's name it something. Let's name what? Dog is eating bone, 5 bones. Okay, this dot name plus dog, that means we get the dog here, right? This dot name, and then is eating, then the number that we get from the function, that is the argument, is eating 5, and then what he is eating plus that thing, right? And let's separate them as well with the help of space, and he is eating 5 bones. Okay, we will pass these things. Okay, now we have this animal object, right? And now let's create something, let's create another object. Let's name it human. Okay, now human will also eat, but does he eat the same thing? No. So let's name this human. Let's name any human. Let's call it Ravi. So that's it, right? Okay, yeah. So now we have another property for human, wherein we just wrote what? Name equal to Ravi. That's it, right, guys? So you see, now one thing to notice, that animal is having what? Animal is having two properties, right? And human is having only single property. Now let's see how, with the help of this call method, how we can borrow the method that is present in animal. Okay, now let's call this function. How we will call this? With the help of object, right? Animal, right? Dot, let's call it simple first. Let's call eat. That's it, right? Now when we call eat, now we will pass him in this name will be dog, right? Is eating 5 bones. Let's pass these arguments 5 comma and then the string, that is bones. Okay. Okay, now let's save this file. Let's see if it works and right now if everything is in place or not. So dog is eating 5 bones. There is a spacing issue. It's rectified. So let's put another space and that's it. So now we saved our file. So this is working, right? Now let's see how we can borrow this eat method for this human as well. Okay, now if we use animal because it is present in that object, right? Eat. Now when we use call, this will help us to borrow that method. So first we will write the name, right, of the object that wants to borrow that method. Okay, so herein we will write what? Human is the object, right? Human is the object. Then the 2 arguments, right? Now let's suppose what do you want to write? For example, let's say Ravi is eating 5 biscuits or chips. Okay, let's pass those arguments. Let's say 10, he's hungry, so 10 chips. Now you see this method, that is eat method, is not present in the human. You are getting these things, right? So this method is not present here, right? So now what happens with the help of call, we are able to borrow the method that is present in animal. Let's save this file. Okay, and now let's try to run this. You see, dog is eating 5 bones, Ravi is eating 10 chips. So what happened here? So what we did here was that we borrowed that method. Now can we do the same thing with the help of what? Apply as well. So let's check that as well. Okay, where is our code? So if I just wrote apply here, will that work? Let's see. I saved this file and I try to run this. So you see what happened. Is this the error that we get? Okay, apply, yes. Now we got this error, right? Create list array like called on a non-object add. So at line number 30. So if you see this apply, you got the difference, right? If we just replace this call, which we did in the earlier case, wherein we just called what was the function in print dot apply and print dot call, they were working in a similar fashion. But here we saw that this is giving an error. So how we can rectify it? We just, the 2 arguments that we passed for that eat method will be passed in the form of array. That's it. So these bracket sign, square brackets, when I put on these arguments, now let's save this thing and let's see if it works or not. Now let's run this thing. You see, now you got the difference, right? There we passed the arguments in the form of whatever they were in the form of, right? There were 3 arguments. Now in here, when we applied apply, we had to pass an array of properties, right? Array of arguments, right? So you get the difference between how to pass an argument within what eat, within what apply and call. So this is one of the first differences. Okay, now let's go back to the slide. Now you see this. Now we use call method, therein we will pass the arguments, and when we use apply, we pass the array of arguments, right? Array in the form of array. Okay, now let's see how bind is. Now what does bind do? We saw call, we saw apply. Now what is bind? So bind returns the function definition that can be called later. What does this mean? So if we can see in the example wherein we have animal, same, this is doing the same thing, this is same just we did, and therein we have another object. So when we use this call, you see human eat is the example, and now what we are doing, we are using animal.eat.bind. Let me show you in the form of example first, so that we can just, visualize it later. Okay, you might get confused here. Okay, so now let's remove these things. We don't need these things anymore. Let's remove these things. Okay, now if I just replace this thing with bind. Will this work? What is the error that we get? Let's save this thing. Okay, I told you these are properties, but what was the fun in that if we are going to do the same thing with all the three methods, right? Now you see, we didn't get anything, right? Because whatever bind will just return the function. Okay, now this thing, whatever we did here, we want to, this will let me remove this thing. Okay, when we pass this thing, okay, human, and let's run this, still nothing, right? So how bind will work, we are binding the human object. Now whenever we pass this object, this will return a function. Okay, now once it will return the function, now that, let me just initialize something so that we will see, is that what we get, is the let's suppose, let's create another thing, that is human eat. Now this will act as a function which will return this whatever is present in the animal method. Okay, because we are calling on the animal object, right? So now this will be the this object will be similar, right? Similar to what? Animal. Okay, now once it return the function, now we can call this human function, human dot eat. Okay, sorry, human hyphen eat, and now it will act as same as what? Calling an object, calling a function with the help of two arguments. Okay, so what are the two arguments? Let's name them. Let's say the first is 5 and the another is the thing that he's eating. Let's suppose he's eating what? Apples. So let's save this thing. And now when we try to run this thing, you see Ravi is eating 5 apples. So what happened under the hood, that these call, apply and bind, what are they? So basically apply calls the function and sets it's this, right? That we set. So basically the difference is that arguments can be passed as an array object, right? We passed the arguments in the form of array. Now what bind does, it creates a new function when called. Okay, it creates a function and gives the sequence of arrangements or arguments will be prepended to the arguments provided to the newly bound function, right? We saw that it just created another function wherein we just pass the arguments, right? In the when we talked about what? Bind. And what does the call do? Call just we just provided the list of arguments, right? There were we used n number of herein we used 2 arguments. We can use n number of arguments. Okay, while passing what? When we used call. So these are some of the methods, right? Now if you see, we saw call and its differences, right? We saw bind, how to bind a function. Okay, now where does this come into picture, right? This bind. Now let's see this thing. Okay, first we saw this, right? We extensively use this. So this is an object whose property is the function. Okay, now if you see, when we called obj.function, right, this is the object and this is having a property function, and we pass this. So this represents what? Whatever is the object, it is property of. So basically it represents the object, right, of which that property is. Okay, function A, function, for example, let's see this function A, right, which is just consoling this thing, right? So let's see if A is the property of what? The object it is called upon. So if you see, when we called A, right, we just called A. So this, what does this represent? This represents the object who is calling this function. But right now we don't have any object, right, associated with function A. So it will refer to the window object when we run it on a console. Okay, now let's see it. Let's see first if we run this function here. Let's create these functions. Let me just cover this thing first, and then we will see how bind helps us. What is the, I mean to say, what are the properties or what are the advantages of using a bind? So let's create quickly one function. Let's create a function. let's name it again, let's name it print. Okay, print. It doesn't have any arguments. Okay, now let's see, let's call this console.log. Let's say hello again, and now we call this method, that is print, and that's it. Now let's save this file. You see, okay, we will have to use this, right? We didn't use this. Now we want to check what is the object that is calling this function. Right now we don't have any object, so it should give us error, right? Let's see. So now I want to show you something that is window object. Basically, whenever we call something, right, this is called on some what we called as a window object. We will later in this in this tutorial we will see what is this window object, right? We will see these things, but right now what is the object calling this function? Which object is calling this function? That is our window object. Now if I do something like this, okay, let me go back and let's see, let's create one object quickly, or let me just no, we need this thing for bind. So let me create a one object here. Okay, let ob. Now we have one object. Okay, that's it. Now we have one object, and let's create it in a traditional way, right? Let's say let's name this thing as print. Okay, now if I call this print, I need ob, that is the object, and now let's see what it refers to. Okay, earlier what we saw the window object, right? Now you see what we got here, that this is something that is associated with ob, right? The object that we used. Okay, so now you see this is the thing, right? This object is what this function is the property of object, that is ob, right? So that's why we got this this statement that is written here. Okay, now if I quickly write there on one object, that is let same object a, and herein we have what, let's name some function, or let's name anything, like let's name a property here that is having name, and name is fai, right? And then when we pressed this, and then it's done, right? Now when we called a dot name, okay, sorry, this is not a, when we got a dot name, now if I change this this property a little bit, and now what I will do, I will just a minute, I will just use some function that is object function obj, and it will just got console.log, and it will just print this, right? And now when I press enter, and when I call this obj, now you see we got something that is what, the object, right? When we call this function, we got the whatever are the things that are present in that object, right? So it refers not to the window object, but to the object it is property of. So it is something that you might get confused. So this refers to something like what? So for example, if we talk about other programming language, what does this refer to? The property that is current, let me give you it in a naive example. So this refers to the current object. So again, same thing happens here. This refers to what? This refers to an object whose property is the function. Okay, right? So you might get confused, but this will make sense. Just give it some time. Okay, as we move forward, I mean to say, as we move forward in this tutorial, it will make sense. Everything will fall in its position. Okay, so now you see this refers to the current object that is calling it. Okay, now this thing is clear, right? Now if you let me give you an example here. So if you see this given access of object to this, to its method, right? So now if you see, we have used it earlier, right? When we used an object wherein we have two properties, name and sing. When we use this dot sing, it refers to the property of that object, right? So this contains what? Obj. It is similar to something what? Now it is calling its own methods. This refers to obj, right? So obj.name, it's similar to what we did, right? Obj.name. So it will give us Sam. So when we call this obj.sing, right, it referred to the object wherein we have name as property. So that's why we get the output as Sam is singing, Sam singing, right? So this is all about this keyword. It will make sense, and we will cover this thing as we move along this course. Okay, so now let's see what are arrow functions, right? So if you see, this is lexically scoped. What does that mean? It doesn't matter if something is inside something, right? What do you mean by this thing? For example, if we have a function, and in that we have an object, right? And in that object we have some function, and in that function we are calling some other function. Okay, now if you see, you might be thinking that this second function will be scoped to what? This object, but that is not the case. So if you see, that will refer to what? The window object, not the object that it is property of. Okay, so if you see, just see the example first, maybe it will make sense. Okay, now we have an object, right? And in that object we have a name and a function, right? The name is Sam and sing is the function, and in that function we are doing same thing, right? We are just the console log, we are just printing what? A. What is A here is just the name, right? So for example, we pass something from the arguments, and that we are printing. Okay, and then this. So we are just printing whatever it is, this function, right? This function, let's we can name anything there. It's just the string that gives us something. Okay, so this, right? And then we have another function in that, and in that function we are printing B. It's basically just to mark those functions, right? A and B. So this is one function that represents A, and then we have another function which represents B, and in that same function we are calling this another function. Okay, now if you see, you might be thinking that both these functions when called upon will give the same output, right? B, and then the object to which say this will print what? This will print the object to of which these properties are, right? As we saw earlier. But when we use this thing, right, if you see clearly, carefully, that B refers to window object. We can see clearly that this function is something that is property of what? Obj, but this refers to the window object. So we need to bind this thing. Okay, we need to bind this function to this object. But binding this function was, I mean to say, it is possible and we can do it, but that is something, an overhead, right? So to remove that overhead, we can use what? An arrow function. Now this will get bound to what? When we use arrow function, this function will get bound, the another function, that is name of the function, will get bound to the current object. Right now it is bound to the window object, okay, and doesn't use the function keyword, right? And we don't have to use the function keyword when we talk about arrow functions. Okay, now let's see the example. Now let me show you first this thing, and then how arrow function will help us. Okay, now let's see quickly now how arrow function will come into picture. Okay, let me go and let me just remove all these things. We don't need these things. Okay, So let's say animal. No, let's not name it animal. Let's remove all these things. Maybe we can keep this thing. Okay, now herein we have function. Okay, let's put the string sign here. Okay, just to make sure that this is the first function, and let's name this another property here, that is name, and we are printing it. That's it. So name, let's say 4 is the name, and then we have this thing, and then in this function let's call another function, let's declare another function, that is var with that is function expression, right? That's what we used earlier, right? We saw. So this another function, let's name in another print. Okay, print, and wherein we will use this function. Okay, now this function will do whatever it will do. Let's see, let's do the same thing which we did in the earlier above function. Okay, now console.log, and this is b, and then this. Okay, now in the same function we will call this method, this function, right? That is an print, and that's it. Now herein we have 2 properties, right? Actually we have 3, but that property, the another method is called in the same function. Okay, so these are, both of these functions are associated with what? These are bound to this object ob, but when we call this print method and when we see the output, we will see a different case here. Okay, now let's see, let's save this thing, and now let's run this thing. Okay, you see the first one is acting, I mean to say, the way we wanted it, right? It is a is being printed and it refers to that object, the object a, which is the object that we have, and these are the properties of that same object. But b refers to the window object. This is a weird behavior, right? Even though we are using this in the same function, but it actually, what happens, it refers to something that is of window object. Okay, now if I use this thing, it is similar to that this thing is happening, that therein we have window dot this thing. Okay, because this is the object, window object, and this is, but as we can see that this should actually, what we are expecting this to be, that is ob dot this thing, right? But this is not happening, right? If you can see, it is referring to the window object. Okay, now how we can, one way is to bind these functions. Okay, so the one way is we can bind this function to that object, but that is an overhead, right? We want something that automatically does this thing for us. So herein we have arrow functions, and it removes this weird behavior of this keyword. Okay, so, and we don't have to use any I mean to say, we don't have to use the bind function. Okay, now let's see how to do it. Okay, you get the point, how, what is the problem that we are having and how we are rectifying it, right? So now let's see how, with the help of arrow function, how does it help. Now same object, we have obj, and in that we have sam, and we are using the same thing as there, but the only difference in that is that in that function, right, herein we are using the syntax for this is that we have to use this bracket sign, right, and then the arrow, and then if you use this thing, it will refer to the, it will bound this function to the object, that is obj. Okay, this is the syntax. Only this thing we have to remove, and that's it. If you can see here, now we just have to remove this function keyword. It doesn't use this function keyword, and if you want to pass your arguments, you can write them here, and then you just have to press this thing, arrow, that's it. This will make this function, and we are using an arrow function here. Okay, this is something associated with function expressions. Okay, now let's save this thing, and now let's see the output. Earlier this was the output, it was referring to the object, right, window object. Now you see, without using bind was used, we can use bind also here to bind the function, right, so that this function will bind to that object. right? So if we use bind, we will get the same output, but that's an overhead. We need extra steps and we don't want to do that. Okay, so with the help of arrow function, we just made things possible without using bind. So this is all about what arrow functions, right? Now you see, now if you can, the bind also helps in the same thing, so bind comes also into picture here. Okay, now this is arrow function. Now let's talk about higher order functions. So we talked about what apply, call and bind, right? Now let's talk about these higher order functions. So higher order functions are something, these are functions that either take functions as an argument or return functions as an argument. What do you mean by this thing? This is something related to what, if you want to use what, if you want to, if your function is taking a function as an argument or it is returning some another function, then we call that function as higher order function. Okay, for example, the common example, that is the inbuilt function that we have, the set interval function, which takes what, the function as an argument, and and another argument is the interval, that means number of times this function will execute. Okay, so now let's see the quickly this example, then we build, then we will build something of our own. Okay, now let's see how to call this function. Okay, let me go into the console and show it here. Okay, now let's quickly, we have this function, right? This thing a, right? We have this function. Okay, now let's use set interval. Okay, and this is the function that we have, what we will call a. Okay, no, okay, just let me just create one function. Okay, we created earlier, right, one function, this name function. No, name was not a function. Let's create one function, guys. Let or we'll use simple function. Okay, function, and then the name of the function, that is print double T, and this function will won't have any arguments. And what we are doing, we will just console.log, then hi, and that's it. Okay, this is a function. Now let's see how to use the set interval. Okay, now we will call this set interval function, which is an higher order function, because it will accept function as an argument. One of the arguments is in function, so we will call this print. Okay, now we can't use this sign because then we are calling this function. So now this is the callback function which set interval will use, plus we'll just use the second argument, which is the number of seconds after how many seconds this function will be called again and again. So after 1 second, this is a millisecond, so that means 1000 milliseconds is equivalent to 1 second. So after 1 second it will call this function again and again. So once I will press enter, it will return some value which we then later use to stop that, to stop this function from calling again and again. Now when I press enter, we got 1. So now if you see, the function was just printing hi. So you see now this value is changing, right? 8, 9. So number of times it called it, 10th time, 12th time, right? 13, 14 times it has been called. Now the number that this set interval returned was 1. So to stop this thing from happening, right, we use something called clear interval, and in that argument we will pass this 1 which was returned earlier by the set interval function to stop this from calling again and again. Now you see that's 36 is static. Now it's not changing because we stopped that set interval function. So this set interval is an higher order function which accepts function as an argument, right? One of the argument is a function. So this is a higher order function. Now we can also return something. Okay, so if your function is returning a function, then also that function can be called as higher order function. Okay, so this is all about higher order functions. Now that we have seen the set interval function, which is a higher order function, right? We are passing function as an argument, right? We will see how can we pass function as an, or how can we return a function as an argument, which is again a higher order function. Now let's see a demo of it and try to visualize certain objectives, that how it will reduce our code, how it makes our function look, look less redundant, right? Let's see the demo of it and try to visualize those things. Now I'll just open my Sublime again and let's remove these things. Okay, let me start it from the scratch. Okay, so we are trying to implement what? Higher order function, wherein we will return function as an argument. Let's suppose we have function. Okay, let's name it what? Let's name it can vote. Let's check if a person is above certain age, can he vote or not. Let's say can vote. Okay, and there will be one argument associated with it, that is age, and upon that age we will check if this age is greater than what is the legal age in India. When we talk about India, it's 18, right? Let's suppose it is 18, even if it is not 18. Okay, so the legal vote when a person can vote in India is 18. So if it is greater than, if the age is greater than 18, we will say return true. That's it. Okay, else return false. Right? Now that we have created this function, let's create some other functions as well. Okay, let me just create another function, that is what? If he can drive or not. Can drive, right? And he will again accept one argument, that is age. Can we make this code a little bit, this function that has been written, can we minimize it, or can we write less number of code? Yes, we can. If we remove all those things and let's cut this thing and let's paste this thing here. Now what happens? Let's remove all these things. So again, now this function will be evaluated based on this expression and it will return either true or false, right? If the age is greater than or equal to 18, it will return true. If it's not, it will return false. So less number of lines, right? So we reduced those if conditions. Similarly, let's do the same thing for this as well. We'll just return if the age is greater than or equal to what is the minimum age? Let's suppose it's 16. Okay, then he can drive, that person can drive. Let's create another function. Let's say can marry. Okay, I don't know, can marry. Let's see if this person can marry or not. Now there's a certain age. Let's write it 21. Return if age is greater than or equal to 21. If it is greater than, then he can marry. It will return true. Else he cannot marry. Now if I want to call these functions on some, let's suppose there is one person, let's name it John, and John, we want to check upon John if that person can marry, can he drive, or can he vote, right? Let's call it upon John. Let's say what? Let's name that John, right? Okay, now we created one variable named John, and now we want to check if we can also create an object, and wherein we will have name equal to John, and upon that name, right, we will call these functions, and we can put these functions in that that object, right? So let's keep it simple, and now let's check if John can marry or not. So now this John is an object, right? So let's call these functions upon, rather than creating any object, let's skip this thing and let's do simply what? Simple console.log Now there is one person and his age is what? Can he marry? Can he drive? Right? We can call all these functions. So can he drive? And his age is, let's suppose, he's 11 years old, right? Can he drive? And console.log, right? Console.log, and let's say, can he vote? And his age is 21, right? And console.log, if that person can marry or not. Similarly, we can do these things on a single person, right? Wherein we will create some object, and in that object we will insert all these functions in that object, and upon that object we can call these functions one by one on the same person, right? We can do that as well, but let's keep it this way for now. Now if this person can marry or not and his age is 16, so can drive, that should result in false, and can vote, that should be true, and can marry, that should be false. So false, true, false should be our output. And now let's go back in this thing and let's refresh this. So false, true, false. Now you see, we are, every time if we want to do this thing on a single person and then we want to do all those things, let's suppose there is one person John, and now there's another person, let's say Sarah, right? So for Sarah, again we will pass her age, right? Let's suppose she is 27, and all of the age, all the numbers that we just pass are 27. Now you see, the logic is same, right? We are just changing the ages, right? If there is another way with which we can just reduce this, these many lines of code, yes, there is. Now let's see how to reduce these. Now let's suppose, what will be the output in these, in the case of Sarah? Again, it will be true, true for all the three functions, okay? True, 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 right? Now let's go back, and now let's try to reduce the number of lines, okay? Let's create a function. Let's name it age required, and it will accept as an argument that is required age, for which we will check, right? Required age, that is our age. This our age will contain what? These values, to 18, 16 and 21, right? Now this will return another function, right? We saw in set interval we were passing as an argument. Now here we are returning as an argument what? Another function. Let's say that function is accept another age, and upon which it will return what? That value. So we will check if age is greater than or equal to what? Required age, right? And this will result in this thing. So if we can observe what we did here, right? What we did here, one second. Now if you can observe, this function is doing same thing as all of these functions are. Now let me show you how. So what we did, we created a higher order function, and now let's see, let's see, can vote. We created variables. We will create variables for this, and now we will call this function age required, and now what we will pass? We will pass that 26, right? What is the, for example, what is the age required to vote is 18. Now this 18 is called. Now the output that is present, or the value that is present in can vote, is a function. Now upon that function, that is can vote, we can easily call what? That Sarah's age, right? 27, which was. And now it will do the same thing that we did here for Sarah. Let's suppose let's delete this thing, not for Sarah. Let's try to do this thing for any other person, wherein we will get some true and some false result. So let's put a age 20. No, let's put it 18. Okay, so there will be two true results and one false result. She cannot drive because she is, let's put it 16, 15. Then none of the function will be called. So let's, okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, even if we are getting all the values true. Okay, now let's remove all these functions. Okay, we don't need them, and let's remove this as well. Now you see earlier what we were doing and now what we are doing is very much attractive and redundancy is removed, right? Now let's create another variable, that is can drive. She let's suppose that age required is what? If the age required is greater than what was for the driving, it should be greater than or equal to 16, right? So here we call that function, and then we will do can drive, right? Okay, can drive, right? And we will pass the Sarah's age, right? Similarly, we will do the same thing for what? If that person can marry or not. We'll just replace it this marry, can marry, and we will just call this function. We have this function, and now let's try to see the output of this thing. Okay, now let's try to console this thing, okay, whenever this got printed, so that we can check if we are doing everything right or not. We will just do console.log for this, which will return either true or false. Similarly, the same thing for all these variables. Okay, and for this as well. And now let's try to run this thing. So when we run this, okay, missing statement, just a minute. Okay, yeah, here it is. So okay, console.log can drive. Then okay, we have to remove this thing, can drive, and then let's call a function, and that's it. Save this file, and now when we try to run this thing, you see Sarah can drive, Sarah can vote, Sarah can marry. So if you see how our code got reduced from the earlier thing to this thing, we can even reduce this further. How? Let's say we will call this age function, and in this age function what we will do, we will just pass this Sarah's age as well. And then what we will do, we will just put this console log and cut this thing and print it here, and okay, there is one parenthesis missing, and then that's it. So we will do the same for all the things, right? We'll do the same, paste it. So required age for this doesn't I mean to say, this is not much informative, but we can reduce it further. So 18 is for what? She can drive, right? She can vote, and for driving it should be greater than or equal to 16, and for marrying it should be greater than or equal to 21, right? So we got what age required is called upon 18. So when that thing is called, it will return a function. That is the function that we are returning, and upon that we will check if that 18, if that thing that we called, right, upon 27, if that 27 is greater than or equal to 80. So when we save this thing and when we try to run this thing, we will still get the output as same. Okay, true for all the things. So if you can observe, there is a thing associated with these functions, that is, these functions are called first class functions. Why? Because a programming, let me give you an example first, or definition when a function is called a first class function. A programming language is said to be a first class function when functions in that language are treated like any other variable. What do you mean by this thing? That functions can be passed as an argument, which we saw in the set interval function, right? Those functions can be returned by another function, right? We saw in here, right? We are returning something, we are returning a function, right? And we can assign these functions to a variable. We saw that as well when we talked about function expressions, right? So when a programming language is doing all those things, then these functions can be called as first class functions. Okay, so this is all about higher order functions. We talked about how to return a function, we talked about how to accept as an argument when we passed function as an argument as well. So these are all higher order functions. We also checked or implemented how we can reduce our code with the help of higher order functions, wherein we created 3 functions, and then with the help of these higher order functions we did all the things with the help of this single function, right? Okay.
So Java is a free and open source software. It's just plug and play. All you have to do is install Java once and you can start working with it. Java is also a cross-platform compatible language. So you can run Java on any operating system. Whether you have a Windows, Mac or a Linux system, you can seamlessly run the same project on whatever operating system you have. And Java is also an object-oriented programming language. It's actually a pure object-oriented programming language. So what do I mean by that? Well, to understand that, let's actually understand what are objects. Now, look around you. What do you see? You see a lot of objects, don't you? So let's say there's a bottle in front of you. What is that bottle? It's an object. Now, let's say there's a cricket bat in front of you. What again is that? That is an object. Now, if you want to represent all of these objects in a programming point of view, that is when you need an object-oriented programming language. So it helps you to represent all of the objects which are surrounded by you in a programming language. Right, so now that we know what exactly is Java, let's go ahead and install Java into our systems. So you can install Java from this site over here. So Java actually belongs to Oracle. So you'd have to go to oracle.com, Java Technologies, Java downloads.html. So you'd have to download something known as a JDK. So let's go ahead and download JDK first. So I'll just type in download JDK. I'll click on the first link over here. Now I'll click on JDK download. So JDK stands for Java Development Kit, which, as the name states, is a kit for you to program all of the Java concepts. And it also gives you something known as Java Runtime Environment, which helps you to execute your code. So it's basically a kit which helps you to create your programs and also execute your programs. So over here you have different versions of it. So if you have a Linux system, then you can download JDK for Linux. If you have a Mac, then you can download JDK for a Mac. Similarly, if you have a Windows system, then you can download JDK for a Windows system over here. So all you have to do is click on this download button, check this, and then click on download. So it is the latest version of Java, JDK 14.0.1. And as you see, the download is starting over here. Now I'll just click on cancel because I don't have a lot of Wi-Fi left. And I already have JDK in my system. So we've successfully installed JDK into our systems. Now it'll actually give you a tool wizard and you have to click on next, and that will successfully set up everything in your system. Once you download JDK, you'd have to install a development environment as well. So this is known as integrated development environment. So one such integrated development for Java is Eclipse. And you can download Eclipse from this particular site, eclipse.org/downloads. So let me click on this link over here. Let's just wait till the link opens up. So what Eclipse does is it provides you a proper platform, a proper development environment so that you can code in a very easy way. Now let me go to the bottom of this. So actually we have this download 64-bit version. And since I have a 64-bit version, I have clicked on that. And when you click on the download button again, the download would start. So as you see over here, the download is starting. Now, since I already have Eclipse in my system, I'll just go ahead and cancel this. Right. So I have successfully installed Java and Eclipse into my system. Now, let's see how does Eclipse look like. So let me just open up Eclipse and show it to you guys. So this is how Eclipse workspace looks like. Now our first task would be to create a new Java project. So for that purpose, I'll click on File, and over here we've got a new option and we have to create a new Java project. So I'll just click on this. Now you'd have to give a project name. So I'll name this as test underscore project. Now normally when you give a name of a project, you keep the first letter to be small over here. I'll click on finish. So let's just wait for this to be done. Right. So the module name is also create. So we have successfully created our first Java project. Now inside this you have the source folder. So this is where all of your code would exist. Now you'd have to right click on the source folder. Then you have this new option again. And inside the source folder, you'd have to create a package. So click on package and then you'd have to give a name to this package. So I am naming this as test project again. Let me click on finish. So we have created this project. Now again, I'll click on this new project over here, and inside this I'd have to create a class. So over here I'll give a name to this class and I will name this as test project. Right. And over here just click on this, which will give you public static void main. So if this seems confusing to you right now, just wait for a few minutes and then you'll properly understand what exactly is going on. Right. So I'll click on finish. And this will give you your new class. So over here, as you see, we've got public class test project. So this is the name of the class. And as I've already told you, Java is a pure object-oriented programming language. So whatever you do with Java happens inside a class. So what exactly is a class? You can consider a class to be the blueprint of an object. Now let's say I've already told you what exactly is an object. So everything that you see around you is an object. So let's say if an object is a house, right? Now you would have to create a blueprint of that house, and that is what this class will give you. So over here, I am naming this class as test project, and this is a function. So main, what you see over here, this is called as a function, and the execution of your program starts inside this main method. So let's go to our presentation again. So now that we've installed Eclipse and seen how it looks like, let's go ahead and write our first Java program. So we've already created our package, we've also created our class, and we also have this main function inside our class. And I've told you that the program execution starts inside main. So let's understand what are these exactly. So over here, class, you can consider this to be a keyword. So everything inside Java needs to be inside a class, and over here the name of the class is test. And by convention, you would have to give the name of the class with a capital letter. So over here, as you see, the name starts with capital T. Now we have something known as an access modifier. So over here, this access modifier is public. So what does this mean? This means that this is a public class. So this public class can be accessed by everyone. So that is, this public class can be accessed by everyone which is present in the program. Now inside this class test, we also have this main function. Now let's understand this properly. So before main, you have something known as void. So void is the return type of this function main. Now every function has a return type associated with it, and for main function over here we've got void. Now what is void? Void means that it isn't returning anything. And after that we again have public static. So public over here means that this is a public function again, and static means that this is a static function. So a static function, when you create, it can be accessed without an object. So normally if you don't add the static before a function, then you would need an object to invoke that function. Now inside this main function, I am writing my first line over here. So I'm printing out this is Sparta. So let's go to Eclipse and print this out. So this is our program over here. Now let's go ahead and write our first program over here. So inside this, I'll just type in system.out.println, system.out.println over here. and I will write my first program. So I'll type in this is Sparta. So let's understand what is happening. So we know what a class is, we know what a main function is, and all we have to do is whatever code is there, all of that code has to be present inside this main function. Now after this, it is important that you end each line of the code with a semicolon. If you don't add a semicolon, then the Java compiler would not know where the code ends. So that is why wherever you end a line, it is important that you put a semicolon over there. Right. Now, what does system.out.println mean? So for now, just understand that system is a class and println is a function which is present inside the system class, which helps you to print something out onto the console over here. And what are we printing? We are printing this particular sentence, which is this is Sparta. So we've written this program. Now let's go ahead and run it. So I'll click on run. Now again, I'll check this and let me click on OK. So we have successfully executed our first program over here, and this is the result. So as you see, the result is this is Sparta. So guys, we have successfully written our first program. So now that we've written our first program, let's go ahead and understand what exactly are variables in Java. So whenever it comes to programming, it's very essential that we understand what data we are dealing with. And since every programming language deals with a lot of data, it's important to store that data somewhere. And this is where variables come in. So let's say I've got these three numbers over here, 10, 20, and 30, and I'd have to store this data somewhere. So what I'll do is I'll take a variable with the name my number and store this value inside this variable. So in simple terms, you can consider a variable to be a temporary storage space. So a variable is a temporary storage space where you store a lot of values. And over here, I am storing this value 10 inside this variable called as my number. So this is done over here. Now, as I've told you, a variable is a temporary storage space. So once you store a value, that value can actually be changed inside a variable. So let's say initially I store the value 10 inside this variable. So after some time, I want to change this value and store 20. Similarly, after some time, I want to change this value and store 30. So variable helps you to change values inside it. So again, if this seems confusing, let's go to Eclipse and work with this. Now let's go ahead and create a first variable. You need to understand that every variable is actually associated with a data type. So first you give in a data type. So over here I am creating an integer data type. So I'll type in int and then I'll give a name of the variable which is a. I'll give the equal to symbol over here and the value is 10. And since the line of code ends over here, I'll put a semicolon over here. So what I'm doing is I'm basically storing the value 10 inside this integer variable. Now let me go ahead and print out this value. So if I have to print, you would have to use this system.out.println command and store a inside this. Now let me go ahead and run this code over here. Let me click on OK. So as you see, we have successfully printed out the value which is present in this variable. Now, as I've told you, a variable is a temporary storage space. So you can actually change the values which are present in this variable. So instead of 10, let's say if I want to store 20, now 20 is stored in A and I'm printing out A again over here. So I'll click on run. And as you see, this time we have the result 20 instead of 10. Similarly, let me go ahead and change the value to 30 over here. Now again, I'm printing out the same variable, which is A. I'll click on OK. And again, as you see, the value 20 has been changed to 30 over here. So this is how we can work with variables. So in simple terms, variables are just temporary storage spaces. So now that we know what variables are, let's also understand what are data types and what are the different data types we can work with. So every variable is associated with a data type, and we can have different types of data. So we can have integer values. So numbers such as 10, 500, 1000, -1, all of these would constitute into integer variables. Then we have floating type variables. So values whichever have decimal points. So let's say 3.14, 15.97 or 1000.0099. All of these are floating point numbers. And then we've got Boolean values. So Boolean values are just true or false values. And then we've got string values. So string values are stored in double quotes. So over here, Sam is a string value. Matt is a string value. So apart from this, we also have a lot of different data types. So for now, these are the most important data types, and let's work with all of these data types first. So we've already seen an integer data type, what it is and how to print it out. Now let's go ahead and work with a floating data type. So I'll type in float, and then again I'll type in a over here, and let me give in a floating point value. So I'll type in 3.14. Now after you give a floating value, you would have to add the suffix f. So this would tell the compiler that this is actually a floating point value. And after that, you'll give in a semicolon, and I'm printing it out over here. So let me click on run. And as you see, we have successfully printed out this floating point value. Now let me change this to something else. So I'll type in 12.76. Let me print this out over here. So this is our new floating point value. So we are done with a floating point value. Now let's go ahead and work with a Boolean value. So I'll just type in Boolean over here, and as I've told you, this has only two types of values, which is true and false. So I'll type in true, and I'd have to give a name to the variable. So let's say I name this as logit, and I am storing the value true inside logit. Now let me print out logit over here, and let's see what do we get. So as we see, we have the result true. Now similarly, I can change this to false. So I'll store false inside this, and I'm printing out the same thing over here. So this time we've got the result false. Now let's go ahead and work with strings. Now I'll type in string. So over here you have to keep in mind that S is capital, S is not small over here. So once you type in string and then give a value, which is the name of the variable over here, and inside this, let's say I type in Sam, and then let me print out A over here again. So let me actually change this to small s over here. So we have some error again. So this is actually capital S, and I'd have to put in a semicolon over here. Now let's print this out. So as you see, we have successfully printed out this value Sam, which is a string variable. Now similarly, let me go ahead and change this value. I'll put in Bob, which again is stored in A, and I'll print this out. Right, so again we have printed out Bob. So these are the different types of data types which you can work with in Java. Now let's go ahead and work with operators in Java. So the most important types of operators are arithmetic operators, relational operators, and logical operators. Let's start working with the arithmetic operators first. Now let's add a comment first. So put in 2 forward slashes and add arithmetic operators. What exactly is a comment? So let's say if you want to add a description and you don't want that description to be compiled by your program. So that is where comments come in, right? So basically comments are pieces of description, or basically those lines which are not executed by your compiler. And this helps a coder or someone who is going through the code to properly understand what exactly is happening in your program. So we were supposed to work with arithmetic operators. Now arithmetic operators, simply put, are plus, you've got minus, and then you've got multiplication, and then you've got division over here. So these are the different types of arithmetic operators. Now let's go ahead and work with some of these arithmetic operators. So I'll create one variable A and I'll store the value 10 inside this. After this, I'll create a new variable B and I'll store the value 20 inside this. So we've got two variables, 10 is stored in A, 20 is stored in B. Now let's go ahead and add these two values. So I'm adding A plus B inside the print statement. Let's see what is the result. We get a value of 30 because A plus B, 10 is stored in A, 20 is stored in B, and when you add both of them, you get a value of 30. Now similarly, instead of plus, let me put in minus over here. And when I execute this, I get a value of minus 10 because 10 minus 20 is minus 10. Now let me go ahead and change this to multiplication over here. And this would give a value of 200 because 10 cross 20 is 200. Now let me also divide these two. So A divided by B, let's see what do we get. We get a value of 0. Now isn't this strange? So 10 divided by 20 actually needs to be 0.5, but we've got 0. Why is that? Because we are actually working with integers over here. So 10 and 20 are integers and the result would also be an integer. So in that 0.5, 0 is actually the integral part of it, right? And your integer is 0. So that is why we have this particular result over here. And if you want the decimal part as well, you would have to store this as a decimal. So you'll put in 10f and 20f over here, and you will change the data type of A to float, and similarly you will also change the data type of B to float. Now let me go ahead and execute this. So as you see, we have a result of 0.5 over here. So we're done with arithmetic operators. Now we'll go ahead and work with relational operators. So I'll just put in relational operators over here. Now relational operators help us to understand the relationship between two operands. Again, let me go ahead and create my first variable over here. Let me give in proper spacing. So I'll store 10 inside A over here. Let me put in semicolon. Similarly, let me store B 20 inside B over here, and then I'll put in a semicolon over here. Now, I want to understand whether A is less than B. So inside this print statement, I'm checking if the value of A is less than the value of B. Let me see what the result is over here. So I get true because 10 is less than 20. Now, let me check if A is greater than B. So again, let me click on run over here. And I get a false value because 10 is not greater than 20. Now let me go ahead and check if 10 is actually equal to 20. So this time I'd have to use the double equal to operator, which helps me to understand if the operands on the left and the right side of the symbol are equal or not. Again, I'll get a false value because 10 and 20 are not equal. Now I will check if A is not equal to B. So this is the not equal to operator, exclamation mark and equal to operator, that gives you the not equal to operator over here. And we have a true result because 10 is not equal to 20. So these were the relational operators. Now let's go ahead and work with the logical operators. So I'll add a comment over here, logical operators, and let me just put in what are the logical operators. So we've got and, or. Now, the AND operator gives you a true result only when both the operands are true. While when it comes to the OR operator, it gives you a true result when either of the operands is true. So let's work with some examples. Now, I'll go ahead and create two Boolean values over here. I'll have Boolean A and I'll store the value of true inside this. And then I will also have Boolean B and I'll store the value of false inside it. So I've got two Boolean values over here. Let me also put an exclamation mark over here. Right. So I've got true and false. Now I will type in A and B. Let's see what do we get. So over here, this actually has to be AND. So you will put in the AND operator over here. Now let me click on run. So we get a false value because we have true and false, and true and false gives you a false value. Now let me change this to B and A. So when I put in B and A, again I get a false value because one of them is false. Now let me put in A and A. So when I have A and A, I finally get a true value because both of them are true. Now let me change this to B and B. So guys, what do you think would be the result over here? So obviously it's false because both of them are false. Now let's work with the OR operator. So I'll type in A or A. So this is the OR operator over here. So you give the pipe symbol, that is the OR operator. You have a true result because both of the operands are true. Now let me change this to A or B. Again, you have a true value because if one of them is true, the result would be true. Similarly, I'll change this to B. I will change this to A. And when I click on run, again, you have a true value. And finally, let me change this to B or B. So this is the only case where you have a false result. So summing it up, when you're working with the AND operator, you get a true result only when both of the operands are true. While on the contrary, when you're working with the OR operator, you get a true result when either of the operands is true. So till now we've looked at the basics of Java. Now let's go ahead and understand what are flow control statements. So the first flow control statement which we're going to work with is the if statement. So this is known as a decision making statement. Let's understand this through a real world example. So there are a lot of scenarios where we'd have to make certain decisions which would impact our future. Now let's take a certain sort of example. So over here, let's say it's raining outside, but you want to go ahead and play football. So the condition over here is this. If it's raining, then you can't go out and play football, and you'd actually have to stay inside and do something else. But on the other hand, if it's not raining, so else, if it is not raining, then you can happily go out and play. So this is the if statement which you can use to depict the real world problems. So the idea is that if it's raining, then you can't go out and you'd have to sit inside and maybe watch a movie. On the other hand, if it's not raining, then you can go outside and play football. So similarly, let's take another example to understand if statement properly. So here, let's say you have given an exam, and if you score more than 70 marks in the exam, then you'll get an ice cream. On the other hand, if you score less than 70, then you'd have to go ahead and give a practice test so that your marks can improve. So this is the sort of if statement which helps us to implement real world problems in the programming paradigm. Now let's go ahead and work with the if statement in Java. So this is how the if statement looks like in Java. So you give an if, which is the keyword over here, and then after that you put in these round braces and you give the condition inside these round braces. So the condition is if 20 is greater than 18. So you're checking if the value 20 is greater than 18, and if this comes out to be true, you will go ahead and print out 20 is greater than 18. Now similarly, we have another example over here. We've got two variables. So 20 is stored in X and 18 is stored in Y. And we are checking if Y is greater than X. So if this value evaluates to true, then we'll go ahead and print this. So is Y greater than X? This is actually false because 18 is not greater than 20 and hence we'll not be able to print this. So now since this is false, we'll skip this and then go ahead to the else statement. So here in the else statement, we'll print out X is greater than Y. So what happens here is if this evaluates to false, then we'll head to the else statement and whatever is present inside the body of the else statement, that would be printed out. So let's go ahead and work with both of these examples. So let's work with the first example over here. I'll type in if, which is the keyword, and then I'll give the condition. So the condition is if 20 is greater than 18, and then I'll put in these braces over here. Right. So these are the braces. Now let me also close this brace over here. So it's very important that you close a brace whenever you open. Now also see that I have not put a semicolon over here because if is a condition. This is not a single line of code. Now let me go ahead and print out the body inside this. So if 20 is greater than 18, then let me just put in system.out.println, and I'd have to type out 20 is greater than 18. Let's execute this and let's see what is the result. So you see that there's an error over here. Now that error is I'd have to put a semicolon. Now that we've taken care of the error, let me go ahead and click on OK. And since this has been evaluated to true, that is 20 is actually greater than 18. So that is why we were able to print out this result. Now let me actually change this and let's see what happens. If 18 is greater than 20, then do this. Now we don't have any result over here. That is because this has been evaluated to false. And since this has been evaluated to false, whatever is there inside the body of this if condition, that has been skipped out. So this was our first example. Now let's go ahead and work with the second example. So the second example, we had two integer variables, X and Y, In X, I'm storing 20. And then let me go ahead and create the second variable over here. I'd actually have to put in a semicolon. And then the second variable would be Y. And I'm storing, let's say, 15 inside this. So I've got my two variables ready, and then I'd have to give in the if statement, and I want to check if Y is greater than X. So if Y is actually greater than X, then I would have to print out system.out.println, and I will print out Y is greater than X. I'll put a semicolon over here. And if this evaluates to false, I'll put in else. I'll have to close this over here. Else system.out.println, and this would be X is greater than Y. So before I execute this, think for a while, and what would you say is the result? Let me execute this now. So as you guys see, this is the second one, because Y is not greater than X, or in other words, 15 is not greater than 20. So that is why whatever is present inside the body of if has been skipped out. And then we head to else, and whatever is present inside the body of else, that will be printed out. So we print out X is greater than Y. So this is the if else statement. Now there is something known as if else if statement. So if we have multiple decisions to be taken care of, that is when we'll work with if else if statement. So over here we've got different grades, and according to the marks obtained by the student, we'd have to assign him a particular grade. So over here we see that the student has scored 65 marks. Now we've got different categories over here. So if the student scores less than 50 marks, then he would have failed the exam. If the score is between 50 and 60, then the grade is D. Similarly, if the score is between 60 and 75, then the grade is C. And if the score is between 75 and 90, it's a B grade. And if it is between 90 and 100, it's an A plus grade. And if he scores anything else, then we'd have to print out invalid. Now let's understand this code properly. We'll start with the if statement, and we are checking if marks are actually less than 50. So if this evaluates to true, we'll go ahead and print out fail. On the other hand, if this evaluates to false, we'll come down and we'll check over here. So over here we've got two conditions which have to be evaluated. First condition is we're checking if marks are equal to greater than 20 and marks less than 60. This means that the mark should be between 50 and 60, where 50 is inclusive but 60 is exclusive. So if the student scores between 50 and 60, we'll go ahead and print out D grade. Now again, if this is also false, that is, if the student has scored above 60, then we'll go ahead and check if the marks are equal to greater than 60 and also less than 75. If this is the case, we'll print out C grade. Similarly, if this is also evaluated to false, then we'll come down, put in else if. So keep in mind that here the keyword is else if. That is what we are writing over here. And inside the third else if statement, the condition is if marks are greater than equal to 75 and marks less than 90, we'll print out B grade. And then we'll check if marks are between 90 and 100. And if that is the case, we'll print out A plus grade. And finally, if none of these evaluate to true, then we'll just print out the last else statement, and inside the last else statement we'll put in invalid. This would mean that if the marks are greater than 100, right, which is actually invalid. Marks can be less than 50, but the marks cannot be greater than 100. So if that is the case, then we'll put in invalid. So let's go ahead and run this command in Eclipse. So let me first remove all of this. Let me cut out all of this over here. So I'll go ahead and create the marks variable over here, and let's say the student has scored 65 marks. So we've got this ready. Now I'd have to go ahead and put in my first condition where I'm checking if marks are actually less than 50. And if this is the case, I'd have to go ahead and print out. Let me put in system over here. system.out.println. So if the marks are actually less than 50, then I'd have to print out fail. On the other hand, I'll put in else if. So now I'd have to check if marks are equal to greater than 50. So if the first condition is false, then we are checking if marks are equal to greater than 50, and now I also want the marks to be less than 60. So if this is the case, then I will go ahead and print out. So instead of typing everything, let me just go ahead and copy this and I will paste it over here. So this time the grade would be equal to D. So I'll type in D grade. Then I'll put in the next else if condition over here. So this time, if these two conditions fail, then I'd have to check if marks are equal to greater than 60. I'll put in the AND operator, and also the marks need to be less than 75. So if this is the case, again let me put in the print statement, the grade would be equal to C. So I'll type in C grade over here. So if these three conditions fail, then we've got the next else if statement over here, and I'd have to check. So this is actually 75 over here, not 65. So let me put in 75 over here. Right. And I'd have to check if marks are actually greater than or equal to 75. And then I'll give in the next AND operator. I'll type in marks which have to be less than 70. I'll open and close the braces over here. I'll put in the print statement and the grade would be equal to B. Let me put in B grade over here. Now if this is also false, we've got again the else if statement, and over here I'd have to check if marks are greater than equal to 90 and also marks are less than equal to 100, because that is the maximum a student can score. I'll put in the print statement over here again, and this time if the student scores between 90 and 100, the grade would be equal to A. Now if by any chance there's some printing error and it turns out that the student has actually scored greater than 100, which is not possible, so in that case we'll print out system.out.println and we will type in invalid score. So we've got all of the code over here ready. Let me execute this and let's see what is the result. So we get C grade because the marks are 65. So we print out C grade. Now let me change this and let me put it to be 25 and let's see what is the result. So if it is 25, we get fail because obviously if we are checking over here, if it is less than 25, then this evaluates to true and we print out fail. Now let me put in 120 and let's see what is the result now. We get invalid score because a student obviously cannot get more than 100 marks. Now let me put in 99 over here and let's execute this, see what is the result this time. And when the student scores 99, the grade is obviously A. Now we've got another example over here of else if statement. So this time we're checking if the number which we given is positive, negative or 0. So over here the number is minus 13. So we start off with our first if statement and we are checking if number is greater than 0. So if the number is actually greater than 0, then we'll print out positive. If this evaluates to false, we'll come to the next else if statement and we'll check if number is less than 0. And if this evaluates to true, we'll print negative. On the other hand, if the number is not positive and also the number is not negative, then there's only one possibility, that is for the number to be equal to 0. And that is what we'll print out in the last else statement over here, 0. Right? So let's go ahead and execute this program. I'll cut all of this over here. Let me remove the existing code from this. Now I will go ahead and create a new number. Let's say int. I will name this to be num and I will store a value of 50 inside this. Now I'd have to give in the if statement, and I want to check if num is greater than 0. So if number is greater than 0, then I'd have to print out. So let me put in this properly, system.out.println, and the result would be positive. So I'll type in positive number over here. I'll have to put in a semicolon. On the other hand, if the number is not positive, then I want to check if the number value is less than 0. So if this is the case, again, let me just go ahead and copy this from over here and paste it over here. I'll cut this. Now, if the number is actually less than 0, then I'd have to print out negative number. So let me just type out negative number over here. And if this also fails, then I'll put in the last else statement. The value would be equal to 0. So I'll just type in 0 over here. So I've got all of my code covered. I'll hit on execute. Now, since the value is equal to 50, we get the value to be positive. Now let me put in a minus symbol over here. Now let's see what is the result. So when I put in minus over here, we get a negative number. Now let me remove this and let me set it to be equal to 0. And when the value is 0, we get this. So yes, this is how we can work with if else, and the else if statement. So those were the decision-making statements. Now in flow control statements, we've got something known as the looping statements. So these looping statements are used to repeat a task multiple times. So there would be a lot of real life situations where you'd have to keep doing the same task again and again. So what you're doing is actually looping. That is, you're repeating a certain task. Let's take this example over here. Now let's say you've got a bucket and you have to fill up that entire bucket with a mug of water. So what you do is you take in a mug of water, pour into the bucket, and you check if the bucket is full or not. If the bucket is not full, you again take a mug of water, pour it into the bucket. You check if the bucket is full or not. If it's not full, again you take the mug of water, pour it into the bucket. So you keep doing this process until the bucket is full. So over here the condition is until the bucket is full, you keep on pouring the mug of water into the bucket. So here you are going in a loop. Now similarly, we've got this example. So many a times if we love a song very much, we keep repeating the song again and again. So this again is a case of looping statements. So here the condition could be until you close the app, you keep listening to the same song again and again. Then we've got another example over here. Now all of us work for money, don't we? Right? And at the end of every month, we get salary credited into our accounts. That is a wonderful feeling, absolutely, isn't it? So this again is a looping statement over here. So at the end of every month, that is, now if you consider 30 to be the end of every month, this is a repetitive task. So every month on the 30th day, you get money in your bank. So this is a task, this is a repetitive task which happens at the end of every month. So these are some real life situations of looping statements. Now in Java, we've got two very important looping statements which are while and for. And we'll understand both of them over here. So this is the pseudocode of while, and this is how we can work with while in Java. So let's understand the pseudocode over here. So first we enter the loop and then we check the test expression. So if the text expression is true, we enter the body of while. Whatever is present inside the body of while will execute all of that. Now after execution of it, again we'll check the test expression. If that evaluates to true, we'll keep on executing whatever is there inside the body of while. And once the test expression evaluates to false, we'll exit the loop. Now if that sounds complicated, we'll understand it with the help of this particular code over here. So over here, initially we've assigned the value of x to be equal to 1. Now we enter this while loop. So here the keyword is while, right? You start with the keyword while, and inside these round braces over here, you give in a condition which is x is less than or equal to 4. So here you are checking the value of x. Initially the value of x is equal to 1. So is 1 less than or equal to 4? That evaluates to true. And since that evaluates to true, you print out the value of x, which is 1. Now after that you increment the value of x. So x plus plus would increment the value of x, it becomes 2. Now here you again check if 2 is less than or equal to 4. Now since this evaluates to true, again you'll print out x, which is 2. Then you'll increment the value of x. So now x becomes 3. So now you'll again check if 3 is less than or equal to 4, which is true. So you'll print out the value of x, which is 3. Now again you'll increment the value of x, which becomes 4. So this time is 4 less than or equal to 4. Well, this again evaluates to true. And then we print out the value of x. And now this time when we increment the value of x, it becomes 5. So this time when we check is 5 less than or equal to 4, this evaluates to false. And since this evaluates to false, we'll finally come out of this loop. So we'll print out 1, 2, 3 and 4. And finally when x becomes 5, we come out of this loop. So let's go ahead and work with this example. I'll remove all of this. So initially we'd have to assign a particular value. So I'll take num to be my variable and I'll assign the value of 0 in it. Now I have my while loop over here. So this is how you set the while loop, and inside these round braces you give in the condition. So the condition over here is num should be less than or equal to 5. And I have the body over here. Let me put in the print statement system.out.println. And what do I want to print? I would want to print the value of num over here. And after printing it, I want to increment num value. So I'll type in plus num. So this is known as a unary operator. So plus num. So there are binary operators and unary operators. So till now we had to work with binary operators. So when you have a single operand and when you apply this plus on the single operand, this is known as a unary operator. Alright. So now let me go ahead and hit on run. And this is the result over here. Let me just increase the size of this. So this is the result. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So here when num value reaches 6, that is when this condition fails, because when num is 6, when we check if 6 is less than or equal to 5, that evaluates to false and we come out of this while loop. So we're done with while loop. Now we've got a different type of loop which is known as a for loop. So in for loop over here you see that there are 3 conditions over here, or basically 3 statements inside this round braces. So you start with the keyword for, and inside the round braces, you've got the initialization phase, then you have the condition checking phase, and then you have the incrementation or decrementation phase. So you basically have 3 different things happening inside these round braces. First, you initialize the number. Next, you check the condition of that number which you have initialized. After that, this is upon you. Whether you want to increment or decrement, that is totally upon you. So here we have initialized the I value to be equal to 0. Once this is initialized, we'll enter the body of for and we'll print out I. So initially I is 0, we'll print out 0. We'll head back, and now from here we'll go ahead to this. I's value is incremented, it becomes 1. Now after it is incremented, we'll check whether this incremented value is less than 5. So is 1 less than 5? That is true. So we'll go inside the body and we'll print the value. So now we'll print out 1. Again we'll go back, and this time I is incremented, I becomes 2. Now we'll check whether 2 is less than 5. This again is true. So we'll come inside, we'll print 2. We'll go ahead, we'll increment the value of I, it becomes 3. So is 3 less than 5? Well, this is true again. So this is how we'll print 3, and then similarly we'll print 4. Now when I becomes 5, we check the condition. So if 5 is less than 5, that evaluates to false, and we head out of this for loop. So with the help of this for loop, we get the value 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Similarly, we've got another example over here. So this time we have initialized the value of I to be equal to 0. Now our condition is if I is less than or equal to 10. So 0 less than or equal to 10, that is true. So we'll print out 0. Of that, we'll head back and we'll increment the value of 5. So 0 plus 2 would become 2. So is 2 less than or equal to 10, that is true. And then we'll print out the value of I, which is 2. Again, we'll head back, we'll add 2 more to I. So 2 was there, 2 plus 2 becomes 4, we'll print out 4. Again, is 4 less than or equal to 10? That is true. We'll come down, we'll print 4. So this is how it becomes 6 and it also becomes 10. Now after 10, when we increment the I value, it becomes 12. So this time when we check, is 12 less than or equal to 10? That evaluates to false and we come out of this loop. So let's work with all of these examples. So the good thing about using a for loop is you don't have to initialize a variable out of the loop. But when it comes to a while loop, you need to have an external variable initialized. So I'll type in for, I'll have my variable initialized over here. So again, if you have to initialize a variable, you would have to set the data type inside the for loop. So I'm setting for int I is equal to 0. So initially the value of I is equal to 0. Now I given the condition. So I want to check if, now let me actually change it to 10. So if I is less than or equal to 10 and I want to increment the value with 1. Now let me put in the body over here. Let me use the print statement. So I'll type in system.out.println and inside this I will print out the value of I and I'd have to give in a semicolon over here. So seems like we've got an extra brace over here, which I'll go ahead and delete. Now let me execute this and let's see the result. So this is our result. So this loop starts at 0, goes on till 10, and when I value becomes 11, this condition evaluates to false and we come out of this loop. So this is what we get. Now similarly, let's go ahead and set the I value to be equal to 5 and let's set the condition to be equal to 20. And I want to increment this with 5. So this becomes I plus 5, right? So we've got this set over here. Now let me actually, this has to be I equals I plus 5 because that is how we're incrementing this, right? So initially I value is 5, which is less than 20. So we'll print 5. Then it becomes 5 plus 5, which is 10. So it's 10 less than or equal to 20. This is true. We'll print out 10. After that, i's value is incremented by 5 again. 10 plus 5 becomes 15 and then we'll print 15. 15 plus 5 becomes 20. So 20 is equal to 20 and that is why this is true. So we'll print out 20. And finally, when 20 plus 5 becomes 25, this evaluates to false and will come out of the for loop. So these were some basic examples of for loop. Now let's go ahead and work with a very commonly occurring problem, which is known as the pattern problem. Now let's say if we want to print a pattern like this. So this pattern which you see, so we've got 1 star. In the second row, we've got 2 stars. Third row, we've got 3 stars. Fourth row, we've got 4 stars. And in the fifth row, we've got 5 stars. So if you want to do something like this, then we need the help of nested for loops. So what is a nested for loop? So in a nested for loop, you have one for loop inside another for loop. Let's understand this example over here. So since we want 5 rows over here, initially I am setting the value of 5 to this variable n. So n is initialized to 5. Then I start this for loop over here. So over here, the for loop starts at 0 and it goes on till n. So from 0 till it'll go on till 5. So that is 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now once this outer for loop is set, we'll go inside the inner for loop. So this what you see is called as the outer for loop and this is the inner for loop. And in the inner for loop, I've got another variable. So here we had I, which started from 0, went on till n. Now we've got j inside the inner for loop. This starts at 0, but this will only go on till I. So here the condition is j is less than or equal to I. And inside this we'll print out star. Now let's understand this properly over here. So initially when i's value is equal to 0, so is 0 less than 5, that evaluates to true. So we'll come inside the body of outer for loop. And inside this j's value is equal to 0 and we are checking if 0 is less than or equal to 0, which is true because 0 is equal to 0. Since this is true, we'll come inside the body of the for loop and print this star, which is what we have over here. Now once this is done, we'll go ahead and increment the value of j. So now j becomes 1. So this time we'll check if 1 is less than or equal to 0, which is false. So we'll come out of the for loop and we'll print out a new line over here. System.out.println will give you a new line. Now we'll again complete this, go back to the outer for loop. So this time i's value is incremented by 1. So I is 1 now. So is 1 less than 5, which is true. So we'll come inside the outer for loop. Now again the same thing will start. So j will start at 0. So 0 less than 1, which is true. So we'll print out a star. Again we'll go back. This time j's value becomes 1. So is 1 less than or equal to 1, which is again true. So again we'll come inside and we'll print out another star. Now j's value is incremented. So this time j's value is 2. So is 2 less than or equal to 1, which is false. So we'll come out of the inner for loop and we'll print out a new line. So we've got 2 stars, then we have a new line over here. Now we'll head back to the for loop, increment I value. So this time I value becomes 2. So is 2 less than 5? That is true. We'll come inside the for loop. Now again 0, which is less than 2. So 0, 1 and 2. That is why we have 3 stars over here. And when j becomes 3, this evaluates to false because 3 is not less than or equal to 2. So we'll come outside the inner for loop and print out a new line, right? So this is how this entire thing will go on. So when this becomes 4, when i's value, the outer for loop, in the outer for loop, i's value becomes 4, we'll head inside and 0 will go from 0 and j will go from 0 to 4. So we've got 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. That means we've got 5 stars over here. And once we print the 5 stars, we'll come out of this. And after that, we'll finally increment the value of I when it becomes 5. So since 5 is not less than 5, we'll end the outer for loop as well. So this is how we can print out this pattern problem over here with the help of a nested for loop. So again, for all of the first timers, this might seem complicated. So let me just code and show you how this is done. So I'll erase all of this over here. So I'll set a value n to be equal to 5. So this is set. Now I would have to create an outer for loop, and inside this outer for loop I am initializing the I value to be equal to 0. Now this will go on till 5. 5 is again exclusive, so this will be 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. I'll put in a semicolon and then let me give in the incrementation over here. So I plus plus. I'll go inside the for loop and I'd have to assign the inner for loop. So this time I would have another variable which is j, and j is initialized to 0. Now I'll give the condition. So the condition over here is j needs to be equal to or less than I. I'll put in a semicolon again and then I'd have to give in the incrementation which is again j plus plus. Now I'd have to enter the body of inner loop. Inside this inner loop, what do I have to do? I'll put in the print statement. So this will be system.out.println. So this actually is just print, not println. We don't want a new line over here. So I would need the star over here. Once I put in a star, so what I'll do is I will come out of this inner loop. And then I have a new system.out.println over here. So let me put in system.out.println and I would need a new line over here. So I'll execute this and let's see what is the result. So we've got the desired result over here, right? So in the first row, we've got 1 star, second row, we've got 2 stars, third row, we've got 3 stars, fourth row, we've got 4 stars, and in the fifth row, we've got 5 stars, right? So if you don't understand this, you can go back and listen to the explanation again. So the underlying concept is this. We've got the outer for loop and the inner for loop. The outer for loop will determine the number of rows we have, right? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So when I is equal to 0, this is our first row, I is equal to 1, second row, I is equal to 3, third row, I is equal to, so I is equal to 3, third row, and then I is equal to 4, this is our fifth row over here. Now Then we'll head on to the inner loop. So j will determine the number of stars which have to be printed. So when j is equal to 0, we have 1 star. When j is equal to 1, we have 2 stars. When j is equal to 2, we have 3 stars. J is equal to 3, we have 4 stars. When j is equal to 4, we have 5 stars, right? So this is how we can print out this pattern problem with the help of this nested for loop. Now let's go ahead and understand what are functions. Now, in your day-to-day activities, you would perform a lot of functions such as eating, running, cycling. So what exactly are you doing over there? Well, let's consider eating. Eating is a function, isn't it? So that's a task which you do every single day. Now, similarly, let's take running. What are you doing? So you're moving your hands and legs. Now that is a task which your body is doing. Similarly, if you take cycling, that again is a task where multiple parts of your body are moving at the same time, right? So all of these are tasks which you perform in your real life. Now, similarly, there are a lot of functions which you'd want to do in the programming paradigm. So basically, a function when it comes to Java is a specific block of code which performs a specific task. Now, let's say if you're writing a program and there are thousands of lines of code. So to properly understand what these thousands of lines of code is doing, then it'll be very cumbersome. So what you do is you take one specific task, put it into a function, and you can invoke that function whenever you want. So a perfect example for this would be the ATM machines. Now let's say when you go to the ATM machine and you'd want to deposit money, what do? You go ahead and press on the deposit button, right? So when you press on the deposit button, it automatically asks you how much would you want to deposit, and then it updates the balance in your account. Similarly, when you click on the withdraw button, it asks you how much money would you want to withdraw, and then again it updates it with your balance. And similarly, when you click on the balance button, it would show your balance. So what is happening? Each of these three buttons are performing a specific task when you invoke them. And now, let's say if you want to implement this ATM machine in a programming paradigm, how would you do it? So this is where functions would come in. So what you'll do is you'll write one function to deposit money, and that function would have all of the code to, let's say, take money from the person and then update the balance. Similarly, you would create another function called withdraw, which would ask the person how much the person would want to withdraw and then update the balance. Similarly, when you create another function, balance, and then you write all of the code inside it, which would help a person to see the balance which is present in the account. So this is the basic idea behind functions. Now let's go ahead and see how can we create individual functions in Java. So till now, we've been only working with one function, which is the main function. And as I've already told you, the main function, as the name states, is obviously the main function in your Java program. And the starting of the execution and ending of the execution happens at the main function. And whatever functions you create are written separately outside of the main function. And you can invoke all of these functions from inside the main function. Right now, if this sounds confusing again, let's understand these two examples and then implement them in Eclipse. So let's understand what is happening over here. So over here, we've got a function with the name Sparta. Let's understand all of these words properly. So here, Sparta is the name of the function. Void is the return type of the function. Static is the access modifier of the function. And then public tells you what is the access. So whether it is public, private, or something else. And now out of all of these, here it is the name of the function which you already know. Void is the return type. This means that this function doesn't return anything. Static over here tells the Java compiler that this function can be invoked directly from the main function. You wouldn't need an object of the class to invoke this function. And public over here would mean that any class can publicly invoke this function. And what is happening inside this function? This is just printing out the sentence. This is Sparta. Now over here, if you look inside this function, you see that it is blank. So when you compare this function with the second function, that is the difference between these two. Let's understand the difference. So over here, this is known as a non-parameterized function. This is known as a parameterized function. So over here, the name of the function is add, which is taking two parameters, int1 and int2. You have to keep in mind that if you pass in parameters inside a function, then you would also have to give in the data type of the parameter. So over here, we are passing in two parameters of integer type. And inside the function, we are adding those two parameters. So this is what the function is doing. So let's go to Eclipse and work with both of these functions, and let's understand functions properly. So this is our main function and this is our class. And as I've told you, whatever other functions you would want to create, you would create it outside of the main function, right? So this, what you see, is the body of the main function. And whatever other functions or other methods you'd want to create, you will create them outside of the main function in Java. Now let's go ahead and create our first function, which was Sparta. So I would start off by giving the name of the function, which is Sparta, and then I'll give the return type. So the return type of this function is void. Then I will state that this is a static function, which would mean that this function can be directly invoked from the main function without the object of the class. And I'll also set the access to be public. I'll give in parenthesis over here and I will create the body of this function. So we have successfully created the template of this function called as Sparta. Now let me also go ahead and add in the body of this. So inside the body of this function, all I have to do is print in a sentence, and that sentence would be, so this is actually system.out.println, and I'd have to write over here, this is Sparta. So this is known as creation of a method. So now we have created a method. It's time to invoke the method. So we can invoke the method from inside the main class. Now all I have to do is give in the name of the function, which is Sparta, put in the parenthesis and then semicolon. So this is very important, guys. I'm reiterating it. The function, you will create it outside of the main function. So whatever subsidiary functions are there, all of them you will create outside of the main function. But the invoking of the function or the calling of the function, you will do it inside the main function. So let me go ahead and run and let's see the result over here. Right, so we get the result. This is Sparta. Let's understand what is the flow of execution. So first we will enter this main function. Now when we enter this main function, this is the body. And inside the body of this function, the main function would encounter this Sparta function. Now when it encounters this Sparta function, we will go ahead and come over here. Now, so this is basically redirecting to it. So this is known as calling a function. So from inside the main function, I am calling another function called as Sparta, and I come over here. And from over here, I'll go to the body of this function and I'll print out this is Sparta. Right, so guys, this was a simple example of how to create a function. Now let's go ahead and create a second function, which was a parameterized function. So just for practice for you guys, I'll delete all of this and I'll create the new function. So the name of the new function is void. Again, this does not return anything. So I'll add void over here, void add, and this again is a static function. So I'll add static over here, and this also is a public function. So public static void add, which is the name of the function, and inside this there'll be two parameters. So the first parameter is integer a and the second parameter is integer b. And I have created the body of this. Inside this, let me just add in the print statement, which will be system.out.println, and this is printing out a plus b. So till here it's fine. Now a and b, these parameters, the question which needs to arise in your mind is, how are we going to pass in these parameters into this function called as add? So what we'll do is, inside the main function, we will invoke the function add, which is over here, and we'll pass in the values inside this add function. Now to pass in the functions, we already basically need to have some integer values. So let's go ahead and create those integer values. So I'll type in int a equal to 10. Let me go ahead and create the second integer value. So this will be int b is equal to 20. So I've got my two integer values over here, a and b. Now let me pass in a comma b over here. Now let me hit execute and let's see what the result is. Right, so we get the result 30. Now let's understand the flow of execution over here. So we'll enter the main function because the program execution starts from the main function. So we'll enter the main function, and inside the main function we'll initialize the variables a and b. So a is initialized to the value 10 and b is initialized to the value 20, and we'll pass in both of these parameters inside the add function. Now when we invoke this function add, we go over here and these two values are passed inside this. So this value, so the first parameter 10 goes into this. Similarly, the second value 20, which is stored over here, goes into this. So this is how we are transferring the values from the main function to the add function over here. Now once we pass in these values, we have 10 and 20 stored inside the local variables of this add function. And what we do is we just add up 10 and 20 because 10 is stored in A and 20 is stored in B. And when we add these two values, the result which we get is 30. So this is how we have created a subsidiary function called add, and we have invoked that function from the main function. So those were functions without any return values. So for them, the return value was void. So now we'll go ahead and create a new function which actually returns a value, and it is not a static function. So guys, can you have a look at this function over here? So here the name of the function is add, which is same. Again, this takes in two parameters which are num1 and num2. So this takes in two integer parameters. But these two which you see over here, these are different from our earlier functions. So this time the return type is int instead of void. So now in the earlier two functions, when the return type was void, that basically means that the function did not have to return anything. But over here, this add function has to return an integer value. And this again is of public type. And since we have not given the static value over here, this would mean that if we have to invoke this function from inside the main function, then we'd have to create an object of our class. So if it's clear till now, then let's understand what is happening inside the body of this add function. So this is the return type of int. We have two parameters, num1 and num2. Now, instead of just printing out num1 plus num2, what we do over here is we'll add num1 plus num2. We'll store the result in this new object called as result, and we'll return out this variable named as result. So as you see, this is an integer variable, and that is what we are returning over here. Now, this is being returned. So let's understand what is happening in this main function over here. So the execution starts over here. Now inside this, we will create an object of our class, and this is how we can create an object of our class. So the name of our class is test project. So we'll type in test project, and this is how we can create a new instance or a new object of our class. So given the name of the class, space, and then given the name of the object or the name of the instance. So over here, this is the name of our object, and that is obj. And we'll give an equal to, we'll add new test project. So this means that we are basically creating a new object or a new instance of the class test project. And we are storing it in this variable called as obj. So I'll repeat it. We are creating a new object or a new instance of the test project class, and we are storing it in this variable named as obj. Right? So we have successfully created our object of this class with the name obj. After that, since we have to pass in parameters inside this function, we'll create in two values which are 10 and 20. So the value 10 has been assigned to x and the value 20 has been assigned to y. Now after this, we invoke the function add. And since this is not a static function, we'll have to invoke this function with the help of this object. So now the name of the object is obj. So we'll type in obj.add, and we'll pass in these two values which are x and y. So obj.add, and we pass in x and y, and we'll store this result in a new object called as getResult. Now before going there, let's understand what is happening over here. Now when I call this function with the help of this instance, so when I type in obj.add and I pass in x and y, this directly redirects to over here. So I am calling this function. When I call this function, my Java compiler redirects me over here. So x, the value which is stored in x, 10.1 gets stored in num1. Similarly, the value which is stored in 20 over here, y, this value gets stored in num2. So that is why we have 10 in num1 and 20 in num2. And when we add 10 plus 20, we get the value of 30, which gets stored in result. And then we return result, which is actually 30. So whatever is happening inside this, the final value returned by this function is 30, right? So this, when everything is done, it will give out the value 30, which is stored in this getResult object. And that is what we are printing out over here. So system.out.println getResult, and the value 30 is stored in this getResult object. So now, if this is still confusing, let's go to Eclipse as we always do, and let's implement this over there. So let me go ahead and delete this out over here. Let me also cut this out over here. Now my task would be to create this new function. So this is a public function, and this is actually returning an integer value. So it will be public int add, and it takes in two parameters. So the first parameter is int a, and the second parameter is int b. So I've got my two values set over here. And what I'll do now is I will create a new variable named as result, which will have the added values of a and b. And I'd finally have to return the value which is stored in result. So I've successfully returned this value. Now it's time to invoke this function. And to invoke this function, we need an object of this. So I'll give in the name of the class, which is test project, and let me create the instance which is obj. So here I'd have to type new. This will be test project again. So I have successfully created the instance of this test project class. And after that, I will type in obj, and with the help of this, I'd have to invoke the add method. And since we have to pass in values inside this add method, let me go ahead and create some values. So let's say in x, I would store the value of 10. And similarly in y, I would store the value of 20. So I've got these two values stored, and I will pass in x over here and y over here. So x gets stored in a, y gets stored in b, and we'll get a final result. So that final result I'll be storing in int get result. So all of this is done. Now the only thing which I'd have to do is print out the result. So I'll type in system.out.println, and I'd have to print out get result over here. I'll put a semicolon. Now let me actually just change these values. So I'll set x as 100 and y as 200. Now let's see what is our new result over here. So we see that our new result is 300. So this is how we can create a function with a return value. Now there's this very famous example when it comes to methods in Java, which is known as a swap function. So what we do in this is we take in two values and swap the values which were earlier present in the two variables. So let's say we have two variables named a and b, and 10 was stored in a and 20 was stored in b. Now our task is to swap the values. So this is swap the values, then 20 needs to go into A and 10 needs to go into B, right? So whatever is present in A should go into B, and whatever is present in B should go into A. So this is the function for it. So we'll give the name of the function as swap function. So this is totally dependent on you. You can give the name whatever you want. And once this is done, you'll go inside the body over here and you're typing out or printing out before swapping A equals A and B equals B. So basically you're showing what were the initial values of A and B. So this plus symbol is basically to differentiate whatever is there as a string and whatever is a variable over here. So this is a string. So you're typing out before swapping A equals A. And then you'll type out B equals B. So over here you'll get the value which is stored in A, and over here you'll get the value which is stored in B. So here you're basically showing the values which are there before swapping. And once you're done with that, you will go ahead and take the value which was stored in A and store it back into C over here. So let's say the value which was stored in A is 10. Then you'll take 10 and store it into C. So now C has the value 10 in it. Now you'll store the value of B into A. So if 20 was present in B, 20 will go into A. So initially A was 10. Now since I'm assigning B to A, A's value has changed from 10 to 20. After that, I am assigning the value of C to B. And since 10 was present in C, I am taking that 10 and storing it into B. So when you perform this entire action, what is happening is you are changing the value of A from 10 to 20, and you're changing the value of B from 20 to 10. And this is how we swap the values. Now once the swapping is done, all you have to do is show up the result. So over here you're typing out after swapping A equals 20 and B equals 10. So let's go ahead and create this swap function in Eclipse. So let me go ahead and cut this all out from here. Let me also delete this function and let me create a new function over here. So I'll type public and then I'll type in void over here. Now this is also static, so I'll type in static. So public static void, and the name of the function would be swap function. And this takes in two integer values. The first integer value is A and the second integer value is B. I'll have the body over here. Now my first task would be to store the value of A into C. So whatever was stored in A goes into C. Now what I'll do is I'll change the value of A. So whatever was stored in whatever was stored in B goes into A. And after this, I'll take the value of C and store it into B. So this is how we can swap the values. Now once the swapping is done, I'd have to show the swapped values. So first I'd have to show the original values. So I'll type in system.out.println. So let me take this original values. So A is equal to A, and I'll add another plus over here to separate the variables from the string. And then B is equal to, I'll add a plus, this will be B again. So A is A and B is B. I'll take the same thing and I'll paste it over here. So we have created this function. Now it's time to invoke it. And to invoke it, we obviously need some values in the main function. So let me take X to be equal to 10 and let me take Y to be equal to 20. Now let me go ahead and invoke the function over here. So this will be swap function, and I'd have to pass in X over here as the first parameter and Y over here as the second parameter. So I'll just click on run and let's wait for the magic. So as you see, original values 10 and 20. So these are not original values, these are duplicated values or swapped values. So I'll change this as swapped values. Now I'll click on run. And then we have perform magic. So what was stored in A has gone into B, and what was stored in B has gone into A. So A is 10, B is 20, and after swapping values, we've got 20 in A and 10 in B. Now we'll go ahead and understand what is method overloading. So many times it happens in Java that we've got multiple functions, and most of those functions can have the same names. Now, in this case, when you're invoking these multiple functions from the main function, there could be a possibility of ambiguity. So let's understand it with this example over here. So let's say we've got
two functions with the name area over here, right? So as you see, we have two functions and the name of both of the functions is area. But what is actually differing over here is the type and the number of parameters inside both of these functions and also the return type. So in the first function over here, we are finding out the area of a rectangle. And since to find out the area of a rectangle, we need the length and the breadth. So that is why this is taking two parameters. And over here, I am finding out n1 into n2 and then I'm returning it. So also I'm returning an integer value over here. But in the second function, I'm finding out the area of a circle. So the second function takes in only one parameter and this returns a float value. So as you see over here, 3.14f into n. And since this 3.14 is a floating value, that is why I have added the suffix f after this. So this is how method overloading works. So we have two functions or more than one functions, and these multiple functions would have the same names. But what actually differs is the types and the number of parameters which go into these functions and also the return type of these functions. Now, when we go ahead and load both of these functions into the main function, what tells the main function that both of these are different is the difference in the parameters and the difference in the return type. So let's go to Eclipse and work with these method overloaded functions. So let me go ahead and delete all of this first. So we would not require the earlier functions. Let me also delete this. Right. So we've got our main function. We've also got the class set over here. Now it's time to create my first function over here, and the name of the function is obviously shape. This is a public function, so I'll type in public, and this will return an integer value, so I'll type in int. And what I'm trying to calculate is the area of a rectangle, so I'll add area over here, and this takes in two parameters. Both of them are integers, by the way, so I'll add int n1, and after this there'll be int n2. So I've got both of these set. Now I'll go ahead and add the body over here. So I'd want to find out the area of a rectangle. So I'll add, so basically the result would go into this variable, and the area of the rectangle is basically length into breadth. So that would be n1 into n2, and I'd have to return this. So return of result. So we have created this first function. Now similarly, let me go ahead and create the second function over here. So again, this is a public function. Now the return type of this is float. And again, the name of the function is area, but this would take in only one parameter, and which would be of integer. So I'll add n over here. And this, since this is of, this is returning a floating type, so I'll add float result over here. So let me just add result, and I will add over here 3.14 into n, because n over here would be the radius of the circle, and the radius and the area of the circle would be pi r square. So this is the value of pi, 3.14, and pi r square. So this would be 3.14 into n. Now we just have to return the result. So I'll add return of result. So we have successfully done this. So seems like there's a problem over here. Let's understand what exactly is it. Right. So this is of floating type. So I'd have to add 3.14f. So both of our methods are ready over here. Now it's time to invoke both of them. So for this, I'd have to have my local variables over here set. So I'll have int x, and I'll store the value of 10 inside this. Then I'll have int y and have the value of 20 stored inside this. Now I'll also have the radius of the circle set. So int r, and I want the radius of the circle to be equal to 5. I've got my local variables ready. Now it's time to invoke the function. Now, since this is not a static function, again, I'd have to go ahead and create an object out of this. So I'll type test project over here, and I'd have to create an object. So I'll set obj over here, and I'd have to create a new class. So new of test
project, and I have successfully created an instance of this. Now with the help of this instance, I can invoke both of the areas. So as you see in the prompt, you have two area functions. The first area function takes in only one parameter, the second area function takes in two parameters. Now I'll invoke the first area function over here, and inside this I'll pass R. After this, I'll type in obj. Again, I have the area function over here. This takes in two parameters. Now I'll add x over here and I'll pass y over here. Right. Now, since this gives me the area of the circle, I'll store this in actually a floating type. So float, I'll name this as area circle. And since this gives me an integer type, I'll have an integer type over here. So int, and this would be area of a rectangle. So let me type in rectangle over here. Right. So we've got the results stored in area circle and area rectangle, and I just have to print out the result. I'll type in system.out.println since we want a new line over there. So first I want to print out the area of the circle. So I'll type in, let me just put in properly over here, area of the circle is, and the area of the circle would be area circle. Now similarly, I would want to print out the area of the rectangle. So let me change this from area of the circle is to area of the rectangle is. So this will go from area circle to area rectangle. Now let me go ahead and just print this out and let's see what the result is. So we see that the area of the circle is 78.5 and the area of the rectangle is 200.
Now let's go ahead and understand what exactly are arrays in Java. So simply put, arrays help us to store multiple elements of the same data type. So till now we were working with variables, and when it came to variables, the major limitation was you could store only one element or one value in a variable. But there are a lot of situations in real life where you'd have to store multiple elements in the same storage space. Now let's say you want to store the names of all of the students present in a class. So what would you do? Would you actually create one individual variable for all the students? Now let's say there are 100 students present in the class. So there are 100 students, then you'd have to create 100 variables for all of the students and store their names. Now let's say if you also have to store their marks, then you'd have to create 100 more variables to store the marks of all of these students. Now, the better situation over here is to actually use an array. So over here, instead of creating 100 new variables, what we'll do is we'll create one array which can store 100 names, all of the 100 names of the students. Now it has to be kept in mind over here that an array can store elements of the same data type. So you can't store one character value and one integer value in the same array, or one logical value and one string value in the same array. So you have to make sure that all of the elements whichever are stored in the array, they are of the same type. And this is the example of an array. So we've got an array over here whose size is 9. And the indexing in an array starts with number 0. So this goes from 0 to 7. So there are actually the size of the array is 7 over here. So this goes from 0 to 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So the size of this array is 7 and the indexing over here starts from 0. Now this is the basic idea behind an array. So array can store multiple elements of the same data type and the indexing of an array starts with 0. So now that we know that, let's go ahead and create some arrays in Java. So this would be the syntax to create an array. So first you'll give in the data type of the array. So over here I want to create a character type array. So I'll type in char and then I'll give in the square braces. After that I'll give in the name of the array. And I'd have to allocate memory to this. Now I want 5 elements of the same type in this array. So I'll give in new char 5. So what I'm basically doing is I am creating a new character array with the size 5, or basically 5 elements of character type can be stored in this array named as A. Now once I do that, I can go ahead and assign the values to each of these individual indexes. So at A0 I'm storing A, A1 B is stored, A2 C is stored, A3 D is stored, and A4 E is stored. So you have to keep in mind that since the indexing starts from 0, so if there are 5 elements, then you can only store up to index number 4, because again I'll repeat it, the indexing starts at 0. So this is how you'll store the arrays in Java. So now that we know how to store arrays, we'll go ahead and print out the values which are present in this array. So to print out the values, you would need this for loop. And since there are 5 elements in this array, the variable I inside this for loop will start at 0 and will go on till 5. So again over here 5 is exclusive. This would mean that I's value will go from 0 to 4. Now we'll go inside this for loop, the body of the for loop, and we'll print out A of I. This would mean A0, A1, A2, A3 and A4. So initially when I's value is 0, we'll print out A0, that is A. Now I's value is incremented, it becomes 1 and we'll print out A1. So we'll print out B. Similarly, I's value is incremented, it becomes 2 and then we'll print out A2, which is C. And then in the similar way, we'll print out A3 and A4 as well. So let's go ahead and work with this example in Eclipse. So our first task would be to create this character array. So it is actually char. I'll give in the square braces over here. I will name my array as A and I will allocate it memory. So this will be new character, and inside the parenthesis over here, I want a array which would store 5 characters. Right, so I have created this array successfully. Now it's time to store values inside this array. So the indexing starts from 0. So in A0 I will store A. Now what I'll do is I'll just do Ctrl C Ctrl V so that I can just change these values. Right, so in A1 I am storing B. In A2 I am storing C. In A3 I am storing D. And in A4 I am storing E. So I've also assigned values inside the indexes of these arrays. Now it's time to finally print out all of the values, and to print out the values we've already seen that we need a for loop. So over here I'll set for int I is equal to 0 and this would be less than 5. So this will go from 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4, I plus plus, and then I'd have to print out the value. So this will be system.out.println and I'd have to print out A of I over here. Let's execute this and let's see what is the result. So we have successfully created an array and we have also printed out the values which were present in this array. Now let's go ahead and create another array where we are also inserting the values inside this array with the for loop. So over here we have an integer array with the size 10. That would mean that this will store 10 integer values and I's value will go from 0 to 9. So we actually seem to have the syntax incorrect over here. Since this is an array of size 10, we will set I to go on till 10 over here. And then what we'll do inside this loop over here is we will assign in AI. So AI is the value which gets stored in the index I, and we'll store I over here. So at 0th index we'll store 0 and I is incremented. Now at index 1 we'll store 1. Similarly at index 2 we'll store 2. At index 3 we'll store 3. So this is how we'll store all of the values, and once the values are stored, we'll go ahead and print out the values. Now let's go ahead and create that integer array over here. So this will be int, and again I'll name this array as A. So new int, and I am assigning the size of 10 over here. So now that this is done, I'd have to insert the values through this for loop. So over here int I would be equal to 0. And the value will be less than 10 and I'd have to increment this. So now that those 3 parameters are set inside the for loop, I'd have to
go ahead and insert the values inside array A. So this will be A of I, and inside A of I, I'll just store I. So we have successfully inserted the values. Now it's time to print out the values. So again, for int I is equal to 0, I is less than 10, and this will be I plus plus. Now I'd have to print out the values. So this will be system.out.println, and this will be A of I. So this is how I can print out all of the values. I'll hit execute and let's see what is the result right now. So we have created a new array, and in that new array we had stored the values from 0 to 9, and we have also printed out the result. Right. So let me close this up over here and let me go to the console. Now let's look at a very popular example when it comes to arrays in Java. So let's say we have two arrays over here. Let's call this array A, let's call this array B, and we've got these values stored inside these two arrays. So 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4 are stored in array A. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 have been stored in array B. Now what we'd have to do is we'd have to add the individual values present in the indexes. So we'd have to add these two values present at index 0, and we'd have to store it in a new array. Similarly, we'd have to add these two values, store it over here. Add these two, store it over here. So let's go ahead and perform this. So to perform that, we would need three arrays. Let me start off by creating my first array, int A, and over here I will set the size to be equal to 5. We've got array A to be ready. I'd have to give in new over here. So guys, you have to remember that if you don't give new, you'll get an error. So we've got our first array set. Now let me go ahead and create the second array. I'll name it as B. This will be new int, and the size of this array is 5 again. Now I'll go ahead and create array C. Int C is equal to new int 5. So we've got our three arrays set. Now let me go ahead and insert the values into array A. So I'll start the for loop over here. For int I is equal to 0, I will go up to 5, where 5 is exclusive. That would mean I's value would be 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4, and I will increment it over here. So I'll just type in I plus plus. So now that this is done, I'd have to insert the values. So inside AI, I'll just go ahead and assign the value of I. So we've got our first array to be set. Now let me go ahead and insert values into the second array. So again, it will be the same thing. For int I is equal to 0, I is less than 5, I plus plus. Now once I go inside this, I'd have to assign values, but for this I'd have to have another integer variable which is initialized to 5, because the values inside the new array would start at 5 and will go on till 9. So what we'll do inside this is we've got B over here. So in B of I am assigning num, and I will increment the value of num after each assignment. So in B0 we'll have 5, in B1 we'll have 6, in B7 we'll have 7. So this is how it will keep on going on, right? So now that we have also inserted the values in array A and array B, let me go ahead and print out the values of array A and array B. So again, I would need a for loop for that. So let me just copy this for loop. I don't want to write the entire thing over here. And before this, I'll just put in system.out.println. I'll add values of array A. Let me make it capital, and over here I'll add another system.out.print statement. So this is, keep in mind, I'm adding a print statement, not println statement over here. and I'll be printing out A of I. So these are the initial values of array A. Now similarly, I'd have to print out the values of array B. So over here, system.out.println values of array B, and this would be B of I. So we've got the original values printed out. Now it's time to add the values of A and B. So I'll have a new for loop over here for int I is equal to 0, I is less than 5, and it will be I plus plus. Now we've got our new array created over there. So let's go ahead and add the values inside this new array. So this will become C of I is equal to A of I plus of B of I. So let me just add in B of I over here. We've got our new array as well. Now it's time to just print out our final array, which is the result. Let me copy this and paste it over here. So values of array C. Let me also just add a space over here so that it's easy for us to understand this. So a plus symbol and then a space. So we can't have a comma over here. That has to be a plus symbol. And similarly, I'll add a plus symbol over here and then I'll add a space, and that is what I'll do over here. This has to be array C, a plus symbol and then a space. So let me print this out and let's see what is the result now. Right, so we've got values of array A, which is 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So we've got a new line over there which has to be removed. So let's just correct this properly. So we have values of array A, and this I'll remove the println from over here. Now after this is done, let me hit enter and let's see what do we get. So we have values of array A, and after 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4 I would need, so this wouldn't be a println over here. I would have to add a new line over here, and I'll execute this. So we've got this ready as well, and values of array C, I'd have to put in a new line over here which will be /n, and I'll also remove this. Now I'll hit run. So we've got all of this set. So initially we had created two arrays A and B. In A we had 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4, and in array B we had 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we had created another array C, and with the help of the for loop we have added these two values. So 5 plus 0 gives us 5, 6 plus 1 gives us 7, 7 plus 2 gives us 9, 8 plus 3 gives us 11, and 9 plus 4 gives us 13. Now if this seems confusing to you, I'll just go ahead and repeat the entire thing, whatever we've done over here. So we started off by creating or initializing three arrays over here, A, B and C. Now after initializing these three arrays, I went ahead and added values inside array A. So inside array A, I've added 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. After that, I have added values inside array B. So inside array B, I've added 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now that was done. I had printed out the initial values of array A and array B. So after printing out initial values of array A and array B, I created another for loop, and inside this for loop, I have added the individual values of array A and array B and stored them into the indexes of array C. So AI plus BI, what you see is this will add the individual indexes values of array A and array B and store it to the corresponding index value of C. And once that was done, I have finally printed out the result of array C. So that was a single dimensional array. Now let's understand what is a multi-dimensional array and how can we create multi-dimensional arrays in Java. So in a single dimensional array, as the name states, it was in a single dimension. So you did not have rows and columns in it. But in a multi-dimensional array, you would have rows and columns. So as you see, this is a multi-dimensional array, and you have rows over here and columns over here. So this cell over here, now let's say if the name of the array is A, this value would be present at A0, 0. Similarly, if we take this would be present at A1, 1. And if we take this, so this value would be present at A1, 2. So this is how we can work with multi-dimensional arrays. Now let's see how can we create a multi-dimensional array in Java. So this would be the syntax to create a multi-dimensional array. So the name of the array is A, and over here, as you see, we are adding 2 parentheses or 2 square braces over here because this is a 2-dimensional array. And new int 3, 3. This would mean we are creating a 3 cross 3 matrix. And over here, I'll start the for loop, and inside the for loop, I'll add another for loop. So this is the outer for loop. This is the inner for loop. The outer for loop over here, initially i's value is 0. Now when i's value is 0, we'll head inside the inner for loop. Now j's value will go from 0, 1 and 2. Now inside this, we'll add values in A00, A01 and A02. So in A00, we'll add 1 and plus num. So num gets incremented by 1. After that, in A01, we'll add 1. Again, num gets incremented. In A02, we add num. So num's value is 2. Now since j has reached its limit, we'll come out of the inner loop, we'll go to the outer loop, and we'll increment the value of I. So now I becomes 1. We'll come inside over here, and now we'll start storing values at I1, 0, A1, 1, and A1, 2. Again, we'll go ahead, i's value is incremented, it becomes 2. So this time we'll come inside, and now we'll start storing values at A20, A21 and A22. So once we've stored all of the values, we'll go ahead and print out the values. So again, to print out the values, we would need 2 for loops. This is the outer for loop, this is the inner for loop, and we'll just print out Aij. Now this Aij, after this, so after each row, I'll print out a new line. So initially we'll print out 0, 1, 2, and then there'll be a new line. After that, we will have 3, 4, 5, then we'll have a new line. Then we'll have 6, 7, 8, and then we'll have a new line. So let's go ahead to Eclipse and implement all of this. So let me cut out the earlier code from over here. Let me just go ahead and delete all of this. We would not require this at this point of time. So we have an extra brace over here. We also don't require this. Now it's time to create a multi-dimensional array, int a. So this is a 2-dimensional array over here. I will add new int, and again, so I would have one more brace over here. So this is a 3 cross 3 matrix. So I'll add 3, 3 over here. So we have initialized our 3 cross 3 integer matrix. Now it's time to add values inside this multi-dimensional array. So I'll have my outer for loop ready. For int I is equal to 0, I is less than 3, I plus plus. So this is our outer for loop. Now I'd have to create the inner for loop. For int j is equal to 0, j is less than 3, j plus plus. Now I'll enter inside this inner for loop, and I'd have to assign the values. So over here, to assign the values, I would need my integer num value. So I will store 0 inside this. Now a, I, comma, j. So initially this will be 0, 0. So in a 0, 0, I will be storing num, and I will keep on incrementing it after each iteration. So this will be plus plus num. So we have successfully added all of the values inside this array. Now it's time to print out the values. So again, to print out the values, we'd have to do the same thing over here. So I'll type in for int I is equal to 0, I is less than 3, I plus plus. So we've got our outer for loop ready. Now it's time to create the inner for loop. For int j is equal to 0, j is less than 3, and then this will be j plus plus. Now I'll go inside this for loop over here, and then I'll print out the values. So to print out the values, I'll type in system.out.println. So I'll just keep it to be print over here, and this will be a of I, j, and let me add a space over here. So now that this is done, I will go ahead and add a new line over here. So after every row, I will be adding a new line so that we know how the matrix looks like. This over here would be system.out.println. So we are ready with our code. I'll just go ahead and click on execute. So we have successfully created a two-dimensional matrix or a two-dimensional array where we have 3 rows and 3 columns. 0, 1, and 2 is in the first row, 3, 4, 5 in the second row, and 6, 7, 8 is in the third row. Fine. Now let's go ahead and understand what is object-oriented programming. So I have already informed you guys during the beginning of the session that Java is a pure object-oriented programming language. And I've also told you that all of us are surrounded with lots of objects. So when you look around you, whatever you see, all of them are objects. So when you see a phone, what is that? That is an object. When you see a bike, that again is an object. And when you see a dog, what is that? That is a living object. Now, if you want to implement all of these in the programming paradigm, you would need a object-oriented programming language. And that is where Java comes in. Now, object-oriented programming language has two main concepts, which are classes and obviously objects. So let's understand what are classes. So you can consider a class to be a template or a blueprint for real world entities. Now let's consider this phone over here. So this phone needs to have a template or a blueprint. So when you look at a phone, whatever phone that is, that would definitely have a blueprint to it. Now this template would again have two things. The first thing would be the property. Second thing would be the behavior. So a phone has certain properties associated with it. So those properties would be, let's say, the color of the phone, the cost of the phone, and the battery life of the phone. Now, apart from the properties, a phone would also have certain behavior associated with it. So the behavior could be, let's say, making phone calls, watching videos on the phone, or playing games on the phone. So whatever object you take, that object has a template to it, and this template again has two things. So that template would have properties and also a behavior. Now we've understood what exactly is a class with respect to the real world. Now let's understand what is a class in Java. So simply put, a class is a user-defined data type. So similar to the data types which we have in the programming language, which are int, float, and character and string, we have a user-defined data type. So that is, you have a data type which the user can create. So over here, mobile is a class which is nothing but a user-defined data type. Now, this user-defined data type, which is basically our class, has attributes and methods inside it. So these attributes are nothing but the properties of the class, and these methods are nothing but the behavior associated with the class. So color and cost are the attributes, and methods are basically playing game and making a call. And now we've understood what is a class. Let's understand what are objects. So objects are specific instances of a class. So if we take the example of a phone, then that phone would be the template or the class, and this phone would have a lot of brands, right? So Apple is an object of a mobile phone. Motorola is an object of a mobile phone. Similarly, Samsung is an object of a mobile phone. So these are specific instances of the class named as phone. So we have got the basic gist of object-oriented programming, and we've also understood what are classes and what are objects. Now let's go ahead and create our first class in Java. So till now we've been working with only one class, which is our main class, and inside that main class we would have the main function. Now we'll go ahead and create subsidiary classes. So these subsidiary classes will not have the main function inside of them. So what we're going to do is we'll create a class with the name student. Now, as I've told you, a class would have behavior as well as properties. So as you see over here, we have attributes inside this class. So the student will have a name, and the student would also, let's say, score certain number of marks in a particular subject. So these are the attributes of this class named as student. Now, apart from the attributes, as I've told you, a class would also have behavior associated with it. So that behavior can be denoted with the methods over here, right? So this behavior is nothing. So we'll just print out the name of the student and also the marks scored by the student. So let's go ahead and create a first. Now this is our default class or the main class which has the main function inside it. We have to create a second class over here. So this is our package test project. I'll right click on this. I'll click on new and I'd have to create a new class. And by convention, the first letter of the class name should be capital. So I'll have capital S over here and I'll give the name of the class as student. And I'll not check this because this class will not have the main function. So we have created our class named as student. Now, as I've told you, this will have certain attributes with it. So the first attribute would be the name of the student, which would be of string type. So string name. And let's say the name of the student is Bob. Now, similarly, Bob would have scored certain sort of marks in the math exam. So int marks, and let's say Bob has scored 75 marks. So we've got the attributes ready. Now I just have to show these details. So this would be a public function and this function doesn't return anything. So public void, and I am naming the function as show details. So let me just write it properly over here. Show details, and this does not have any parameters. All it does is it prints out the name of the student and the marks scored by the student. So this will be system.out.println, and I'll add name of the student is. So the name of the student is stored in the variable name. Similarly, I'd have to print out the marks scored by the student, which would be system.out.println, and over here I'll type in marks scored by the student are, and over here I'll add in marks. So we have successfully created this. Now I'll go to the main class. Now if I have to call these methods or these properties from inside this, I'd have to create an object of this class. Only then I'll be able to invoke all of these. So let me go ahead and create an object of the student class. So I'll give in the name of the class, which is student, and I'll give the name of the object as obj. Now if I have to instantiate it, I'll just type in new student. So I have successfully created an instance or an object of this class named as student. Now with the help of this object, I can invoke the functions which are present in the student class. So obj.showDetails. All I have to do is click on run and I'll be able to show the details of the student. So as we see, we have got name of the student as Bob and marks scored by the student are 75. So by this way, even though this class is a separate class, I'm able to invoke the show details function from within my. Now let's see how can we take an input from the user. So till now we've been doing a lot of hard coding. Now let's see how can we take an input from the user and show it out. Now to take an input from the user, we would require the scanner library. So this is a class, scanner is a class, and we'd have to use this scanner class to take input from the user. So we'd have to create an instance of this first. So over here, this is the same student class which we have, and inside the student class, I am creating an instance of this scanner object. So now inside this, I'll type scanner, scan is equal to new scanner, and since I have to take the input, I'll type in system.in. So whatever input comes in, it will be stored in scan. Now after this, I will give or initialize name and marks over here. So I'll just give in a blank for name and I'll initialize the marks value to be equal to 0. And I'll have a new method over here. So in the last example, we had only the show details method. But now in addition to the show details method, we are also adding the get details method. So inside the get details method, I am taking the input from the user. So I'm taking the name from the user and also the marks scored by the user. So I'll print in enter your name, and with the help of this scan object which I had created over here, so this object would have the next line method. So I'm invoking this next line method, and whatever the user gives in, that will be stored in the name object. Now similarly, from the scan object, so if you have to store a string, then you'll use next line. On the other hand, if you'd have to read a input value from the user, then you'll use next int. So you'll type in scan.nextInt, and whatever marks or whatever numeric value the user gives in, that will be stored in the marks object. So this way you are reading the name of the student and the marks of the student from the external source over here, and you're storing it in name and marks. And after that, this is pretty much the same. You'll just show out the details. So let's go ahead and so we've got the student class over here, and let me remove all of this. So our task would be to get the input from the user. So for that we need the scanner class. So I'd have to import it. So input, I'll type in system dot, so this has to be util. So it seems like we have an error over here. So this actually has to be java.util.scanner. So we have successfully imported the scanner class. Now whatever inbuilt classes are there, so there are a lot of inbuilt classes provided by Java. So if you have to work with them, then you would have to import those classes. Without importing those classes, you can't really work with them. So now that you have imported the class, you have to create an instance of this. So let me go ahead and create an instance. So we have an extra brace over here. Let me also remove that extra brace. Right. So I will type in scanner as, so scan, which would be the name of this instance, is equal to new scanner. And since I'm taking an input, I'll just type in system.in. So I have created this instance. Now let me go ahead and initialize my two variables. So this will be string name, and I am just instantiating with a blank string, and I also have marks, and I'll instantiate marks with a 0. So we've got the name ready, we've also got the mark set over here. So now that this is done, I would have to go ahead and read the values, and to read the values I would add the get details method. So I'll type in public void, and I'll name the function as get details, get underscore details, and this doesn't really take in anything. All it does is reads the values. So I'll to feed in his name. So system.out.println enter your name. So this way I'm asking the user to enter his name and whatever value the user gives in. So that I'll be able to read with the help of scan.nextLine. So with the help of scan.nextLine, as I've told you, we will be able to read a string input, and I will store this in, let's say, name. So I have successfully read the name of the student. Now similarly, I would have to read the marks scored by the student. So let me put in system.out.println enter your marks. Now I will store this in marks over here, which is the same variable which I had created earlier. So this would become scan.nextInt. So I have read the name and I've also read the marks. This is set. So now it's time to go ahead and invoke the get details method from over here. So we've got show details already set. I would also have to add the get details. So I'll type in obj.getDetails. Now let me also add the show details method over here. So this will be public void. I'll add show details, and all I have to do is print in the values over here. So this would become system.out.println name of the student is name, and then I'd have to print out the marks scored by the student, which would be, so I'll add marks of the student R, and I'll add in student over here. So this way I'm able to read, so this is actually marks over here, not student. So let me change this to marks. So this way I'm able to read the details from the user and also show it out. So we've got both of these set. I'll execute this now. Right, now inside the main function, first we are invoking the get details method with the help of the student object over here. So now let me feed in the name of the student. So name of the student is Matt. Now I will also add the marks scored by the student. So let's say Mark is very good at studies and he has scored 97 marks. Now after this, since I've also invoked the show details method, I am able to put out the result. So what I see is name of the student is Matt and the marks of the student are 97. So this way we can take an. Now let's understand what exactly is a constructor and how can we work with a constructor. Now, many a times whenever we are creating objects or whenever we are instantiating values to our variables, it would be very easy for us to initialize the values directly at the time of creating the object itself. So I'll repeat it. Now let's say whenever we are working with a lot of values and there are a lot of objects, it would be easier for us to instantiate these values or initialize these values when we are creating the object itself. Now for this purpose, we have a special function named as constructor. So the difference between a normal method and a constructor is that a constructor would have the same name as that of a class. So over here, this is a special function and the name of this function is student. And as you see, the name of the function is the same as that of class. Now all this constructor does is initialize the variables of this class over here. So we've got two variables, s name, s marks. Now with the help of this constructor, I am able to initialize this. So as you see, we've got string name, int marks, and I am initializing these two values during the creation of the object itself. Rest is pretty much the same. So after invoking this, I'll just go ahead and repeat. So this is the difference between a normal method and a constructor over here. So let me just go ahead and create the constructor. So instead of get details over here, I'll remove this get details. So instead of get details, I have to add a constructor. So I'll type in public void. Now you also have to remember that a constructor will not have a return type. So no need of void over there. Public, and then the name of the function is student. And I'll add braces over here. So we've got these two initialized. Now let me remove this because I don't really need scanner over here. Right. So I would have int name. So this is actually string name over here. String name. And I have int marks. So these are local to this particular method over here. And I'm setting name is equal to name and marks are equal to marks. Now this seems confusing to you. Let me explain this. So here, this name and marks are the name and marks of this class. That is, these are local variables of this class. And this name and marks are local to this particular method over here. So to remove the ambiguity, I'll change this as n and I'll change this as m. So let me just put n over here and let me change this to be m over here. I've successfully stored whatever name is passed into this in this and whatever marks are stored into this. So this is how we'll get the details. Now let's go ahead and make the changes in the main class over here. So we've got the constructor set, we've also got this detail set. But how are we actually going to pass in values inside the student object? Now, till now, we had not used the methods with any parameters. So we had not passed any parameters inside these methods. This is the first time that we're actually passing in these parameters and initializing our values. So how do we pass in these values, or from where do we get in these values? So now instead of scanning the values in the student class, we'll take the input from the main class over here. So that is why this would become import java.util.scanner. So now that I have this, I would have to create an object of this. So I'll type in scanner obj is equal to new scanner, and inside this I'll add in system.in. So I have got this. Now I'd have to go ahead and read in the details. So before that, let me just add in system.out.println because I have to tell the user to input his name. So I'll type in enter your name. Now when the user enters his name, I'd have to read it. So this is when I'll use the scanner over here. So let me actually change this to scan. That'll be easier to understand. So I'll add scan dot next line, and whatever result I get, I will store it in, let's say, string my name. So I've created a new string, and whatever name the user passes in, I'll store it over here. Now, similarly, I'll ask the user to enter his marks. System.out.println, and I'll ask him to enter his marks over here. So I'll just type in enter your marks, and this time I would need an integer variable. So I'll name this variable as my marks, and I'd have to give in scan.next int. So I've also read the marks of the student and I've stored it in int of my marks. Now it's time to instantiate our student object. So student, and I'll name this object as obj. So student obj would become new student. Now let me put in a colon over here. So you see there is an error. Let's understand what is that. Add arguments to match student, right? Change constructor this. Now this is because we have actually created a constructor inside the student class which takes in two parameters. So that is why we'd have to pass in those two values inside this. So the first is the name of the student. So I'll pass in my name. And similarly, I'd have to pass in the marks scored by the student. So I'll pass in my marks, right? Now you see that the error has gone. So we have passed in the name of the student and the marks of the student, and we'll just show the details. Now let me print this out. Right. So let me add in the name over here. Let's say the name of the student is Julia, and Julia has scored 83 marks. And we are printing out the result. Name of the student is Julia, marks of the student are 83. So this is how we can instantiate our variables during the time of execution, during runtime, with the help of a constructor, right? As you see, we have created this constructor and we are passing these values. Now let's go ahead and understand the concept of inheritance in Java. Now let's understand the concept of inheritance in real world first. So let's say you have your father and you have your grandfather. I mean, obviously you would have your father and your grandfather. Now what happens is you will be inheriting some features from your parents and also your grandparents. Now this is a very simple example of inheritance that could either be, let's say, hereditary features. Now let's say you look like your father, or maybe you look like your grandfather, right? So these are some of the facial features which you'll be inheriting from your parents. And if not the facial features, it may be monetary, right? So you might be inheriting some monetary benefits from your parents. This is known as inheritance. So basically you are deriving some properties from your parents, or basically some set of features would be common, or if not common, they'll be similar between you and your parents. Now we'll take the same analogy and we'll apply it to Java. So inheritance in Java, what happens is one class derives the properties of another class. So this means that some properties would be same in two classes. This helps us in reducing code redundancy. Now there could be a lot of cases where we'd have to write the same code again and again. So to avoid that, what we'll do is we'll have one class where all of the common code is there and the other classes can inherit this parent class. So now that we know the concept of it, let's go ahead and work with an example. So over here we have a class with the name vehicle, and these are the attributes and this is the behavior. So inside the attributes, the vehicle has cost and the vehicle has mileage. So this vehicle costs $234 and the mileage provided by it is 35, let's say 35 gallons per liter. And these are this is basically the method where we are printing out am vehicle and then we are showing the cost of the vehicle and the mileage of the vehicle. So this is pretty simple. Till over here, we've just created the parent class. Now we'll create another class which extends from the vehicle class. So we'll add public class car. So car is basically another class. We can call this the child class of the vehicle class because this is inheriting the properties of the vehicle class. So we're just typing out public class car extends vehicle. And apart from the properties which the vehicle class has, this will have its own properties over here. So this has color and this has tires. So I'm setting the color of this car to be equal to blue and I'm setting the number of tires for this car to be equal to 4. And inside this class, I'll add a new method called as car details and I'll print out all of these details over here. So I'm printing out I am a car, color of the car is color, which is basically blue, and then I'm printing out the number of tires in the car, which is stored in this object, which is 4. Now, you might be thinking that we'll be only able to have access to these attributes and this method with the object of this class, but you're actually wrong. Now, if we create an instance of the car class, we'd be able to work with the attributes and the method of the parent class as well. So this extends keyword over here, right? This helps us to have access to the methods and the attributes of the vehicle class if we extend it publicly. So this is a public class and this is also a public class, and when this car class extends this vehicle class, this would inherit all of these properties of the vehicle class. So let me go to Eclipse and let me show you. So this is our main class over here. Let me go ahead and delete the previous class. We don't really need to work class now. Now I will go ahead and create a new class. I'll click on new class and let me name the class as vehicle. So again, since this is not a main class, this will not constitute the public static void main argument. So I have created this new class over here. Let me add in all of the features inside this. So the vehicle would have cost associated with it. So I'll add cost and let's say the cost of the vehicle is $350. And also this would have a mileage associated with it. So I'll add int mileage is equal to, let's say this would provide me 40 kilometers per gallon. And after this, I'd have to just show out the result. So I'll add a public method over here, public void show. The name of the method would be show vehicle details. And this would not take any parameters. I would just print in some result over here. So this would be system.out. Let me add in print ln. And this will basically print out I am a vehicle, and after printing this out, I'd have to print out the cost of the vehicle and also the mileage of the vehicle. So system.out.println, I'll add the cost of the vehicle is, I'll add in cost over here. Similarly, I'd have to add the mileage of the vehicle. So this would be, let me change this over here. Let me just add in mileage. The mileage of the vehicle is, I'll just change this to be equal to mileage. So we've got the cost and we've also got the mileage. So both of these are set over here. Now it's time to create our child class. So again, I'll right click on this, new, I'll create a new class and I will name this class as car. I'll click on finish. Now, this is our child class, and this child class would extend from our parent class, which is vehicle. So I'll add public class car extends vehicle. Now that this is done, I'd have to add its own attributes and its own method over here. So it would have a color associated with it. So string color is equal to, this is a blue colored car, and it would have the tires attribute with it. So I'll add int tires is equal to 4. That would mean this car has 4 tires, and I'll just add a new method. This doesn't return anything, so this would be public void, and I'll name the method as show car details, and this would not have any parameters. This will just print in some details over here. I'll add system dot out dot, let me add in print ln over here, and I'll just be printing out I am a car. And after this, I'd have to type in system dot out dot println. I'd have to show the details of the color and the number of tires. I'll add the color of the car is stored in this color variable, and then I'd also have to show the number of tires. Let me change this over here. So the number of tires are, let me just add in the tires variable over here. So I have created the parent class, which is the vehicle class, and I've also created the child class, which is the car class. Now I'll go to my main class over here, and I'll create an instance of my child class. So let me add car. The name of the instance is obj. So car obj is equal to new car. Now all I have to do is invoke the methods. So I'll type in obj dot show. So as you see, since this car class has inherited from the vehicle class, we have access to both the car details method as well as the vehicle details method. So first I'll just show you the car details method. Let me run this. Now, as you see, since car details method is actually a part of the car class, we are able to print out all of this. So this just shows I'm a car, the color of the car is blue, and the number of tires are 4. Now I'll comment this out, and instead of this, I'll show you obj dot show vehicle details. Now let me run. Now, even though this vehicle details class is not explicitly stored in the car details class, we are able to invoke it because we are extending the vehicle class with the car class. So that is why we've got the result. I'm a vehicle, the cost of the vehicle is 350 and the mileage of the vehicle is 40. So this is the basic concept of. Now let's see how can we use constructors in inheritance. So we'll be working with the same vehicle class over here, and we've got these two attributes, cost and mileage. Now, instead of having the details with get details or hard coding them, we are having a constructor over here. So constructor obviously has the same name as of the class. So we've got vehicle over here and we've got vehicle over here, and we will initialize the values with the help of this constructor. So these values C and M. So C goes into cost, M goes into mileage, and this way we'll be able to initialize cost and mileage. And this is the same over here. This is the same show vehicle details. Now we have the child class which extends the parent class, and it has its own attributes over here which are color and tires. Now since this extends from the vehicle class, from this car constructor will have to pass in the values into the vehicle constructor. Now this public car over here, this would take in 4 parameters. This would have 4 parameters because this extends the vehicle class. So let me just clarify. This vehicle class has 2 variables and this car class has 2 variables. But since also extends the vehicle class, this would have 4 parameters in total. So the first parameter inside this car class would be the cost of the vehicle. Second would be the mileage of the vehicle. Third would be the color of the class. And then fourth would be the number of tires of this car. Now the first two parameters which we get will pass it into the super method over here. So this super method helps us to transfer or pass in these values to the parent class. So whenever we have to pass in values from the child class to the parent class, we'll use this super method. So this way we are able to pass in the cost as well as the mileage of the vehicle through this super method. Now since these two are set, we would also have to initialize the color attribute and the tires attribute. So we'll pass in these two. So I am passing in the value of call into color, and similarly this value which is stored in ty will go into tires. Now since all of this is set, we can go ahead and show the details of the car as well. So this is how we can work with inheritance with an instruction. So let's do all of this as well. So over here, let me go to the vehicle class, which is our primary class over here. Now I'd have to, instead of hard coding this, I'll set the value of cost to be equal to 0 initially. And I'll also set the cost of the mileage to be equal to 0 initially. We already have the show details method. Now let me go ahead and create a constructor over here. So I'll add public because this is a public constructor. This will not return anything. And this will have the same name as that of the class. So public vehicle, and this takes in two parameters. So the first parameter is int c and the second parameter is int m. Now I'll have cost is equal to c. So whatever value is in c, that will get stored into cost, and whatever value is in m, that will get stored into mileage. So we've got our constructor ready in the vehicle class. Similarly, we'd have to create a constructor in the car class. Now, as you see, we have this error over here because we have to add the constructor. Since this car class extends the vehicle class, it is necessary that you would have to have a constructor inside the car class as well. So what Eclipse does is it gives you all of these prompts. And with the help of that prompt, you can automatically create this super method and this car class over here. Right? Now we have created this constructor car, and this has these two parameters. Now apart from these two parameters, I'd have to add or assign values to color and tires as well, because these are variables which are only unique to the car class over here. So let me pass in these values as well. So I would have string and call. Then I would also need to take in the number of tires. Now once that this is done, I'd have to store the value of color, and I would also have to store the value of tires. So let me keep it to be ty over here, and I'll add in tires and I'll store the value of ty inside this. So I've got this set. So we've got errors over here because we've got it 2 times. I have deleted that. So we have a constructor inside our parent class and we have a constructor in our child class. And with the help of the super method, I am able to pass in the values of the parent class through the child class. And we've got the rest of the things to be set over here. Now I'd have to just get in all of those values. So over here, I would have to need the scanner class again. Let me just delete all of this over here. So I'll type in scanner. Scan is equal to new scanner, and since this reads the input, so I would need the system.in inside as the parameter. Now after this is done, I'd have to get some values. So I would need the cost of the vehicle and the mileage of the vehicle first. So I'll type scan dot, this would be next. Now before this, let me just add a line over here. So system dot out dot println, and I'll ask the user to of the vehicle. So I'll add enter cost of vehicle. So this will be stored in, let's say, vehicle cost, and this is integer. So we've got this ready over here. Scan dot, this has to be next int, not has next int. we've got this set, we've still got an error. So this has to be small int, I believe. Let me change this properly over here. 8 quick fixes. Let me actually see what is the error. This is next int. Now this is set. So this has to be small. So you'd have to take care of the nomenclature properly over here. So in next int, n is small and I is capital. Now similarly, I'd have to get the mileage of the vehicle. So over here, this would be enter mileage of vehicle. And I'll change this as vehicle mileage. So we've got the cost of the vehicle. We've also got the mileage of the vehicle. Now I'd have to get the color of the vehicle. So this would be color of, this is actually color of the car. So I'll change this to enter color of car, and this is actually string. So I'll type in string and I'll change this to car color. And this would be next line over here. So we've also read the color of the car. Now it's time to get the, what else is left? So we've got the number of tires present in the car. So I'll change this to enter number of tires in car. I'll delete all of this and I'll change this to car tires. Right. So the reading of all of the values is done. Now it's time to invoke the constructor. So to invoke the constructor, I'd have to create an object out of it. So this will be car obj is equal to new car. And since this takes in 4 parameters. So again, as you see, we've got an error over here because this would take in 4 parameters. Let me add in all of those 4 parameters. So we've got cost, mileage, color, and number of tires over here. So the first would be vehicle cost. Next would be vehicle mileage. After this, we've got car color, and then we've got car tires. So we've passed in everything. Now it's time to just print out the values over here. So this would be obj dot show car details and obj dot show vehicle details. I'll just hit enter and let's see what do we have over here. Right. So enter cost of vehicle. I'll set the cost of vehicle to be 600. Mileage of vehicle is, let's say, 70 kilometers per gallon. And then we've got enter color of car. So why do we have an error over here? So color of car, let me set it to be blue over here. So we've got an error. Let's check what exactly is the error over here. So enter color of car, scan dot next line, which would be stored over there. And then we've got enter number of tires in car, which we are. So basically this has to be next and not next line. That is what was causing the error. Go ahead and click on run. So I'll set the cost of the vehicle. So let's say the cost of the vehicle is $700. I'll set the mileage of the vehicle. So let's say the car gives around 50 kilometers per gallon and the color of the car is blue. And I'll also set the number of tires in the car. So this car has got 4 tires in the car. Now through the help of the constructor, I had added all the details. And since we are invoking show car details, this is what we have first. I'm a car. The color of the car is blue and the number of tires are 4. After that, we're also invoking the show vehicle details method, which gives us I'm a vehicle. The cost of vehicle is 700. And
let's understand a special type of inheritance in Java, which is known as multi-level inheritance. So in multi-level inheritance, as you can see over here, we have the parent-child, grandchild relationship. So let's say we start off at the top over here, parent. Then some of the features of the parent would be inherited by the child. Now let's say the child has a grandchild. Then some features of child would be inherited by grandchild. So what is happening is there is a flow of features from the top to the bottom. Now, since the child has features of parent, and since grandchild is inheriting features of child, this would mean that grandchild would also have features of parent.
So this hierarchy which you see over here, this is known as multi-level inheritance. Now we'll implement multi-level inheritance in Java. Now we'll see how to implement the concept of multi-level inheritance in Java. So we'll start off with the parent class over here. So the syntax is pretty much the same, public class parent, and this would have the attribute name. So string name, and initially we'll keep it as blank. Now we'll have a constructor over here, public parent, and we'll assign the value of name through this constructor. After that is done, all we are doing is showing out the name of parent over here. So this is simple till now. All we have done is created the base class which is parent. Now we'll create a child class over here, class child, and this child class extends from the parent class, and this will have its own attribute which is age, and I'm initializing the value of age to be equal to 0. And since parent class has a constructor, that is why you definitely need to have a constructor in your child class as well. Now you'd have to pass in 2 parameters inside this constructor. First would be for the name of the parent, second would be for the age of this child class. So string n, which will pass to the super method, and the super method will help us in passing this value to the name of the parent class. And since we've got the age over here, we'll pass in this a into the age over here. Now that we've set the age of this child as well, we'll just go ahead and show the age of this child. And after this is where the third step comes in. So now we have the grandchild class which extends from the child class, and this has its own attribute which is the gender. And since the child class has a constructor and the parent class has a constructor, you definitely need to have a constructor for your grandchild class as well. And this takes in 3 parameters. First parameter is for the name of the parent, second parameter is for the age of the child, and third parameter is for the gender of your grandchild. So the first 2 parameters will pass in through the super method over here, and the third value will assign it to gender. Now all of that is done, we'll go ahead and just show the gender of grandchild. So we'll put out gender as gender. So we'll go to Eclipse and let's work with all of this. So my first task would be to create the parent class. So I've got this package over here. I'll right click on this, select new, and inside this I'll select class. So I'd have to create the parent class over here, and this will not have public static void main. So I've got my parent class. I have to go ahead and create a new variable. So this would be name, and with the help of this I'd be able to assign a name to the person. Now I'd have to create a constructor for this. So I'll type in public and then I'll type in parent. This obviously doesn't have a return type. Now this constructor will take in a value. So that value would be a string. So string s, and all I have to do is name is equal to s. So this is how I am assigning a value to the name of this. So now that this is done, I just have to show the name of this person. So this would be public void. I'll give the name of the method as show name, and this will not have a parameter. All this does is prints out the name of the person. So system.out.println, and inside this I'll type in the name is, and I'll add the variable name over here. So this is how I print out the name of the person. Now that this is done, I'd have to create the child class. So I'll right click on the package over here, new, and I need a new class, and I'll give the name of the class to be equal to child. And this child class would extend from the parent class. So public class child extends parent, and we have this error over here. So let's see what exactly is to be done. Implicit super constructor parent is undefined. For default constructor must define an explicit constructor over here. Let's see what can be done over here. So seems like we have to create an explicit constructor. If I click on this, we have the option add constructor child string. Right, so we have set this over here. Now we have to make modifications into this constructor. Now before this, as we've seen in the presentation, this child class will also have another attribute which is age. So I'll set or initialize this age value to be equal to 0. And this will take in two things. First is the name, and then this will also have age. And in super, we are passing in s, which will directly go to the parent class. Now after this, I'll have to assign the age value. So I'm passing in a into age. So we've got the constructor ready for the child class. Now it's time to create a method to show the age. So I'll add public void, and the name of the method would be show age. And I just have to print out the age. So system.out.println, and inside this I'll type in the age is, I'll give in the variable which is age. So I've got the parent class ready. I've also got the child class ready. Now it's time to go ahead and create the grandchild class. So I'll have a new class over here, and I will name this class as grandchild. I'll click on finish, and we'll have our class ready over here. Now this grandchild class would extend from our child class. So I'll add child over here. Let me click on this, and we'll have a constructor ready. Add constructor grandchild. Right, so this has automatically created the constructor for us. Now this would already have an attribute which is actually gender. So I'll have string and then gender, and initially I'll just assign it to a blank string. And this constructor over here would take in 3 parameters, name, age, and then we would also need another string variable g. So we've passed in these two into the super constructor. So s, which is the name, would go to the parent class. A, which is age, will go to the child class. Now for the grandchild class, I am assigning the value of g into gender. This is set. All I have to do is create my show method. So public void, and this time I'd have to show the gender. So this would be public void show gender, and inside this I'll just print out the value of the gender. So I'll type in system.out.println, and inside this I'd have to write the gender of the, or let me just keep it simple, the gender is, and I'll have the variable ready over here. The gender is gender. So all of this is set. So we've got our 3 classes ready. We've also implemented the code for multi-level inheritance. All I have to do is go to the main class over here, and I would have to create an object for the grandchild class. So this is the grandchild class. I'll have to create an object. I'll name the object as obj, and this is my new object which is ready. So seems like we have an error. Let's see what the error is. Right, now we have all of these instructors over here. So that is why we'd have to pass in values. So let's say the first is the name. Let's say the name of the person is Annie, and then we've got age. Let's say Annie is 25 years old, and then we've got gender. So Annie is female. So we've got all of this ready over here. Invalid character constant. So let me keep it in double quotes over here. So if it's a string, you'd have to keep it in double quotes. So this is something you'd have to remember in Java. So again, since this is a string, you'd have to keep it in double quotes over here. So you've got this set. So again, seems like we have an error. This is not really required over here. Let me select this over here. Let's see what happens. We again don't really need this. Let me just go ahead and remove this over here. Right. So we've got all of this set. Public grandchild, this is public as well, and this is public as well. All of this is set over here. Now I'd have to use this method. So obj dot, I'd have to show the age, and similarly I'd have to show the gender, and I'd also have to show the name of it. So I'll add name. Now let me click on run, and let's have a glance at the result. So seems like we've got some error. Let's see what that error is. Now, whenever we are creating an object, it is necessary that we use the new keyword over here. So that was the error. Now I'll click on run. So as we see, we have the result. The age is 25, the gender is female, and the name is Annie. Now, this is again hard coding. Now let's take input from the user over here. So if we have to take input from the user, then we would need the scanner object. So I'll type in scanner. I'll create an object of this. This will again become new scanner. And since we are taking input, we'll have to pass in the parameter system.in. Now, I would add a print statement for all three of these. So I'll type in system.out.println. So starting off, I would need the age of the person. So I would actually need the name of the person first. So I'll type in enter name. And this I'll store in scan.next. So this has to be small n over here, and this I am storing in, let's say, my name. So I'll add string my name. So in my name, I'm storing the name of who this person is. Similarly, I would need the age of the person. So I'll type in enter age. And over here, I would need int. And in this, I'll have my age is equal to scan dot. I'll have next int. This is also set over here. And then finally, I'd have to take the gender of the person. So system.out.println. I'll have enter gender. And this again will be a string. So string my gender, and I am storing the gender inside this. This would become scan.next. So I've got all three of this set over here. Now I'd have to, now that I've read all of these values, I'd have to pass in those values inside this constructor over here. So first I'd have to pass in the name, which is stored in my name. Then I'd have to pass in the age, which is stored in my age. And then I'd have to pass in the gender, which is stored in my gender. So all of this is done. I'll click on this. So we have executed this. I'd have to start off by giving the name of the person. So let's say the name of the person is Jennifer. And Jennifer is 18 years old. And she is obviously female. And we've got the result. The age is 18, the gender is female, and the name is Jennifer. So this is how we can work with multi-level inheritance. Now let's understand the concept of abstract class. So till now we've worked with general classes, and we've seen how to implement the concept of inheritance with these general classes. So there's a specific type of class in Java which is known as an abstract class. So let's understand what is that. Now many a times it happens that we would want to show only some specific parts to the user and hide out all of the important parts. Now, because we wouldn't want the secrets for the user to know. Now, in that cases where we want only some of the parts of the code to be known, that is where we require some sort of abstraction. So the concept of abstraction in simple terms is you show only the parts which are required, and whatever parts are supposed to be hidden, you keep them to be hidden. So that is the concept of abstraction. And that has given rise to something known as an abstract class. So when you work with this abstract class, you can't create objects of this abstract class. So that is one important point of this. And this is how this abstract class looks like. So this over here is same class, and then you give the name of the class. But before the class, you'd have to add the prefix abstract. And when you add the prefix abstract, this makes this class abstract, and inside this you can go ahead and add either normal methods or abstract methods. So if it's an abstract method, then again it's the same over here. It says that you'd have to add the keyword abstract. Now if there are abstract methods inside your abstract class, then these methods have to be overridden in whichever class inherits this abstract class. Now the point to note over here is, since you can't create an object of this abstract class, this, if you want to work with this class, this has to be inherited by some other class. only then you can inherit the features of these or you can work with this class. So this is the basic idea behind this. Now what we are doing over here is we are creating another class called as cat, which extends this abstract class animal. Now, as you see over here, we've got this abstract method animal sound, and we override that method inside the cat class. Now, what is overriding? So, in simple terms, in inheritance, if we inherit a method from the base class, then if we change whatever is written inside the base method, then that is known as method overriding. So, over here, we have taken or inherited this animal sound method and we are overriding this method. Now similarly what we've done over here is there is another class known as dog which extends this animal abstract class. Now over here you see that the animal sound made by a cat is meow, and over here you see that the animal sound made by a dog is pow pow. So this is the basic difference. So your abstract class over there gives you sort of a template which can be used by multiple classes. So let's go ahead and implement this in Eclipse. So my first task would be to create the abstract class. So I'll go to this test project, I'll right click this, new, and this has to be a class. Now over here, you would have to check the abstract box over here. And I'll give the name of this class, this would be animal. So I have successfully created this abstract class with the name animal. Now inside this, I would need the abstract method. So since this is a public method, I'll add public, and this is an abstract method. So I'll add abstract. So public abstract void, and the name of the method is animal sound. And this doesn't take anything. This doesn't also require a body. All you do is put in a semicolon over here. Now, important thing to keep in mind over here is an abstract method does not have a body. So the body for an abstract method is given inside the class which inherits this particular class. So we've got our abstract class. Now it's time to create two more classes. So the first class, we'll name it as cat. So this will be a public class. Now this class extends the animal class. So public class cat extends animal. So as you see over here, we have to add the unimplemented methods. Now, whenever you have or whenever you extend an abstract class, it becomes a necessity that you implement these methods over there. So basically what you do is you type in public and then you add abstract. Now, after this, you add void and then you type animal sound and then you give in the body of it inside this. Now, since you are actually extending it, you don't have to give in the abstract keyword over here. So this is important, guys. So the abstract keyword, it comes in only the abstract class. Whichever class inherits this abstract class, inside that, this doesn't have to be there. Right, so we have done this. Now I'd have to override this. So I'll just type in system.out.println and I'll give in the animal sound over here. So cat makes the sound meow. So we've got this ready. Now let's see what is the error over here. Add unimplemented method. So it's the same thing over here. I'll just delete. We do not require this. So everything is set. Public void animal sound. So this was the error over here. So we had to keep it capital S over there and there was no underscore over here. So the name of the method was animal sound. Right, now similarly we'll go ahead and create another class. So I'll have new and then I'll select class over here. Now this, I'm naming this class as dog. I'll click on finish over here. Right, again, this would be extending. It is extends animal. Now, since this extends animal, which is an abstract class, we'd have to give the definition inside this. So it would be, let me write it properly over here, public void animal sound and let me give in the body over here system.out.println, and I'll give in the sound made by a dog inside this. So this is also set. So we've got both of this ready over here. Let me see if we have made some error again. Animal sound, this is set, abstract class animal. Let me go over here. We have added the unimplemented methods over here, so but still this has to be a capital, right? So guys, make sure that you're taking care of the proper caps lock or small case over here. So all of this is set. These two classes have inherited from the abstract class. Now it's time to create an object of those two classes. So what we'll do over here is I will start with the cat class, create an object of it, name the object as C. So this will be cat C is equal to new cat. And with the help of this, I will invoke animal sound. Now similarly, I will create instance of dog. So this will become dog D is equal to new dog, and again I'll have D dot animal sound. Now let's just run the entire code and let's see what do we get, right? So first we are printing out the animal sound of a cat, which is meow, and then we are printing out the animal sound of a dog, which is pow pow. So this is how we can work with an abstract class. Now after abstract class, we have a similar concept which helps us with abstraction, which is known as an interface. As it is stated over here, an interface is a completely abstract class. So when it comes to an abstract class, a simple abstract class, you can have abstract methods or normal methods. But when it comes to an interface, you can only have abstract methods. You cannot have normal methods inside it. So all of the methods, whatever methods you have in an interface, all of them have to be overridden by whatever class implements this interface. So this is the basic idea behind an interface over here. So instead of writing class, you have the keyword interface. So you put in public interface phone, and inside it you add in all of the methods which have to be overridden by the class. Now you can consider an interface to be a basic template which can be used by multiple classes. So this becomes a basic template over here. Now once we have a basic template ready, I will go ahead and have a new class which can implement this. So over here the name of the class is iPhone, which implements phone, and I am overriding those three methods. So as you see over here, I am overriding the cost method, the color method, and the battery life method, and I am just printing out all of these three things. So let's go ahead and work with an interface in Java. I'll have to delete all of this. Let me delete these three animal classes over there, and let me also remove out the stuff. Now it's time to create a new interface actually. So new interface, and I will name this interface as phone. I'll click on finish. Now as I've told you, an interface can only comprise of abstract methods. So over here, a phone, what does a phone have? So a phone would have cost. So this would be public void. I'll add cost. A phone would have color, so I'll add public. Let me make it color, public void color. And then a phone would also have a battery life associated with it, so I'll add public void. Let me type in battery life over here. So I've got all these three things set. So now that I've got my interface, it's time to implement this interface. So here I'll create a new class, and then I'll name this new class as iPhone. And this iPhone is basically implementing the phone interface. Now it's important that you understand the difference between what is happening in the interface, in the inheritance, and in the implementing over here. So when you're inheriting a class, you add the keyword extends, and when you're implementing an interface, you add implements over here. So this is the difference which you'd have to understand. Public class iPhone implements phone. So now that you have this, you would have to override all of the methods. So the first method over there was public void cost. And then we had the second method, which was public void color. Again, you'd have to have the body over here. So you'll have it this way. And you also have color. And after color, you would have battery life. So let me put in battery life over here. So I got all of these three methods set. So I have overridden. Now I have to add the body inside this. So let me just type in system.out.println, and inside this I'll add cost of iPhone as $600. Inside this I'll type, let me write in the println properly. So this becomes color of iPhone is, let's say, blue. And then we've finally got the battery life over here. So system.out.println, and then let's say the battery life of iPhone is 15 hours. So we've got this iPhone, which is implementing phone. Now it's time to create an instance of iPhone. So I'll go to the main class over here, and inside this, let me have my iPhone class, and I'll create an object of it. I'll name it as IP. Here I'll type in new iPhone. I've got this set. Now with the help of this, I can invoke all of the three methods. So here I'll put ip.batterylife. Then I've got ip.color. After that, I've got ip.cost. So I've got all three of these things set over here. Now let me hit run, and let's see what is the result over here. Right? So this is how we can work with interfaces. So the result is battery life of iPhone is 15 hours, color of iPhone is blue, and then the cost of iPhone is $600. Now we'll see how can one class inherit as well as implement. So here we'll start with this class named as person class. So person class, this has two attributes, which is the name of the person and then the age of the person. So initially we'll set the name to be blank, the age to be equal to 0, and then we'll add a constructor over here. So this constructor basically assigns the value to the name and the age of this person. Now that this is done, we'll go ahead and print out the details of the person. So the name of the person is this and the age of the person is this. So we've got the person class ready. After this, we'll go ahead and create an interface with the name father. So public interface father, and then this will have one abstract method, which is task. So we've got a class ready, we've got the interface also ready. Now it's time to create our class known as man, which would extend the class and also implement the interface over here. Now this you have to understand, because we are doing two things over here. So the first thing is we are inheriting a class, and the second thing is we are implementing a method. Now normally if you want to extend two classes in Java, that is not possible because Java does not allow multiple inheritance. Guys, I'm repeating it, Java does not allow multiple inheritance. So to overcome this, what Java provides you is something known as interface. So when you want to do something which is similar to multiple inheritance, instead you can extend one class and implement an interface. So this is something you can do in Java. So over here, this man class extends the person class and implements the father interface. Now that this is done, we have another attribute inside this man class called as salary, and I'm setting it to be equal to 0. And since this extends the person class, which has a constructor inside it, I have a constructor over here with the name man, and the first two attributes over here go into the super method. So n over here would go into the name of the person, a over here would go into the age of the person. Now that these two are set, I would also have to set the salary of the person. So for that I have int s, and I am assigning s to this variable salary. So I've got all of this to be set. And since this is also implementing the father interface, we'd have to override the method which is present in this father interface, which is task. So a task of a father is to earn money. So all of these things are happening in this man class. Let's go ahead and work with this. Now again, let me delete these two from over here. this is done, I'd have to create my first class. So new class, and the name of the class is person. So this is a public class, obviously, and inside this we've got a lot of things going on. So first we'd have to set the name of the person, so string name, and initially I'll set it to be a blank. And after this, I'd also have to set the age of the person, so I'll set the age to be equal to 0. Now that this is done, I will use a constructor because I'd have to initialize the values of name and age. So I'll have public person over here, and I'll have, let me add in some parameters inside this. So I'll have a string parameter s, and I'll have an int parameter a. So I am assigning the value of s into name, and I would also assign the value of a into age. So our constructor is also ready. Now it's time to show the details. So public void show person details, and this does not take in any parameters. All it does is show the details. So let me print out. So the first detail would be the name of the person. So I'll type in the name of the person is, I'll have the variable name over here, and then after this I'd have to print out the age of the person. So I'll print out system.out. This would be println, and here I'll add the age of the person is, I'll just have age over here. So I've got this entire class ready. Now it's time to create my interface. So I'll click on new and I'll select on interface. Now I will name this interface as father. So I've got my father interface ready, and inside this I'd have to create an abstract method. So this would be public void task, and all I do inside this method would be, well, we actually don't have to do anything inside this since this is an interface. I just have to create an object like this. Now we will go ahead and have another class, new class, and I'll name this class as man. Now this man class would extend the person's class, so extends person, and this would also implement an interface. So implements father. So we've got both of this set over here. Now we need a constructor over here, right? So I'll add public man, and inside this we would need the super method over here. So this takes in 3 parameters actually. Now we would also have the salary of the man. So let me just set int salary is equal to 0 initially. Now this man constructor would take in 3 parameters. So the first would be the name of the person, which would be string s. Next would be the age of the person, which would be int a, and then next would be the salary of the person. Let me just put it to be s, which would be int s. Now out of this I'll just pass in s and a inside the super method. So this is also ready. Now let me actually change this to, let's say, SA, so that we have a clear distinction between both of them. Right. So now that we've got both of these set, it's time to also assign the salary over here. So inside salary I am adding SA. If you guys have confusion, I'll just repeat it. Since this person class is extending the man class and there's a constructor inside, sorry, it's actually the opposite. Since the man class is extending the person class and there's an constructor present inside this person class, we'd have to override that constructor. And to do that, we would need this super method. So the first 2 parameters go into the super method. So the name goes over here, the age goes over here, and the salary, which is unique, this attribute is unique to this man class, so that I'm passing in over here. So now that the constructor is set, I would also have to override the method which is present in the father interface. So this is public void task. So let me just add public void task over here, and inside this, let me just set in the task. So here this would be system.out.println, and inside this I'll add in earn money. So this is also set, and after this I just have to go to the main class over here. Let me delete all of this, and I'd have to create a new instance of man. So I'll have man m is equal to new man. This is set. But then again, since this has a constructor, I need to add in the values of the name of the person, the age of the person, and the salary of the person. So let me have my scanner class ready over here. So I'll type in scanner scan is equal to new scanner, and in this I'll put in system.in. So now that this is set, I just would have to give in the instructions to the user so he can give me the details. So system.out.println. So I'd have to start off by getting the name of the person. So I'll type enter name, and this I'll take through next. And I would have to store this somewhere. So this, remember, has to be small, and I'd have to store this. So I'll store this in, let's say, my name. So I've taken the name from the user. Now similarly, I'd have to take the age from the user. So I'll type in system.out.println, and inside this I'll type enter age. Now that this is done, again I'd have to use scan. So this time it will be next int. Let me put it to be small n over here, and the result which this gives out would be stored in, let's say, my, this would become age. This is also done, and then I would have the final print statement system.out.println, and inside this I would ask for the salary of the person. So I'll type enter salary, and this would become scan.nextInt. So this would be scan.nextInt, and I will store this in int, and I'll name the variable as my salary. So all of this is set properly. Now after this, I just have to pass in the value. So the first value would be the name of the person. So I'll pass in my name, and then I'd have to pass in the age of the person, which would be my age. And then I'd also have to pass in the salary of the person, which would be my salary. Again, all of this is set. Now that this is done, I would basically have to print out the details of the person. So let me just go ahead and also invoke the tasks over here. So I'll type in m.task, and then after this I would also have m.showPersonDetails. Now I'll click enter, and let's see the final result. So first I'd have to add in the name of the person. So let's say the name of the person is Raj. Raj is 28 years old. He's 18 years old, sorry. And let's say he earns around $20,000 or $200,000. Seems like he's rich. So since he's a man, and he's actually a father at the age of 18, so that's interesting. And he earns money, that is his task, which is, so this method, basically we are invoking it from the interface, and the name of the person is Raj and the age of the person is 18. Now let's go ahead and understand some collections in Java. So the first collection which we'll be working with is ArrayList. So simply put, ArrayList is a resizable array with many useful methods to work with. Now when you have a normal array, a simple array, the problem with the simple array is its size is fixed. So let's say if you have an array with the size of 10, and if you want to change it later on, that is not possible. So that is why instead of using an array, when you use an array list, you can expand it as and when you want to add more elements. So this is one useful advantage of array list. Now let's go ahead and see how can we create an array list in Java. So this would be the syntax to create array list. So you'll type array list, and inside this parenthesis, you will give in the data type. So I want to create an array list where the elements would be of string. And I am naming this array list, the name of this array list as cars. So this over here is basically the initialization of it, new array list. And then I'll go ahead and add the elements. If I want to add elements into an array list, I'd have to use the add method. So I'm going ahead and adding all of these cars or car names into this. And when I print it out, I'll get the result. So let's go ahead and work with an array list. So I'll type array list, and I'd have to give in less than symbol and greater than symbol, and inside this I'd have to give in the data type which I want to work with. So I'll type in string over here. Now after this I'd have to give in the name of this array list. So let's say I want to add a bunch of colors in this, so I'll just name this as colors, and I'd have to create a new array list. So let me just type in array list. Again, this would have elements of string type. So I have successfully initialized this array list. But you have an error over here. Now this is because this array list is a part of the java.util package. So I'd have to import it first. So let me just click on it. Now as you see, we have imported the java.util package over here. So we've got java.util.arraylist. And now if you see over here, the error has been removed from this. So let me go ahead and add some elements into this. So I'll type in colors.add. Let's say I want to add green color first. After this, I'd want to add red. So I'll add red over here. Then I'd want to add blue. I'll have blue. Now similarly, I'll go ahead and I'll add yellow. And then I'll add one final color. So I'll type in colors.add. And let's say the final color is orange. So I'll also add an orange. So these are the different colors which I've added into this array list. Now if I want to print it out, all I have to do is use the system.out.println function over here. And let me just give in the name of this array list, which would be colors. I'll hit enter and let's see what is the result over here. So as you see, this is our array list which comprises of all of these elements. We've got green, red, blue, yellow, and orange. Now let's look at some different operations on this array list. So if we want to get some individual elements out of this, let's say if I want to get the element which is present at index 0 or maybe index 3, then I can use the get method. So as you see over here, cars.get 0, I'll get the element which is present at 0th index. Similarly, when I put in cars.get 3, I'll get the element which is present at 3rd index. Now we can also go ahead and change the values which are present in an array list. So over here, I am typing cars.set. So I want to change the value of the element which is present at index 0. So as you see over here, cars.set, I am changing the element which is present at index 0. So whatever that is, I'm changing that to Opel. Similarly, if I want to remove an element in a particular index, I can use the remove method. So over here, I am typing cars.remove, and whichever index value I give, that element will be removed. Now, let's see how can I extract some elements out of this. So let's say if I want to extract this element which is present at index 0, so I'd have to type in colors.get, and I'd have to give in the index value which is 0. Now, I actually have to put this inside the print statement over here. So let me cut this out. Let me paste this inside the print statement. This semicolon also has to be removed. Now let me run this and let's see what is the result. So as you see, I have successfully extracted the element which is present at index 0. Similarly, if I want the element which is present at index number 3. So 1, 0, 1, 2, and 3. So let me put in 3 over here. And I'll hit run. So as you see, I have extracted this. So this is how you can extract individual elements from this array list. Now I can also go ahead and change a value over here. Now let's say I want to change this element which is present at 0 from green to purple. So I have to type colors.set And first I'd have to give in the index number, which is 0. And from green, I will change it to purple. Now, let's just print out this over here. Let me actually cut it. Let me paste it over here. Now, let's see what is the result. So as you see, initially it was green, and with the help of the set method, I'm able to change this to purple. Now we are left with one final method which would help us to remove elements from a certain index. So I'll type in colors dot remove, and let's say I want to remove the element which is present at index 0. So I'll put in 0 over here, and let me run this now. So let me actually copy it and paste it again over here. Then we'll get the proper result. Now let me run this. Right, so before removing the element at 0 at index, we had purple, and after removing the element at 0 at index, purple has been removed. Right, so as you see, initially we had 5 elements. After removing it, we've got 4 elements. Now, another collection in Java is a linked list. So while an array list uses an array internally, when it comes to a linked list, it would use a doubly linked list internally. So rest everything is pretty much the same when you compare an array list to a linked list. A linked list is normally used for the purpose of searching and sorting, and while an array list is used for the purpose of storage. And whatever operations you normally do, those operations, when you compare a linked list to an array list, they are faster on a linked list. This is the text to create a linked list. First, you'll type in linked list, and then whatever data type of elements you want to store, that you'll give in over here inside the less than symbol and the greater than symbol. So I want to store string values, which are basically names. Now inside this, I'll go ahead and add some random names. So these names are Sam, Bob, Matt, and Leo. And then I'll go ahead and print out the names. Now once that is done, if I want to, let's say, add an element at the beginning of the linked list, then I have the add first method. So as you see, I'm adding Julia at the beginning of the linked list. Similarly, if I want to add an element at the end of a linked list, I can add Annie like this. So add first, add last, we've already seen. Now let's see remove first and remove last. So let's say if I want to remove an element from the beginning of a linked list, then I can use the remove first method. Similarly, if I want to remove an element from the end of a linked list, then I can use the remove last method. So let's go to Eclipse again and work with all of these. So I'll just cut this out from here. Now that this is done, let me go ahead and create a linked list. And I would want all of the elements to be of string type. I'll name it as names, new. And since I want a linked list, I'll just put in linked list over here. And this is of string type. Now it's time to add in some elements. So as you see, we have got this imported linked list from java.util. Now it's time to go ahead and add some elements into this. So I'll have names.add, and I'll have my first name over here. Let's say I add in Sam. Now let me just copy paste this so it'll be easier for me for the rest of the tasks. So I've got Sam, then I've got Bob, I've got Matt, after Matt I've got Julia, then I've got Annie, and finally I've got, let's say, Devon. So these are all of the names. Now if I want to print this out, all I have to do is use system.out.print, and in this I'll give in the name of the linked list, which is names. And this is how I can get the result. So these are all of the names which are present in the linked list. Now let's go ahead and work with those basic operations. So let's say if I want to add one element at the beginning of a linked list. So for that, I have to use names.add, and let's say the name which I want to add would be Jennifer. Now let me execute this and let's see what happens. So as you see, this has been added at the end, but if I want to add it at the beginning, I'll use add first. Now let me run this. Right, so Jennifer has been added at the beginning. Now, similarly, if I want to add something at the end, which is basically what is happening in general. So let's say if I want to add Raj over here, I'll have Raj and then I'll print this out. So as you see, I've got, this is actually add last. So let me change this to add last. So I've got Jennifer at the beginning of the linked list and Raj at the end of the linked list. So this is how I can add elements at the first and at the last. Now let's see how can I remove elements from the beginning and at the end. So first I'd have to give in the name of the linked list, which is names, and then I'll use remove first. And let me print this out again. Now when I use this, let's see what is the result. So initially we had Jennifer at the beginning. Now what is happening over here? Right. So this is our initial linked list where we had Jennifer at the beginning, and after using remove first, we see that Jennifer has been removed. Now similarly, I'll also use names dot remove last. Now let me run this and see what is happening. So initially we had Jennifer at the beginning and Raj at the last. So now when we've used both of them, we see that both of them have been removed.
A database is a collection of information organized for easy access, management, and maintenance. Now, in this 21st century, we are surrounded with data. There is data which is being generated every single second, and this humongous amount of data comes from multiple sources and is present in multiple formats. Now, this is where the need for us arises to store this data in a proper format so that we can access it whenever we want. And this is where we would need the help of a database. So what a database does is it stores all of this data. So let's say if we have around 100 gigabytes of data or maybe even 100 terabytes of data. So this database stores all of this 100 terabytes of data at one single location. Now when it stores the data, it makes sure that all of this data is properly organized. Now let's say there are different tables or there's data related to different scenarios. So let's take one particular case. So let's say if it's data related to your company, now you would have multiple departments in your company. So you could have the technical department, you could have the support department, there could be HR, sales, marketing, and so on. So first what you do is you'd separate this data with respect to the department. Now, so in this entire database, you'll have one particular table maybe related to the technical department, there'd be one table related to the sales department, there'd be another table related to the marketing department, and so on. So what this does is, it helps you to organize your data in a better way so that whenever you want to read data or extract data from it at a later point of view, you can easily understand it. So storing data in a database is just one part. Now, the next part which comes over here is managing the data. So there is a lot of historical data present. So when it comes to a database, maybe you can store data which is even 10 years back, 20 years back, or even data which goes farther beyond that. Now, when you have data which goes back all of those years, it is very essential to manage this data properly. So what you'll do is, you will have these organized in a proper way so that whenever you want to extract the data with respect to one particular date, you can easily extract it. So all of these features, storing the data, accessing the data, retrieving the data, modifying the data, that is what a database provides you. Now, these are the multiple examples of a database. You could have a telephone directory, customer data, product inventory, and so on. So now that we've understood what exactly is a database, let's look at the type of data models. So what is a data model? Now in simple terms, data model is a logical structure of a database. So the data models can be divided into two broad categories. So the first category would be object-based logical model and the second category would be record-based logical model. So when it comes to object-based logical model, you can consider this to be a blueprint for your database, right? So what you do in this is you set up a blueprint for the different entities which you have in your data. Now let's say if we take the same example of your company database, then in that database you would already have multiple departments, and apart from that you would maybe have a table related to all the employees, a table related to
all the managers, a table related to maybe the salaries and so on. So what you do is you set up a blueprint of how each of these tables are related. So maybe let's say if you have one employee table and one department table. So what you do is you create a blueprint of how the employee table is related to this department table. So this gives you an overview of different entities in the table or different entities in the database, and also what is the exact relationship. So when it comes to the entity relationship model over here, you could have many different types of relationships. You could have one-to-one, many-to-one, one-to-many, and many-to-many, right? So simply put, when it comes to entity relationship model, you can consider this to be a blueprint of your database. And then we'll head on to the record-based logical model. So when it comes to record-based logical model, you can consider this to be the implementation of your ER model. So that is why it is known as record-based logical model. So in record-based logical models, as the name states, obviously you would have records. And this would give you a data model where it will tell you how these records are related to each other. So in this, the primary data model would be the relational data model. And most of our databases which we use regularly are the relational data models. So what happens in relational data model is our data is stored in a tabular format. So when I say a tabular format, the data is basically stored in the form of rows and columns. Now, you can consider these to be two different things. So you can consider each column over here to be indicating a entity. So one column could be maybe the name of the employee, another column could be the salary of the employee, next could be the department of the employee. And each record would indicate one complete entry. So let's say if you have one record, now that one record would tell you the employee ID, the name of the employee, the salary of the employee, where does the employee stay, and so on. So this is what a relational data model gives you. Now, after relational model, we have something known as the hierarchical data model. So in the hierarchical data model, we have these records arranged in a tree-based structure. So what you can understand from this is, you can consider there is a root node at the top of everything. And from that root node, you have multiple nodes coming down. So I'll just repeat it again. What happens in a hierarchical data model is you have a root node and you have multiple nodes branching out of that root node. So you can take an example where, let's say, the top node is maybe the different courses a student can enroll for. That is your root node. And from that, you would have multiple nodes branching out. So there could be one node branching out or one record branching out, which would have the ID of the student, the name of the student, and maybe the course which the student has taken. So similarly, you have multiple of these records branching out from the root node. And then next to hierarchical model, we have the network data model. So the only difference between network data model and the hierarchical data model is, while the hierarchical data model is a tree-based structure, the network data model is a graph-based structure. So over here, you can have more than one parent nodes. So these are different types of data models which come under the database. So over here, we have the ER diagram. So ER diagram is basically the entity relationship diagram, and this gives us this blueprint over here. So as you see, this gives us the blueprint of the different jobs across different countries, across all of the employees, and across all of the departments. So now that we've understood the different types of models, let's understand what exactly is a DBMS, and let's understand some of its operations. So DBMS stands for Database Management System. Now we already have a database with us, but to work with a database, we would need a management system, right? Now the perfect example for this would be, let's say, our laptop or our computer. So we have a computer, but to work with a computer, we would need some sort of operating system to work with the computer, isn't it? So this is where we have operating systems such as Windows, Linux, and so on. So these operating systems help us to work with the computer or the laptop. Now similarly, whenever we have a database with us, to work with the database, we would need a database management system. And in this session, we'll be working with a relational database management system. So relational database management system For this, the data model would be the relational model. Now, these are different operations which you can do. You can add new files into the database. So let's say if you only have the employee table in your database and you'd also want to add the departments tables, you can go ahead and do that. Similarly, if you want to insert new data, now let's say there are 500 employees and in the next 1 year, you have made an assumption that there would be 500 more employees joining. So you'd have to insert data related to all of those employees as well. You can go ahead and retrieve all of the information related to all of the employees if you want to modify the data. So there would be cases where, let's say, the name of the employee is incorrect or the age is incorrect, or maybe there is some sort of mistake while we enter the data. We can go ahead and modify it. Similarly, we can, if we want, we can also go ahead and remove some data or remove the entire table or the entire file itself. Now let's understand the advantages of DBMS. So with the help of DBMS, we can share this data across multiple applications. Now, when you have a DBMS, you can integrate DBMS with multiple languages. Such as, let's say if you are building a Python program or a Python web application, and this Python web application needs to have a database at the backend. So what you can do is, the Python language itself would give you something, an API, or maybe it would have a syntax in itself to integrate it with the backend database. Right, so you can work with the database along with multiple applications. So this is what is known as sharing of data across multiple applications. And you also have enhanced security mechanism. Now when you're storing data, and that too lots of data, huge amounts of data, your primary concern needs to be to make sure that the data is secure at all points of time. And that is the major advantage of a DBMS. You can also go ahead and enforce integrity constraints. So integrity constraints are basically some constraints which you would want to give while inserting the data or modifying the data. Now, let's say there are some things which a normal employee cannot change. So let's say the salary of the employee. Now, if you have the entire employee table accessible to everyone in the company, so everyone can go ahead and change the salary values in that particular table. So what you do is you go ahead and set some constraints with respect to that particular column in the table so that nobody or only few people can go ahead and make those changes. Similarly, we have something known as better transaction support when it comes to DBMS. So the perfect example for this would be a banking system. And now there could be multiple cases where people are performing multiple transactions. So in banking system, we basically either withdraw money, deposit money, or we check balance. So when thousands of these transactions are occurring at the same point of time, there could be cases where some of these transactions occur at the same time, or maybe there is some sort of discrepancy between these transactions. So that is why you have to make sure that either these transactions are completed perfectly, or if there is any sort of error, then the transaction can be rolled back. And we also have very good backup and recovery features. So let's say if some of the data gets corrupted or some of the data is lost, then there is very good backup mechanism for us to restore the data through the DBMS. So we've got all of this overview of DBMS. Now let's understand what is RDBMS. So DBMS stands for Database Management System, and as I've already told you, RDBMS stands for Relational Database Management System. So as it is stated over here, a relational database refers to a database that stores data in a structured format using rows and columns. And this is what we learned in a relational model. So whatever data we have, we store that data in the form of rows and columns. And this makes it easier to locate and access specific value within the database. Now let's say inside the entire employee table, I'd want to extract only those employees whose salary is maybe greater than $100,000, right? So these are very specific values. Now if the data is stored in rows and columns, it becomes very easy for me to extract all of those records. And this RDBMS is known as relational because the values within each table are related to each other. So let's say the name of the employee would be related to the employee ID. Similarly, the age of the employee would be related to the name of the employee. And the relation could exist among multiple tables as well. So there is a definite relationship between the employee table and the department table. So one employee can work in only one department at a time. It's not that there is one employee who is in the HR department and is also in the tech department. That is obviously not possible. So all of these are certain features of RDBMS. Now there are some more features. Let's understand all of them properly as well. So every piece of information is stored in the form of tables, which you've already learned. And these tables have something known as primary keys. Now these primary keys help you to uniquely identify each of the records in the table. So when you store data into a table, you need to understand that each record in the table is different. So if we take the same company database, now in that company database, if you have 500 employees, then you need to understand that each employee is unique. So let's say if there is someone known as Matt LeBlanc in your company, there can't be two Matt LeBlancs, right? So let's say if there are actually two Matt LeBlancs, then there need to be some sort of differences between these two Matt LeBlancs. So let's say if the first Matt LeBlanc, his age is 25, then the age of second Matt LeBlanc must be 30. But then again, let's say if the age is also same, then maybe the department in which these two work could be different. So maybe the first Matt could work in the HR department and the second Matt could work in the tech department, right? So with the help of primary keys, you can uniquely identify each row in your table. Now this is with respect to one particular table, and when you're linking one table to other tables, right? This is what we're talking about, the relational in terms of multiple tables. So in this case also there could be a lot of scenarios where there could be possibility of duplicacy. So this is where you use something known as foreign keys. And then if you have all of this data, let's say if you have a table with millions of rows and thousands of columns, then you'd have to retrieve information in a very quick way. So for this purpose, SQL provides you something known as indexes. And the best part of RDBMS is it gives you access privilege. So there are again a lot of scenarios where we have to ensure that only few people have access to certain parts of the database or certain parts of the table. This is where you can grant access to the user or revoke access to the user. Now let's go ahead and understand the difference between RDBMS and traditional approach. So the key difference is that RDBMS applications store data in a tabular form, which is what I've been saying from the starting of the session, whereas in the traditional approach, applications store data as normal files. So this could be a file with any format. It could be a file with maybe a .json format, .xml format, .pdf format, right? But when you want data to be in the form of an organized structure, that is where you'll go ahead and store all of this data in the form of a table, and then you'll store this in a DBMS. And it is stated that there can be, but there'll be no relation between the tables like in a RDBMS. So we are talking about the traditional approach. So in traditional approach, data is generally stored in either a hierarchical form or navigational form. That is, if there is a single data unit, it will have 0, 1 or more children nodes and 1 parent node. But you will not have any table structure over here when it comes to the traditional approach. So those were all of the basics of database and database management system. Now let's go ahead and understand what exactly is normalization. So normalization is very important when you're storing data in a database. So again, whenever you are storing data into a database, you are storing a lot of data, and there could be a lot of duplicate values, a lot of data which is redundant. So this is where you'd have to make sure that whenever you're inserting the data, all of this data is devoid of the redundancy. All of the data is atomic and there is no repetition in the values. And this is where normalization comes in. So as it is stated over here, normalization helps us to decompose larger and complex tables into simpler and smaller ones. So I'm just stating it again. So whenever you're storing data into a database, generally the raw data is extremely complex and it is and you can't really make sense out of it. So if you want a proper structure to the table, you will go ahead and use normalization and decompose that larger table into a smaller one. And now in normalization, you have multiple normal forms. So what you do is, to have that proper structure, you go through these different normal forms. So we'll understand those normal forms in this session. So we've got 1NF, 2NF, 3NF, and then we've got Boyce Codd normal form, 4NF and 5NF. So out of these, we'll comprehensively understand the first normal form, second normal form, and the third normal form. So again, let's understand the need for normalization. So whenever we are dealing with database, it's very essential to have a database with a good design. We can't have redundant data in our table. And also if we have redundant data, then to either retrieve the values or to maybe modify the values, the expense of the operations would be a lot. So to minimize that, we would have to use normalization. And again, to avoid any unnecessary replication of information, we will go ahead and use normalization. So this is an example to understand the concept of normalization. So we've got this table over here. And as you see, we've got these 4 columns. We've got student details, course details, prerequisite, and result details. Now, if you closely observe, you'd find some fault in this, or maybe you'll find that the structure is not really proper. So inside the student details, we have the student ID, name of the student, and date of birth of the student. Similarly, in course details, we have the course ID, course name, and maybe this is the duration of the course. And then we've got the prerequisite of it, and then result details. So this could be maybe the date of the exam, the marks scored by the scored in the exam, and the grade of the student. So if we take these individual columns, if we take this particular column, then we have to make sure that every column, so all of these columns, the attributes, those are unique, and also there are no multi-valued attributes. So as we see, there are multi-valued attributes over here. So we have name of the student, student ID, and date of birth in a single value. So this is not a proper table design. And again over here, we've got 3 things in the same column. Again over here, we've got 3 things in the same column. So whenever we have multi-valued attributes like this, we'd have to go ahead and divide them into single valued attributes. So now to understand all of that properly, we'd have to understand something known as functional dependency. So let's say there is this result over here, which would give us student, course, course name, marks, and grade. Now from this, as it is stated over here, student and course together defines exactly one value of marks. And student and course determines marks, or basically it means that marks is functionally dependent on student and course. And similarly, as marks is dependent on student and course, course name is also dependent on course, and grade is also dependent on marks. So what I'm trying to say is, when you have a table as complicated as this, you could have a lot of dependencies. So let's understand each of these dependencies properly. So we've got student, course, and marks. Now when you talk about these marks over here, these marks are obviously dependent on the subject or the course which the student takes, and the course in turn is dependent on the student. So the student, course, and marks are interdependent. This means that if you want the marks of the student, then you would have to know the student details as well as the course details. So this is the functional dependency which is occurring in this table. And similarly, we've got this functional dependency between the course name and the course. So this is the course name over here, and this is the course ID over here. So if we want to know what course is the student studying in, then we would obviously have to know the course ID. And similarly, if we'd have to know the grade of the student, then we'd have to know the marks secured by the student. So let's say if there is this grading system where if we grade somewhere between 80 to 100, so if the student gets somewhere between 80 to 100, then the grade is A. So this is the functional dependency I'm talking about. If we don't know the marks of the student, then obviously we won't be able to get the grade of the student. Now let's understand this in a better way. So as it is stated over here, we've got 2 attributes over here, P and Q. So in a relation, so the relation is stated by R, P and Q are attributes. So these 2 are the attributes. And attribute Q is functionally dependent on attribute P if each value of P determines exactly one value of Q. And to understand that, let's again go back to this. So this is our attribute Q and this is our attribute P. And if we want to get the value of this, we would obviously need to know this. So this is P, this is Q, and to get the grade A, we would obviously need to know that the student has scored 82 marks, and this is the functional dependency. And there are two types of functional dependency. We've got partial functional dependency and transitive dependency. So let's start with the partial functional dependency. So in partial functional dependency, attribute Q is partially dependent on attribute P if and only if it is dependent on the subset of attribute P. So here we have an example over here. So let's see, this is the report and we've got all of these factors. Now, this is our attribute P and this is our attribute Q. So we can clearly see that marks of the student is partially functionally dependent on student and course. Similarly, course name is partially functionally dependent on the course. Now, to remove the redundancy in your table, you would have to make sure that there is no partial functional dependency. Similarly, we've got transitive dependency. This would mean that if y is dependent on x and z is dependent on y, then this would mean that z is also dependent on x. So this is the relation which we have over here. So if course is dependent on students and marks is dependent on course, then grade over here is obviously dependent on the student. So this is the transitive dependency which we'd have to remove from the table. And now we've finally come to normalization. So as it is stated, the three types of normal form which we're going to look today are the first normal form, second normal form, and the third normal form. Let's start with the first normal form. So whatever table you have or whatever relation schema you have, it is in 1NF if and only if all the attributes in the relation are atomic. That is indivisible in value and there are no repeating elements or groups of elements. So this is our original table over here, student marks table, and we'd have to ensure two conditions. So the first condition is all attributes are atomic. So all of these attributes have to be atomic. That means that all of them have to be single valued attributes and not multi-valued attributes. And there should be no repeating elements or groups of elements. This would mean that all of these values should be unique. Now, when we take this and convert this into 1NF, we see that all of these multi-valued attributes have been taken or grouped into one single value. So over here from student details, we've got three separate columns. So this is taken as student ID, this is taken as student name, and this is taken as date of birth over here. Similarly over here from this is taken as course ID, course name, and over here we've got the prerequisite. And we've got from this the result over here. So from the result we can get the marks, grade, and the date of the exam. So this is how we have made sure that all of the data in this table is single valued and it is unique. So now we have converted the table into 1NF, we'd have to proceed it to the higher level, which is 2NF. So to ensure the table is in 2NF, we'd have to make sure that the table is in 1NF first. And after the table is in 1NF, we'd also have to ensure that there is no partial dependency between non-key attributes and key attributes. So you would not know what a non-key attribute is and a key attribute is. So let's understand this properly over here. So these values which you see over here, student and course. So these are the key attributes. Now what are key attributes? A key attribute helps you to uniquely identify a record which you were talking about. So let's say if you have the same company database and if you have different employees, if you have 500 employees, then to uniquely identify each employee, you would need to have the employee ID. So each employee would have a unique employee ID and that way we can easily identify him. So here we've got student, which is the key attribute. Similarly, we've got course, which is the key attribute. And apart from this, all of these would be non-key attributes. So we'd have to ensure that there is no partial dependency between these two. So what this means is, now the student table has to be separate, the course table has to be separate, and the exam table has to be separate. We have clubbed everything into a single one over here. So as it is stated, to get the second NF or 2NF from 1NF, we'd have to take three separate tables. So the First table would be the student table, second would be the course table, third would be the duration days and date of exam. So we'll take student name and date of birth into the student table, course name and prerequisite into the course table, and the rest would be the result table. So over here, we have got the 2NF from 1NF. So in 1NF, all of these columns were clubbed into one single table. Now, to get into 2NF, we had to make sure that there is no partial dependency between key attributes and non-key attributes. So over here, we had a dependency between student and course. Similarly, we had a dependency between course and the result, which shouldn't be the case in 2NF. So that is why we have separated out the student table, separated out the course table, and also separated out the result table. So this is also done. Now, after this is done, we would have to head to the third stage, which is 3NF. So for the table to be in 3NF, the first condition is the table should already be in 2NF. Now, after we make sure that the table is in 2NF, we'd have to make sure that there is no transitive dependency between non-key attributes and key attributes. So if we take a look at the result table over here, so we see that course is dependent on student, marks is dependent on course, and grade is dependent on course. But this shouldn't happen. So this is the transitive dependency which we see. So grade over here should only be dependent on marks and shouldn't be dependent on the student. So what we'll do is we'll separate out marks and grade and we'll create a new table out of this. So in the result table, we'll only have student, course and marks, and in the grade table, we'll have marks and grade. So this is how we can convert a 2NF table into a 3NF table. Now let's start off with an introduction to SQL. Now you would have worked with a lot of programming languages, let's say C, C++ and Java. But the problem is these languages would not explicitly help you to work with a database. So this is where the need arises to have a specific programming language which would help you to work with a database. And this is where SQL comes in. So SQL basically stands for Structured Query Language. So you have different queries which would help you to create a database, manipulate a database, and share or access data from that database. Now understand, let's three of these aspects properly. Now, when we say creating a database, it's very important. This basically becomes the primary part of SQL because you have to store the data somewhere. Let's say you would have an employee table or a student table or maybe a table with respect to all of the patients in a hospital, and you would have to store all of this data somewhere. So what you do is you go ahead and create a database, and in that database, you can store multiple tables. Now, the important thing to consider over here is you need to understand that a database is something which provides a proper structure to all of your data. So let's consider the college database. Now, let's say if you want to store all of the data related to some particular college. So what you can do is you can create a database named as college. And in that you can have a separate table for all of the students, a separate table for all of the teachers, and maybe a separate table for the grades or the different departments in the college. So this is the creating part of the database. You can create a database and you can also create multiple tables in that database. So the primary thing to note over here is all of the tables which you store inside a database have to be similar. So this is the need of a database, of creating a database. Now, once you create a database, you can go ahead and manipulate the data which is present in the database. And this is the primary reason why SQL is so widely used. Now, let's say you have that student table in that college database. Now, you would want to know all of the top scoring students, or maybe you would want to know all of the students who failed in a particular subject. So all of this you can find out with just maybe one line of query or two lines of queries. So that is how SQL makes your task extremely easy. And also whatever data you store in your database, you can make sure that only some specific people have access to that particular data. So this is where the share and access part comes in. So you can ensure that only people who are important or only people, the right people can have access to that data, and it is shared among those people who actually understand that data, and this doesn't go out of the primary group, right? So this is the importance of SQL. So now let's understand, why do we need SQL? So SQL is widely popular, which we've already understood. Now let's look at some of the advantages of it. As it is stated over here, SQL allows users to communicate, that is, access and manipulate the database, which we've already understood. Now, SQL is the primary language to access a database. Now, you would say that we can also connect with the database with maybe Python or C, but what you fail to understand over here is maybe when you connect your programming language to a database, let's say if it's Python or Java, but to manipulate the data or to access the data, you are writing SQL queries in Python, or maybe you're writing SQL queries in Java. So SQL is the only language which would help you to access and manipulate the database at the backend. And that is why even if you know all of the high-end languages, SQL is very, very important when you'd have to deal with any sort of data. And SQL, as it is stated over here, it would also help you to retrieve data from a database. So storing is one aspect of it, retrieving is the second aspect of it. Obviously, when you store a data somewhere, you would want to retrieve it and would want to have a glance at it, wouldn't you? Right? So storing and retrieving is done, and you would also want to update, modify, or delete whatever data is present over there. Now, time to time, there would be a lot of changes in the data. So let's say if we take the student table in that college database, that be new students joining, or maybe let's say there's some corrections in the grades of the students or the marks of the students. So all of this has to be updated. There are a lot of cases where there could be a slight error in the names of the columns, so all of that can be modified. And you can also go ahead and delete some specific rows, or maybe you can go ahead and delete an entire table. So let's say if you've lost some records, or maybe there's some discrepancy in the data, then you can go ahead and either modify the data or delete that data. So all in all, SQL is basically a language which would help you to define the structure of a database, and it is not just limited to that. Once you define the structure of a database, you can go ahead and create and access data in it, you can retrieve data from it, and you can also modify and data whichever is present in it. So all of these are advantages of SQL. So now that we've understood what exactly is SQL and why is SQL so important, let's look at some specific terms which are related to SQL. So the first term, the primary term which is so important in SQL is data. Now, my question to you guys is, what exactly is data? So think for a while. Now, what comes to your mind when you hear the word data? So in simple terms, data is just facts and figures, as simple as that. Now, let's say when you work with numbers such as 30, 500, 1000, all of these numbers are nothing but data. When you work with sentences or characters, let's say if you have a sentence such as my name is pizza, or I like pizza, or I'm going to Paris this Sunday, all of these are statements which again is data. Now when you work with mathematical formulas such as a plus b whole square is a square plus b square plus 2ab, what is that? That again is data. And when you talk about computers in general, data for computers would be binary code, zeros and ones. So in simple terms, whatever facts you deal with, that is data. Now, when you have all of this data with you, you'd have to store it somewhere, right? And that is where a data comes in. So to sum it up, data is basically defined as facts or figures or information that is stored in or used by a computer. So in simple terms, whatever facts you have, whatever raw data you have, you can go ahead and store it in a computer, and that is known as data. And now, when you have all of this data, it becomes very, very important to organize it in a proper way so that you can retrieve all of this information whenever you want it. And that is where a database comes in. So as it is stated over here, a database is an organized collection of data or information so that it can be easily accessed, managed, or updated. Now, let's take the same example of the college database. So you would have a lot of data with respect to that college. As I've told you, there could be data related to students, there could be data related to teachers, there could be data related to the different departments of the college. Now, all of this data is present in a haphazard manner, and if you just store it in a random way, then retrieving it and finding information out of that raw data would be very difficult. So what you do is you go ahead and collect this data and provide some proper structure to it, and then go ahead and store it in a database. Now let's say if you have all of that data, so what you do is first you find out whatever data is only relevant to students. You take that data and create a student table out of it, and then go ahead and store the student table inside that college database. Now similarly, you will find out whatever data is relevant to all of the teachers. You will take this data and store it in the college database. Similarly, you will find out whatever data is similar with respect to different departments. Let's say if it is an engineering college, then you will find out the data with respect to different departments, such as you would have a computer science department, you would have a mechanical engineering department, you would have a chemical engineering department. So you will have specific data with respect to all of these different departments, and you will store it in one particular table, and then take all of these tables and store it in a database. Now, once all of this data has a proper structure in the database, you can go ahead and use SQL and maybe modify the data or retrieve the data. So those are the basic terms in SQL. Now let's look at the different data types which we can work with in SQL. So first we have numeric data. So as I've told you, when you work with numbers, all of that is numeric. So these are different types of numeric data you can work with. You've got bit, tiny int, small int, and so on. So this is the different sizes of the data that you can store. It basically increases in size over here as you go from bit to big int over here. Now it's just that you can store a number of a greater value in big int when you compare it with just a bit. Now all of these would be integer values, and if you want to store decimal values, you have over here. So you can store decimal values in either decimal or float. So these are the different types of numeric data you can store in SQL. Similarly, you can store character or string data. A character would be, let's say, all of the alphabets. You got A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, all of these characters. And similarly, you have varchar over here. Varchar stands for variable length character. So in variable length character, you can store different strings. Maybe you can store a string called as pizza. You can store a string called as Sparta. So whatever it is, you can even store sentences. So I love Sparta, or maybe I love pizza. So whatever these sentences are, you can just go ahead and store it in varchar. And then we have a data type called as date time. Now there would be a lot of cases, especially when you're dealing with data, that you'd have to store data with respect to date or time. Now all of this would be historical data, and it would be very important to know what exactly is the date with respect to all of this. So again, if we take the same college database, then we'd want to know on which date which exam had occurred. So something like this. So let's say if it's an engineering college, then we'd want to know on which day the computer science exam was conducted. Similarly, on which day the chemical engineering exam was conducted. So date time is very, very important. So we have all of these over here. We've got the date data type, and with this you can basically store the date, which would have your year, month, and then day. And then you have the time over here. So with the help of time, you can store hours, minutes, and seconds. Then you have date time, which helps you to store date and time at the same place. Now similarly, you have year. You can store the year at which some sort of event would have occurred. Now after this, we have Unicode or character strings such as nchar, nvarchar, and ntext. And after that, we also have miscellaneous data types. Now there would be a lot of cases where we'd want to store some sort of XML data or JSON data. Then SQL also provides us an opportunity to store XML data and as well as JSON data. So those are all the different data types which we could work with in SQL. Now let's understand what exactly are constraints in SQL and look at the different types of constraints. Now when it comes to SQL, there'd be a lot of scenarios where we'd want to restrict some type of data which we are storing into the table, or restrict some type of data which we are extracting from the table. So this is where we need constraints. So constraints, as the name states, would put in some sort of constraint on the table when you're either storing the data or retrieving the data or maybe even modifying the data. So the first constraint which we have over here is the not null constraint. Now, let's say if we have 5 columns in a table, and the first column in a table is the employee ID. Now, you want to make sure that no row in this employee ID column is left as a null or is left as an empty value. So this is where we'll put a not null constraint. So the not null constraint ensures that the user provides some sort of input with respect to this particular column, and if the user does not provide an input, then SQL would arise an error. So as it is stated over here, not null constraint ensures that a column does not have a null value. After that, we have the default constraint. Now, many a times it would happen that we would want to store a default value for a particular column. So here, let's say, as it is stated over here, provides a default value for a column when none is specified. Let's say we have the age column in the student database, and we are dealing with maybe the 12th standard students. Now 12th standard students, their age would be 17 or 18 in general. So what we do it, by default we'll set all of the students age to be 18 because it is easier that way, and there will be very few cases where the age of the student is not 18. So wherever the age of the student is not 18, then we can go ahead and modify it later on. So wherever if we want to set a default value with respect to a particular column, we can use the default constraint and set a default value over there. After that, we've got this unique constraint over here, which ensures that all the values in a column are different. Now, let's say if it is again the employee ID or maybe the student ID, then it is absolutely necessary that every employee should have a unique employee ID, or every student should have a unique student ID. And to these columns, you would put in this unique constraint, which would ensure that whatever data is fed into the employee ID column or the student ID column, you are making sure that that data inserted is totally unique. And after that, we've got this primary constraint over here. So this primary key or foreign key constraint ensures that each row or record in a database is uniquely identified. Now, what does this mean? So simply put, you can consider the primary key constraint to be a combination of your not null constraint and the unique key constraint. So when you add the primary key constraint to a particular column, you are making sure that whatever value is inserted, it is not null. That means that you definitely have to insert a value, and the value which you are inserting, it has to be unique. And this helps the table to uniquely identify each row or record in that particular database. And after the primary key, we have the check constraint, which ensures that all of the values in a column satisfy certain conditions. Now, there could be a lot of cases where you'd want to specify one particular check, which would ensure that there is proper retrieval of data or proper storage of data. That is why you can use the check constraint. And then we finally have the index constraint, which helps us to create and retrieve data from the database very quickly. So we've got different indexes such as clustered indexes and non-clustered indexes, and with the help of these different indexes, we can make sure that the data retrieval is very easy and it's very fast. So those were the different constraints in SQL. Now let's go ahead and look at the different subsets of SQL. So these are the different subsets in SQL. We've got DDL, which stands for data definition language. Then we've got DML, which stands for data manipulation language. After that, we've got DCL, which stands for data control language. Going ahead, we've got TCL, which stands for transaction control language. So we'll work with all of these. And first, we'll start with the data definition language. That is stated over here. Data definition language is a primary mode of SQL queries where we are able to create objects for the database. So let's understand this database. So let's understand this data definition language in a more comprehensive way. So this data definition language comprises of all of these commands. So we've got the create command in DDL, which would help us to create objects in a database. So with the help of this, you can either create a database or create a table with SQL. And then you've got the alter command over here. So alter command is used to alter the structure of a database or database objects. Now, this would mean that wherever, let's say, you would want to change a particular row value or maybe change a particular column value, that is when you can use this alter command. Then you got the drop command, and drop command helps you to delete all the objects from a database. So let's say you have that same student table in your college database, and for some reason you would want to go ahead and delete that student table. So what you'll do is you'll use the drop command and you will remove that student table from your college database. Now, similar to the drop command, we also have the truncate command, which would help us to remove all of the records from a table permanently. Now, you need to understand the difference between a drop command and a truncate command. So when it comes to the drop command, you are deleting all of the values present in the table and you are also removing the table itself. But when it comes to the truncate command over here, you are only removing all of the data which is present in the table, but keeping the table intact. The table or the structure of the table remains as it is, but the data which is present inside the table is deleted. After that, we've got this rename command over here, which would help us to rename a particular table or maybe rename a particular column in the database. So these are the different commands which come under DDL. Now let's go ahead and perform our first SQL query, for which all of you guys have been waiting for. So our first task would be to create this employees table over here, and to create a table the syntax would be this. So we'll use the keyword create and then we'll follow it up with the table command. After that, we'll give in the name of the table over here. So here we'll type in create table and the name of the table is employees. And we'll have this parenthesis over here, and inside this we'll give in the name of the column, and after that we will give in the data type of the column. So first we want the employee ID column, and this is of integer type, and the size or the length of the employee ID is 10. And after that, we also have this not null constraint, which would ensure that we don't have any nulls in this particular column. Going ahead, we have the next column, which is first name over here, and the data type of this is varchar, and this is variable length characters. So we have a variable length size of 20 characters. After that, we have the last name column over here. Again, the data type is varchar, and we are setting the size to be equal to 20, and we are ensuring that all of the values are not null. And finally, we have the salary column, which again is of integer type, and this also is not null. So over here, apart from first name, we are ensuring that the rest of the columns, they have some sort of value inserted into them. And then finally, we are ensuring that this employee ID column, all of the records in this employee ID column are uniquely identified in the table with the help of this primary key command. So we're using primary key, and inside primary key, we are passing in this employee ID column. So let's go ahead and create our first table in MySQL. So guys, this is how MySQL Workbench looks like. Now I will go ahead and write down the command over here. So it will be create table, and after this I'll have to give in the name of the table. Now I'll give in the name of the table as employees, and I'll give in space over here, and after this I'd have to give in the name of the first column. So name of the first column would be, let's say, employee ID, and this is of integer type, and the size is, let's say, 10. Now after this I would have to give in a constraint which is not null. So I'm ensuring that a value is inserted in the employee ID column. So I'd have to put in a comma after this, and after this I have the first name column. So I will have first name over here, and this is of varchar type, and I am setting a length of 20 for this. And after this I'll give in the next column, and the name of the next column would be last name, and I'll also set the varchar over here. I'll give the size over here, so the size of this would be 20 again. And finally I have one more column, which is the salary of the employee. So I'll just type in salary over here, and I'll give in the data type. So the data type again would be 10. So now that this is done, I would finally have to set the primary key. So I'll type primary key over here, and inside this I will pass in the employee ID column. So employee ID, all of this is set. I'll put a semicolon over here. Now let me select all of this and let me click on execute. So we see that we have successfully created a table over here. We see this action over here, right? So now that we have created this table, let's see how can we see the table which we have created right now. So I'll delete this, and to have access at the table we have this command known as select query. So we'll just have a brief glance at the select query. We'll learn about this in detail later. So I'll type in select star from, and then I'll give in the name of the table which I want to have a glance at. So the name of the table is employees. I'll click on execute. So you'll see that we have successfully created this new table called as employees, which has all of these columns over here. Employee ID, first name, last name, and salary. So guys, we have successfully created a first table named as employees. So that was the create table command. Now let's go ahead and work with the next DDL command, which is the alter command. So as I've told you, the alter command helps us to alter the table. So over here, I want to add a new column into my table over here. So apart from employee ID, first name, last name, and salary, I'd want to add a new column called as contact. And to do that, this would be the command. So I'll have the keywords alter table, and then I'll give in the name of the table, which is employees over here. So alter table employees. After that, if I want to add a new column, I'll type in add column, and then I'll give in the name of the column, which is contact. And since I've given a new column over here, again it needs to have a data type, so I'll put in int, and the size of this is 10. So let's go ahead and alter our table and add in this new column. So I'll use alter table, and after this I'd have to give in the name of the table. So alter table employees, and I would have to add a new column. So I'll type in add column. Now after this I'll have to give in the name of the column. So the name of the column would be contact, and this is of integer type, and the size or the length of the contact would be 10. Right, so we have successfully added this new column. Let me just hit execute over here. Right, so we have added this. Now let me just go ahead and have a glance at my table again. So I'll type in select star from, I will give in the name of the table, which would be employees. So select star from employees. So as you see, initially we did not have this contact column. Now after using the alter table command, I was able to successfully add this new column. Now let's go ahead and have a glance at our next DDL command. So this time we've got the rename command over here. Let's say if I want to change the name of some column, then I can go ahead and use the rename command. So earlier we had created the contact column. Now instead of the contact name over here, I want to change this to job code. So this is where I can use the rename command. So rename is again part of the alter table syntax. So first we'll add alter table, and then we'll give in the name of the table, which is employees. So instead of adding add column, we'll have rename column over here. So alter table employees, rename column, and I'll give in the name of the column which has to be renamed. So contact and to. So contact would be renamed to job code. So let me go ahead and perform this in MySQL. Let me close this over here. Again, I'll use the alter command. So I'll type in alter command, and after this I'd have to give in the name of the table. So the name of the table would be employees. So alter, so this is actually alter table, not alter command. So alter table employees, and then I would have to give in rename column, because that is what I'd want to do, and I'd want to rename the column contact to job code. So this is done. Let me hit execute, and this is also done. Now let me delete this and let me have a glance at the table again. So I'll type in select star from employees. Let me hit execute now. So as you see, this contact column, or the name of this contact column, has been successfully changed to job code. Right. And then we have this truncate command in DDL. As I've already told you during the theoretical part, this truncate command helps us to remove all of the data which is present inside a table. So the command is very simple. All we have to do is use truncate table employees, and whatever data is present inside this, we can successfully remove. Now we don't have any data inside the table, but still I'll go ahead and show you what happens when we use this truncate table command. So this is our table over here. I'll go ahead and type in truncate table, and after this I'd have to give in the name of the table, which is employees. I'll hit on execute. So you see that we have executed this truncate table employees and message 0 rows affected because we haven't really added any data inside the employees table. Now let me type in select star from employees and let's see what is the result. So when I do this, I get the same thing over here because what this has done is removed all of the data from this table, but we did not have any data. And it also has made sure that the structure of the table remains intact. So this is what happens when you use the truncate command. Now a similar command to truncate is the drop command, which would not only remove all of the data present inside the table but would also remove the table structure, or in other words it would delete the complete table itself. So the command is drop table employees. The only difference in the syntax is, so when it comes to truncate, you will type in truncate table employees, and when it comes to drop, you will add in drop table employees. Now let me go ahead and add in the command. So here I'll add drop table, I'll have employees, and let's see what is the result now. So you see that this has been executed. Now let me have the command over here, select star from employees, and let's see what do we get. So as you see over here, table world.employees does not exist, and we get this message because we have actually deleted this employees table. Let me run this again and show you. Again we get the same error because we have dropped this table. Now that we're done with DDL, let's head on to the second type of query language, which is data manipulation language. So as the name states, the data manipulation language would provide you certain commands which would help you to manipulate the data which is present inside your tables. So we've got these three commands in DML, which are insert, update and delete. So let's start off with the first one over here. So the insert command would help you to insert data into a table. So as simple as that. Let's say you would want to add new records and new rows into the table, then you would want to use the insert command. Now, after you've inserted data into your table, you would want to update certain entries. Now, let's say you would have inserted wrong data. Let's say you would have given the name incorrectly, or maybe if it's the student data set, maybe if you have inserted the marks of the student incorrectly, then you can go ahead and update these values. And apart from insert and update, we also have the delete command in DML query. So delete helps us to either delete one record or a specified record, or maybe all of the records present inside the table. So these are the three commands which are present in DML. Now let's start off with the first one, which is the insert command. So this is the syntax to use the insert command. We'll start off by typing insert into. So these are the keywords. We'll type insert into, and then we will give in the name of the table over here, which is employees. So insert into employees, and then over here we'll give in round braces and list out the names of the columns. So these are the columns which we have in our employees table. I've got employee ID, first name, last name and salary. And after that I would give the keyword values, and again I will have this parenthesis, and inside that I'll give in the values. So 101 would go into employee ID, Steven would go into first name, King would be stored in last name, and 10,000 would be stored as the salary. So this is the first record which we have stored in this table. Similarly, we'll use the same command over here. We'll type in insert into and then give the name of the table, which is employees. After that, over here we'll list out the names of the columns, and then we'll add values and we'll list out all of the values. So this is the second record over here, 102 Edwin Thomas, and this is the salary of Edwin Thomas. And then similarly we'll insert the third record into this employees table. So let's go ahead and work with this example. So we are back to MySQL Workbench. Let me just show you the table again. So I'll type in select star from, and the name of the table is employees. Let me hit execute. So this is our table over here, and these are all of the columns which we have. Now I'd want to go ahead and insert my first record inside this. So I'll type in the command over here, insert into, and then I'll have round braces, and after this I'd have to give in the names of the columns. So the first column is employee ID, second column is first name, and then I have a column name which is last name, and finally I have a column called salary. So I'd be inserting values inside all of these. So first the employee ID is, let's say, 1, and then the first name of the employee is Sam, and then I'd have to give in the last name. Now let's say the last name of the employee is Winchester, and the salary of Sam Winchester is, let's say, $20,000. So I'll put a semicolon over here. Now what I'll do is I'll just cut it out from over here and I'll paste it over here. Let me just copy it properly. I'll cut it out and I'll paste it at the bottom. Now as you see, we have an error over here because we have not given the name of the table. So let me write in the name of the table. Now obviously if you want to insert records, we'd have to insert records into one particular table, isn't it? So over here the name of the table is employees. So I'm typing out insert into employees. These are the names of the columns and these are the values which should go to the corresponding columns, and I will print out the result. So as you see, we have successfully inserted this record into this table. So we've got 1 over here, Sam as the first name, Winchester as the last name, and salary as this. Similarly, let me go ahead and add 2 more records. Now what I'll do is I'll make changes in this command itself. Now I'll change the employee ID to 2, and I'll change the first name to Dean, last name would be Winchester, and let's say since Dean Winchester is the elder brother, I'll give him a greater salary of $30,000. Now let me execute this. So we have 2 records inside this, and then I have the record number 3, and I'll name this guy as Matt, and his surname is, let's say, Matt Devon, and his salary is $40,000. Let me hit execute again. So I've got 3 records. Let me go ahead and add another record over here. Now I've got Julia, and her surname is, let's say, Julia Aniston. Let me just add Aniston over here, and her salary is maybe $90,000. And I'll just add 1 more record over here. I'll have the ID to be equal to 5, and I'll change the name to be Annie. And after this, I'll add a surname, Hathaway, and her salary is maybe $60,000 over here, and I'll hit execute. So I've got 5 records successfully stored inside this. So now that we're done with the insert command, let's go ahead and work with the next command, which is the update command. As I've already told you, the update command is used to update certain entries in our table. So over here, I am updating the last name. So initially, let me check what was the last name over here. So this was Edwin Thomas. So this guy's last name was Thomas. Yes, it's actually the first record over here. So this guy's last name is King. So his entire name is Stephen King, and I want to change the last name from King to Cohen. So what I'll do is I will use the keyword update, and after that I'll give the name of the table, which is employees. So update employees, and then I'll write set, and then I will give in the column name which I'd have to change over here. So last name over here, and record I'd have to change. After that I'll give in the where keyword, and then I will give in that value, which is the corresponding value over here. So what is basically happening over here is, so where the employee ID is equal to 101, I will go there and update the last name. So this is what this command is saying. If you have any doubts, I'll just repeat it again. So we have to update one particular record, and to update that I am using this where condition. So where the employee ID is equal to 101, I would have to update the last name from King to Cohen. So again, let's go to our MySQL workbench and work with this. So I've got all of this ready over here. Let me remove this. I would just have to give in the update command. So I'll type in update, and after this I'd have to give in the name of the table. So update employees, I'd have to use the set keyword, and then let's say I would want to change the last name of Dean Winchester. So update employees set last name is equal to, so I want to change the name from Winchester to maybe, let's say, Lucifer. So update employee set last name is equal to Lucifer, where his employee ID is equal to 2. So I'll set where employee ID is equal to 2. So we are updating this record and we are printing out the result. Now let me hit execute. Right, so initially this guy's name was Dean Winchester, and I have successfully updated this record by using this update command. Now similarly, let's say if I want to update the salary of Julia Aniston over here, let's go ahead and do that. So I'll use the same command, update employees, and I'd have to update the salary. So I'll set the salary over here. Set salary is equal to, so I want to change it from $90,000 to maybe $75,000 over here, where employee ID is actually, so employee ID would be equal to 4. I'd have to remove this and let me hit on execute and let's see what is the result, right? So initially Julia Aniston's salary was $90,000 and I have reduced it to $75,000. So that was the update command. Now we can actually go ahead and delete certain records or delete certain values from our table. So this is the keyword. So we'll type in delete from and then we'll given the name of the table, which is employees. After that, we'll use the where clause. Using the where clause, we will set which column or which record has to be deleted. So here the condition is delete from employees, where employee ID is in 101 and 103. So what will happen is wherever the employee ID is either 101 or 103, those two records would be deleted. So we'll use the same thing over here. So initially we've got these 5 records. So I'll type in delete and then I'll use the keyword from. After this, I'll have to give in the name of the table, which is employees. So delete from employees, where maybe let's say I want to delete the record number 4 over here. So I'll type in where employee ID is equal to 4. Now let's hit execute and let's see what is the result. Right, so as you see, we have successfully deleted the 4th record. Now similarly, if I want to record the 2nd record over here, so I'll type in delete from and I'd have to give in the name of the table, which is employees, where now instead of using the employee ID, I can also use some other column. So I'll set last name is equal to Lucifer. So basically that record would be deleted where the last name is Lucifer. I'll hit execute. Let us see what is the result over here. Let me actually delete this out. Let me run this now. Seems like that is not run. Now let me add it again. Now let me hit execute. The name is Lucifer. Seems like we have an error over here. Delete from employees, where last name is Lucifer. Let me cut this out and let me run this. Okay, so seems like over here I've given 3 is, which was the error over here. Now let me run this properly. Again, we have, you're using safe update mode and you try to update a table. Okay, so we'll have to change this from safe update mode to normal one. Only then we'd be able to delete this. So let me cut this out over here. Let me run this now. So you see this error over here. You are using safe update mode and you try to update a table without a where that uses a key column. Now this happens because this is a safe mode. So to remove this safe mode, you would have to go to edit and you would have to change these preferences over here. Now in the preferences, you will have the SQL editor and over here you see this save updates, rejects updates and deletes with no restrictions. So uncheck this and now click on OK. So this time when you go ahead and try to delete this, this will work properly. So now let me go ahead and actually run this again. So now that we've removed this, we'd have to actually re-log in. So what I'll do is I'll close this up and then I'll log in again. So I have logged in again over here. Now let me go ahead and try to delete this and let's see what is the result. Right, so this time we see that we have successfully deleted this. Delete from employees where last name is equal to Lucifer. So when we are working with MySQL, you'd have to keep in mind that if the safe update mode is on, you'd have to uncheck it and only then you'd be able to delete records from your table. Now similarly, let's say if I want to delete another record over here, so let's say if I want to delete this 5th record, now I can go ahead and do that. So what I'll do is I'll type delete from employees where I'll set the first name. So I'll set the first name to be equal to Annie. Let me just add in Annie over here. Let me hit on run. right? So I have deleted this as well. So that was DML. Now let's go ahead and understand what is data control language. So with the help of data control language, we can basically control the user access to the database. Now, what do I mean by that? Now, whenever we're dealing with data, it is very important that we control which user has access to what part of data, or we have to make sure that only a few number of users or only the important users have access to the important data and other people don't have access to the important data. So this is where we have two commands inside DCL called as grant and revoke. So as it is stated over here, grant gives access privileges to the database and revoke withdraws access privileges given within the grant command. So what this basically means is, let's say if we have 10 users working on one particular database, then I want to make sure that only, let's say, the user number 1 and user number 2 get access to the database to particular records. And let's say if in that database I have a table called employee, and to that employee table I want only the user number 1, 2 and 3 to have access. So what I'll do is I will use this grant command and I will grant the privilege of this table to only these three users. So this is how the command will work. So I'll type in grant and this is the privilege list. So whatever privileges, maybe it's the number of records in the table or maybe the entire table or what tables in the entire database that has to be given access to a particular user, right? So this is the entire privilege list. So I'll type in grant privilege list on, and over here I had given whatever table that the user needs to get access to. So grant privilege on relation name to, and here I'll give in the username or the user ID. So this is how I can grant a privilege of a particular table to a particular user. Now this is granting the access. Similarly, we can revoke the access. So what does revoke mean over here? Revoke basically means taking back the access or restricting a particular user to access particular data. So to remove access from a particular user, what we'll do is we'll type in revoke, and let's say if I want one particular user to not have access to the first three columns of the student table, then over here I'll give in the privilege list. On, I'll give in the table name to whatever user that is. Let's say if it is user number 10, I'll give in user number 10. So this is how I can make sure that I can grant access to a specified users and I can revoke access to specified users. And then we finally have something known as TCL, which is known as the transaction control language. And these are the three commands which come under transaction control language. So we've got commit, rollback, and save point. Now, before we go ahead and understand what exactly is transaction control language, let's understand what exactly is a transaction. So in simple terms, whatever action you perform, that is known as a transaction. Now let's take a simple example over here. Let's say you go to a bank and you'd want to perform certain operation. So let's say if you want to withdraw money from the bank. So over here, withdrawing money from the bank is a particular transaction. Similarly, if you want to deposit money into the bank, that again is a transaction. And if you want to see balance, how much balance do you have, that again is a transaction which you are performing. Now, in certain cases, it happens that multiple transactions are going on at the same point of time. So this is where you'd have to ensure that the important transactions are committed. And let's say if you have made certain mistake, there's an option to go back to the transaction which you've made. So this is where we have commit, rollback, and save point. Now let's say if you have completed one transaction which is very important to you, and you want to make sure that this is saved properly. So what you do is you will use the commit command and this will save all of your work till now. All of your transactions which have been done till now would be committed. And similarly, we have the rollback command over here. Let's say you have made an incorrect transaction and you want to roll back to the earlier state. So this is where you can use the rollback command. And there'll be a lot of cases where for now you don't want to save the data, but you consider this to be an important point where you can maybe go back and see your data, what are you working on, or maybe go back and save that particular data. So at those points, you can name that as a save point. So these are the different commands which come under transaction control language. Now let's go ahead and work with the where clause. So many a times it happens that we'd want to extract records from the table on the basis of a condition. So this is where we'll use the where clause. So as it is stated over here, where clause is used to specify a condition while fetching the data from a single table or by joining with multiple tables. And this where clause can be used not just with the select statement, but it can also be used with the update, delete statement and multiple other statements. Now, let's say from this entire employees table, I'd want to extract only that record where the employee ID is equal to 101. So this is where I can go ahead and use the where clause. So what I'll do is I'll type in select star from employees. Now if I just type in this will give me the entire table. So instead of getting the entire table, I'd want only that record where employee ID is equal to 101. So after the statement, I'll use the where keyword and follow it up with the column name and then give the condition over here. So I'll state select star from employees where employee ID is equal to 101. And from this entire table, I'm able to extract this particular row. So let me go ahead and show you the employees table again over here. So I'll type in select star from employees. I'll execute this. So this is our table. This has got 8 rows in total. We've got employee ID, first name, last name, salary and gender. Now out of all of this, I'd want only that record where the employee ID is equal to 3. So after this, I'll type in where and then given the name of the column which is employee ID, I'll give in the condition. So this will be employee ID is equal to 3. I'll execute this and we have successfully got the result. Now similarly, if I want to extract only that column where the employee ID is let's say equal to 5, I'll set 5 over here and let's see what is the result. So this is the employee ID 5 and the name of the person is Nicole Kidman. Now similarly, if I want to extract only that record where let's say the name of the employee is Annie. So over here, instead of giving the employee ID, I'll use the column name first name. So the first name of the employee is Annie. So I have extracted only that record where the first name of the employee is Annie. Now this where clause can be used in conjunction with multiple operators. So we've got the AND operator, OR operator and the NOT operator. Now whenever we want to give multiple conditions, that is, I want to extract records on the basis of multiple conditions, that is when I can go ahead and use the AND, OR and NOT operators. Right, so over here we've got this example over here. So you need to understand how the AND and the OR operator works. So the AND operator gives you a true result when both of the operands are true. That is, whatever is present on the left side of the AND symbol and whatever is present on the right side of the AND symbol, if both of them are true, that is when you'll get a true result. So here let's check this condition properly. So on the left side of the AND symbol, we have 5 is less than 2, which is false. And on the right side of the AND symbol, we've got 5 is greater than 3, which is true. So false and true would give you a false value. So you will get a true result only when both the operands on the left and right side of the AND operator are true. Now let's go to the OR operator. So when you're working with the OR operator, you will get a true result when either of the operands is true or both of the operands are true. So over here, we see that 5 is less than 2, which is false. After that, we'll type in or 5 is less than 3. 5 is greater than 3. So since 5 is greater than 3 is actually true, so that is why we'll get a true result. And then we have the NOT operator. So NOT operator is basically opposite of true. So over here we are checking if 5 is less than 2. So 5 is less than 2 will give you a false result and NOT of false will give you true. So if you have a true, if you put in NOT in front of true, you will get a false. Similarly, if you put in a NOT in front of false, you'll get a true. Now let's go ahead and work with these sample queries. So let's start with the AND operator. Now from the entire employees table, I'd want only that record or only those records where let's say the first name is equal to Steven and salary is equal to 150 over here, right? Now let's go ahead and work with the AND operator in MySQL workbench. Let me remove all of this and let me just show you the original table over here. So this will be select star from employees. Now out of this entire employees table, I'd want to extract only those records where salary is equal to or greater than $500,000 and gender is equal to female. So over here, after select star from employees, I'll give in the condition where. So the first condition would be salary needs to be equal to or greater than $500,000. So I'll type in greater than or equal to, and this would be $500,000. After this, I'd have to use the AND operator and I'd have to set the gender. Now the gender needs to be equal to female. So I'll just type female over here. So I've given both of those conditions. Now let me hit execute. So on the entire table, we see that only Nicole Kidman and Angelina Jolie are two employees whose salary is equal to or greater than $500,000 and both of them are female. Now similarly, we have an example for the OR operator over here. So we want all of those employees where either the first name is equal to Steven or salary is equal to here $15,000. So let's work with a similar example from over here. So I'll remove all of this and I'll just print out select star from employees, and this is what we have over here. So from this entire table, let's say I'd want only those records where the employee ID is an even number or gender is equal to female, right? So I'm repeating it again. Either I want only those records where the employee ID is even or gender is equal to female. So let me give in the condition. So for this, select star from employees where, and the condition would be employee ID %2 is equal to 0. Now what I'm doing over here is employee ID %2 is equal to 0. So whatever value is present, I am dividing it by 2. And if I get the remainder 0, then it would mean that the value is equal to 0. Or let's say if I divide 1 with 2, I obviously wouldn't get the result 0. When I divide 2 with 2, I get the quotient 0. When I divide 4 with 2, I get the quotient 0. So this over here would give me the remainder 0. So whenever I get the remainder is equal to 0, that is when I'll use the employee ID %2 is equal to 0. So select star from employees where employee ID %2 is equal to 0. This is my first condition. And then I'll use the OR operator and then given the second condition. So the second condition over here would be equal to gender is equal to female. So let me just type in gender is equal to female, and now let me execute this. Right, so I have extracted those records first where employee ID is divisible by 2. So I've got 2, 4, 6 and 8. Now apart from this, I've also got over here this record employee ID 1 because the gender is equal to female. So apart from 3 and 7, apart from employee ID 3 and employee ID 7, I've got the rest of the records. And then I've got the NOT operator. So as it is stated, we've got the opposite result when we are using the NOT operator. So let's work with the NOT operator over here. So what I want to do is I'd want to extract all of the female employees from this entire table. So I'll type select star from employees where gender is not equal to male. So instead of typing where gender is equal to female, I'm just typing the opposite where gender is not equal to male. And since we've got only two genders over here, male and female, I'll get the opposite result. Similarly, if I want to extract all of the male employees by using the NOT operator, I'll type in the select star from employees where gender is not equal to female. Right, so if gender is not equal to female, and this is what I'll have over here. So those were the basic operators, and apart from this, we've also got the less than equal to, greater than equal to, all of these operators over here. So let's see an example of all of these first. So let's start with the greater than operator. Now let me remove all of this. Let me hit execute. Now from this entire table, let's say I want all of the employees where salary is greater than $400,000. So I'll type select star from employees where salary is greater than, I'll type in $400,000 and let's see what is the result. So I have only 3 records. So Nicole Kidman, Angelina Jolie and Joey Leblo are the only 3 employees whose salary is greater than $400,000. Now this is greater than. So similar to the greater than operator, I have the greater than equal to. So when it came to the greater than operator, this value was exclusive. But when we use greater than equal to, this value would be inclusive. So let me hit execute. And as you see, even this record where the salary is exactly $400,000 has been included. So Charlie Sheen salary is exactly $400,000. Now similarly from the entire table, I'd want to extract all of those records where the salary is less than $300,000. So here I'm setting salary less than $300,000 and I've got 3 employees over here. Annie Hathaway, Brad Pitt and Charlie Harper. So these are 3 employees whose salary is less than $300,000. Now similarly, if I want only those records where salary is equal to or less than $300,000, we just have to put in the equal to operator over there, right? And we also have this record over here, Matt LeBlanc. So Matt LeBlanc salary is exactly $300,000. So these were some examples of all of these different operators. Now we'll work with some special operators. So we've got between, like, as null, in, and distinct. So let's start with the between operator. So the between operator would give you a result within a particular range. So it has to be between a particular range as it is stated over here. Now let's say I want all of those employees where the salary is between 10,000 and 20,000 as shown over here, right? So between this and this. Now you have to understand that both of these are inclusive. So when you type in salary between 10,000 and 20,000, this would mean that 10,000 is inclusive and also 20,000 is inclusive. So let's perform a similar command over here. Let me remove this and let me show you the original table first. So from this entire table, I'd want to extract only those records where the salary is between $200,000 and $500,000. So I'll type select star from employees where salary between, I'll type $200,000 and $500,000 over here. Right, so now let me hit execute and we've got these 4 results. So Brad Pitt's salary is $200,000, which is the lower limit. Nicole Kidman's salary is $500,000, which is the upper limit. And we've got these 2 over here, Matt LeBlanc and Charlie Sheen, whose salary is $300,000 and $400,000. Now, we've got the like operator, which checks an attribute value matches a given string pattern. So this would mean that if I want to extract something where it matches a particular string pattern, for example, from the entire table, I'd want to extract only those records where the first name is like Steven, right? So over here, I'm checking the string pattern. So in the first name, if the string pattern is like Steven, then I'll go ahead and extract all of those records. So let's perform a similar example over here. So initially I'll show you the result again. Now as you see in this, I've got 2 Charlies over here, right? So I want to extract both of those Charlies from this entire table, and for this purpose I can use the like operator. So I'll type select star from employees where first name like, and I'll give in Charlie. I'll put in a semicolon over here. Let me hit execute, right? And I've extracted these 2 records. I've got Charlie Sheen and I've got Charlie Harper. Now, similarly, let's say from this entire table, let's look at the last name over here. So let me see if there's a repeat anywhere. So I've got Matt LeBlanc and I've got Joey LeBlanc over here. Now let's say I want to extract both of these LeBlancs. So I'll type in select star from employees where I'll give in the last name like, and the last name needs to be like LeBlanc. So I'll type in LEBLANC. I'll hit execute and I've successfully extracted these 2 records. Now I'll show the entire result. So let's say if I want to extract all of those records where the first name starts with an A. right? So we can also do that. So I'm repeating it again. From all of these records, if I want to extract only those rows where the first name starts with an A, so I'll type in select star from employees where first name like, and I'll type a percent symbol. This would mean that the first name would start with A and it will follow up with certain number of characters. So when I type in percent over here, this would mean either A is followed by a single character or multiple characters. And this is our result. So we see that we've got two employees whose first name starts with A. We've got Annie Hathaway and we've got Angelina Jolie. Now similarly, from this entire table, let's say I want to extract all of those records where the last name starts with H. So select star from employees where last name like, and over here I'll type in H percent symbol, and that's why I've extracted all of those records where the last name starts with H. So I've got Anne Hathaway and I've got Charlie Harper. So that was the like operator, and then we've got the is null operator, which helps us to extract all of those records where we have a null. But unfortunately, right now, the present table which we're working with, there are no null records, so this is not really of much use for us. And then we've got the in operator over here. So in operator helps us to check an attribute value, and if it matches with any value within a value list. So let's say from this entire employee table, I'd want to extract only those records where salary lies in 10,000, 12,000 or 20,000, right? So basically we have a list, and if I want to extract from that particular list, I can use this in operator. So select star from employees where, let me actually show you the original table again. So I've got this. So select star from employees where, let's say I want the salary to be in $200,000 and let's say $500,000, and I've got $700,000 as well. So from this entire table, I'd want to extract only those records where salary lies in these three values. So I've extracted these three records. I've got Brad Pitt, Nicole Kidman, and Joey LeBlanc, whose salary lies in $200,000, $500,000, and $700,000. And after that, we've got the distinct operator, which helps us to extract unique values from a particular table. So when I type in select distinct first name from employees, this would give me all of those records where the first name is distinct. So let me again show you the original table, and in the original table, as you would notice, we have Charlie 2 times. Now I want only the unique first names from this entire table. So I'll type in select star from employees and I'll type distinct first name. And let me put in a semicolon over here. So this is actually the incorrect syntax. So we'd have to type select, and then after this I'd have to give in the distinct keyword over here. So I'll type in select distinct, and inside distinct I would give in the name of the column. So the name of the column would be first name. So select distinct first name from, I'd have to give in the name of the table, which would be employees. So select distinct of first name from employees, and we see that we've got this result. So even though Charlie was present twice, we've got the unique values, and we see that in this result, we've got Charlie only once. So after this, we'll go ahead and work with some SQL functions. So these are the basic functions which SQL provides us. We've got the average, count, max, min, and sum. Let's say if I want to find out the average value of some numeric column, then I can use this average function. So let's say if I want to find out the average salary of all the employees, then I'll type in select average of salary from employees. So let me perform this command. So I'll type in select, and then I'll give in the function average. So select average of salary from, and then I'll give in the name of the table, which would be employees. So I'll get the result over here. So we see that the average salary of all the employees is around $351,000, 250. Now similarly, if I want to find out the maximum and minimum values over here, instead of average, I'll just put in min max. So select minimum salary from employees will give me the minimum salary, and select maximum of salary from employees would give me the maximum salary. So over here, all I'll do is I'll change this and I'll put in min over here. So select minimum of salary from employees. So we see that minimum salary is $10,000. Similarly, if I want the maximum salary, I'll type select maximum of salary from employees, and we see that the maximum salary is $700,000. And after this, we've got sum over here, which returns the sum of specified column values. Now, if I have numeric values and if I want to find out the sum of all of the records in that column, then I can use the sum aggregate function. So over here, instead of max, I'll just put in sum, select sum of salary from employees, and this is the sum of all of the salaries of all the employees. And then we've finally got the count aggregate function over here. So here, let's say if I want to find out the total number of rows or the total number of records from the table, then I can use the count star example. So I'll just type in select count of star from employees, and that would give me the total number of records from this table. So I'll just delete this from over here and I'll type in select count of star from employees, and I'll hit execute, and we see that there are 8 records in total. Now let's go ahead and work with a group by clause. Now many a times it happens that whenever we are dealing with tabular data, there are some data, or there is some sort of data which is similar to each other. Now let's say we are working with the student table or the teacher table in the college database. Now from this entire student table, there would be some students who would belong to one particular department, and there would be some students who would belong to some other department. So let's say there are 4 departments in total. You have computer science, you have chemical engineering, you have mechanical engineering, and you have electronics engineering. Now out of all of these, we can place some students under computer science, some students under mechanical, some students under chemical, and similarly the rest of the students into electronics. Now this over here, what we are doing is we are placing students who are in one particular department into one group. So this is where, let's say if we want to extract the marks of all of the students who belong to one particular department, then we need the group by clause. Right? Again, similarly, let's say if we take the employee database or the employee table over here, then different employees would be working in different teams or different departments. Now, let's say there are teams such as marketing, content, tech, sales, and so on. So out of all of these, let's say if we want to find out the average salary with respect to each of these departments. Now, let's say I'd want to find out the average salary with respect to the tech department, with respect to the marketing department, with respect to the sales department, and so on. Again, what I'd have to do over here is group the data with respect to that department and find out the average salary of that particular department. So this is where we'd require the group by clause. Now, as it is stated over here, the group by clause, the group by keyword is followed after the where clause if the where clause is present in a select statement, and it is preceded by the order by clause again if the order by clause is used. Now let's say from this entire table, I'd want to find out the sum of salary with respect to department where the salary of the employees or each of the employees is greater than 15,000, right? Now if we take these 3 departments over here, so we've got department ID 10, 11 and 12. Now over here, if you take department number 11 and department number 12, you see that the salary is greater than 15,000. But when it comes to department ID 10, the salary is actually less than $15,000. So that is why what you will do is you will ignore this department ID 10 and you will only find out the sum of salary of department number 11 and department number 12. So when you sum the salary of department number 11, you only have one record. So that is why you have 15,000 over here. Similarly, when it comes to department number 12, when you add 10,000 and 20,000, that becomes 30,000. So this is how, if you want to find out some information with respect to one particular group or one particular department, you can go ahead and use the group by clause. Now let's go to MySQL and work with the group by clause. So this is our employees table over here. Now what we'll do is we'll go ahead and add a new column into this table, and we'll name that column as department. So to add a new column, we'd have to use the alter command. So I'll type in alter table, and then I'll give in the name of the table, which is employees. And after this, I'll type in add column, and the name of the column would be DEPT. And after this, I'd have to give in the data type of this column. So let's say this is of variable length character and the size is of 20. So we have successfully added this new column. Now let me have a glance at the modified table. So I'll type in select star from employees over here, and now this is our modified table. So we have successfully added this new column. Now I'd have to add the department in which each of this employee works. So for that, I'd have to update the table. So I'll use the update keyword, and then I'd have to give in the name of the table. So update employees, and then I'd have to use the set keyword, update employees set. And then I'd have to, let's say, update the value of department over here. So I'll set department is equal to, let's say Annie works in support. So I'll add support, and over here, update employee set department is equal to support, where employee ID is equal to 1. Now, after this, I'll just have a glance at the table. So I'll type in select star from employees. Now let me hit execute and let's see what happens. Right, so we have successfully added the department for Annie. Similarly, I'd want to set the department for Brad. Let's say Brad works in content. So I'll add content over here, and the employee ID is 2. So this has been changed as well. Now I'd have to change the department for Matt, and Matt works in tech. So department is tech and employee ID is 3 over here. This is also done, and then going ahead, I'd have to do it for the rest of the record. So after this, let's say I've got Charlie, and Charlie works in sales. I'll just add sales over here, and the employee ID is 4. Going ahead, I've got Nicole, and Nicole works in content, and the employee ID for Nicole is 5. This is also set. And then I've got Angelina, and Angelina works in tech again. So I'll add tech over here, and the employee ID for Angelina is 6. And going ahead, I've got 2 more records left. So I've got Charlie Harper left, and Charlie Harper, let's say, works in marketing. So I'll add marketing over here, and the employee ID for Charlie Harper is 7. And then I'm just left with one employee who is Joey LeBlanc, and Joey LeBlanc works in the tech department. So I'll add tech, and the employee ID for Joey LeBlanc is 8. So we have successfully added all of the departments for all of the employees. And now I'll remove this, and it's time to use the group by clause. Now let's say from this new table which we've just created, I'd want to find out the average salary with respect to each of the departments. So I would have to type in select, and since I want the average salary, I'll use average over here, select average of salary. And since I want this average salary with respect to department, I'd also want to see the department over here, select average of salary, department from employees. After this, I'd have to use the where clause, select average of salary, department from employees, and I don't need the where clause. And after this, I'd have to use the group by clause over here. So I'll type in group by department. Now let me hit execute, and let's see what do we get. Right, so we have the average salary with respect to each of the departments. So we see that the average salary in support is 100,000, in content it is 350,000, in tech it is 533,000, in sales it is 400,000, and in marketing it just seems that the salary is the lowest, which is only $10,000. Now similarly, let's say if I want the average salary with respect to gender, then I can do the same thing. So I'll type in select average of salary, and instead of giving department over here, I'll type in gender from employees, and this time I will group the table with respect to gender over here instead of department, and let me hit execute. So we see that the average salary of female employees is $400,000 and the average salary of male employees is $322,000. Now let's say if I want to find out the maximum salary instead of average salary. Now let's see. So maximum salary with respect to gender. Now let's see if there's any change. So this time we see that the maximum salary with respect to gender. So we see that there is one male employee whose salary is $700,000 and there is one female employee whose salary is $600,000. Now similarly, let's say if I want to find out the maximum salary with respect to department, and over here I'll go ahead and use group by with respect to department. Let's see what difference we would get. So we see that the maximum salary which an employee gets is in tech department over here, right? So in the earlier command, we had seen that one male employee had a salary of $700,000 and it seems that that employee works in the tech department. And after that, again, it seems that the lowest salary is in the marketing department. So it seems like there is one employee and his salary is $10,000. And then in content, we've got someone who earns around $500,000. So this is how we can work with the group by clause. And after group by, we have the having clause. Now, the having clause is used to put up a condition with respect to aggregate functions. Now, normally when we want to use conditions or when we want to extract records on the basis of a conditions, we would use the where clause. But if we want to extract records on the basis of a condition, but that condition is with respect to an aggregate function, then you can't use the where clause, and this is where you would have to use the having clause. So let's understand this command with respect to the having clause over here. Now let's say we have this entire table over here. Now from this entire table, I'd want the average salary where the average salary is greater than $10,000, and this average salary is with respect to department, and I want this only where the count of department ID is greater than or equal to 2. This means that there are at least 2 employees, 2 or more than 2 employees in that department. So in that case, we see that only department ID number 12, right? So where the department ID is 12, only this is the case where we have at least 2 employees in the department. So we have this employee ID, which is 103, and employee ID, which is 100. Now we have this department, and from this department, we'd have to find the average salary. So we have the total salary to be 30,000, and when you do 30,000 by 2, you get an average salary of $15,000. So this is how you can use the having clause and put up a condition with respect to the aggregate methods. Now again, let me show you my table over here. So I'll type in select star from, and then I'll give in the name of the table, which is employee over here. So select star from employees. Now similarly, let's say I'd want to find out the average salary with respect to only those departments where there are at least 2 or more than 2 employees. So what I'll do is I'll type in select average of salary, and I'd also want to have a glance at the department. So select average of salary department from employees, and I'd have to group this with respect to department. So I'll use group by department. After this, I'll use the having clause and I'll give the condition. So having, and as you see, I'm giving the condition where the condition is based on an aggregate function. So having count of department is greater than or equal to 2. So let's have a look at this table. So we see that there are only 2 departments. So the first department is content, where there are 2 employees, and then the next department is tech, where there are 3 employees. So let me run this, and as you see, the average salary with respect to content is $350,000 and average salary with respect to tech is $533,000. And we've got result with respect to only these 2 departments because there are at least 2 employees in only these departments. Now let's go ahead and work with the order by clause. So order by clause is used to arrange our table in either ascending order or descending order. And by default, whenever we use the order by clause, we sort it in ascending order. And if we have to sort it in reverse order, then we'd have to use DESE over here. So let's say we have this particular table over here, and if we want to arrange this table in ascending order, I'd have to type in select star from employees. After that, I'll use the order by keyword. So I'd want to order this table with respect to the salary column. And if I want to order this in descending order, I'll use the keyword DESC. Now let's do the similar thing over here. So let me first have a glance at the original table. So I'll type in select star from employees and let me hit run. So this is our table. Now let's say I want to arrange this table with respect to the descending order of salary. So I'll type in select star from employees and I'll type in order by. I'd have to give in the column by which I'd want to order. So I'd want to order this table with respect to the salary column and I'd want to order this in descending order. So I'll just add DESC. Now let me hit execute. And as we see, we have ordered this table in descending order. So the first record which you see has the maximum salary and the last record which you see has the minimum salary. Now we'll work with some set operators in SQL. So the first set operator which we'll be working with is the SQL union. So this is used to combine the result set of two or more select statements and the final result set would have the result without any duplicates. So what this basically means is, let's say if we have two select statements and with the help of two select statements, let's say with the help of the first select statement, we'd get 3 records. And with the help of the second select statement, we'll get 4 records. Now what we'll do is, we'll find out the result set of the first 3 records and the second 4 records from these two select statements. And if there are any duplicate records, they'll be removed. And what happens with this is each select statement within the union must have the same number of columns. So let's say if with the first select statement you are using 3 columns, then it is necessary that the second select statement should also have 3 columns. It cannot be less than 3 or more than 3. It should be exactly 3 columns. And also you must make sure that whatever data types of the columns you are using in both the select statements, they must be same. So let's say if in the first select statement, the first column is of integer type and the second column is of varchar type, then you must make sure that it is the same in the second select statement as well. That is, in the second select statement, the first column needs to be of integer type and the second column needs to be of varchar type. So as it is stated over here, you can also use more than 2 queries and you can club them using more than one union statement. So if all of this theory is too much complicated for you, let's understand that with the help of this example. So over here we have 2 tables. So the name of the first table is product 1 and the name of the second table is product 2. And in these 2 tables, we have the same column. So in product 1, we have category ID and product name. Similarly, in product 2, we have category ID and product name. Now, what we are doing is with the first select statement over here, we are selecting the product name column from this product 1 table. Similarly, from this select statement, with the help of this select statement, we are selecting this product name column from the product 2 table. So this select statement would return us Nokia, Samsung, HP and Nikon. And similarly, this select statement would return all of these values from this table. Now, when you use the union operator in between these two, this will give us the result set of both of the select statements. So that would mean whatever common values are there, those will be removed. So from this, we'll get Nokia, Samsung, HP and Nikon. And from this, whatever extra are there. So LG, Dell, Apple and PlayStation. So these are the ones which are not present in product 1, right? So basically, when we use the union operator, we'll get the result set of both of the select statements. So let's go to MySQL and implement the union operator. So my first task over here would be to create those 2 tables. So I'll type in create table and the name of the first table is product 1. And inside this, so the category it is let's say category ID. This is the name of the first column and then I'd have to give in the name of the second column, which would be product name. And this is of integer type and let's say the length is 10. Similarly, product name, this is of varchar type and this is of length 20. So let me go ahead and create the table. So we have successfully created this table. Now let me have a glance at what I've just created. So I'll type in select star from product 1 So we see that we have the structure of the table over here ready. Now it's time to insert the values. So I'll just type in insert into product 1, and over here I'd have to give in the names of the columns. So the name of the first column would be category, and I'd have to give in ID over here. So I'll just type in underscore ID, and then I'd have to give in the name of the second column, which would be product name. And after this, I just have to type in values and give in the values over here. So I'll give in 1, and then let's say the first product is Nokia. So let me just type in Nokia over here. Let me cut this and paste it below the insert statement. Right, so we have successfully inserted the first record. Now similarly, let me go ahead and add other records as well. So I'll type in 2, and then over here I'll add Samsung. And after this, I'll go ahead and insert a record, and that would be HP. So let me just add HP over here. And after HP, I would have at category ID 6, this would be Nikon. So let me just add Nikon over here. So this is my product 1 table. Now similarly, I'd have to go ahead and create product 2 table. So I'll type in create table product 2, and inside this, the name of the column would be the same, which would be category ID, and this is of integer type. Size is 10, and then I'd have to give in the name of the second column, which would be product name, and this is of varchar type again, and since there's a variable length character, the length would be 20. Let me execute this over here. So we have created this table, and now let me have a glance at product 2. So select star from product 2, and this is our product 2 over here. Now it's time to insert values into product 2. So I'll type in, let me actually cut this over here, and I'll type in insert into product 2. So the names of the columns are same. Now I'll have to go ahead and insert the values. So category 1 in product 2 would be Samsung. So let me just type in Samsung over here. We've got this set, and then category 2 would be LG. Let me type in LG. Then we've got HP at category number 3. So let me also add HP over here. Then at row number 5 or category number 5, we've got Dell. This is also set. Then at category ID 6, I've got Apple. So let me remove this, and I'll also add Apple over here. I'll hit on execute, and then going ahead, I'll add the final record, which would be category ID 10, and this is a PlayStation. So let me just add PlayStation over here. I need to put a comma after this. Now we have created product 1 and product 2 tables. Now it's time to extract the records which are common in product 1 and product 2. So I'll type in select product name from, and then the name of the table is product 1. After this, I'll use the union operator, and I'll use select product name from, and then this would be let me get the spelling properly over here. So this would become product 2. I'll hit on execute, and so this is the final result over here. So this is the result set of both of these select statements. Now similar to the union operator, we've got the union all operator. So this is used to combine the results of two select statements including duplicate rows. So this is the only difference between union and union all operators. So when it comes to the union operator, the duplicates are not included, and when it comes to the union all operator, the duplicates are included. And as it is stated over here, the same rules that apply to the union clause will also apply to the union all operator. And this is the syntax for union all operator. So you will first give in the select statement, you'll list out the columns which you would want to extract from table 1. After that, you will give in the keyword union all, and you will give in the second select statement and list out the same set of columns in the same order from table 2. So if you see over here, we've got product 1 and product 2. These are the same tables, and when you apply the union all operator on these two tables, this is what we get. So this is the result from first select statement. So we have Nokia, Samsung, HP and Nikon. And after that, from the second select statement, we have this Samsung, LG, HP, Dell, Apple and PlayStation. So as you see over here, the duplicate values are also included. So Samsung over here comes 2 times. So as you see over here, Samsung comes over here 2 times. Now let me just change this from union to union all, and let me hit on run, and let's see the result. Let me increase the size of this over here. So as you see, we have Nokia, Samsung, HP and Nikon, and we also have the duplicates from the second table. Now we'll understand the concept of joins in structured query language. So many times it happens that we'd want to combine different tables into one single table so that we may have a glance at all of the records at one single place. So if we take that example of the college database, and let's say if we have the student table and the teacher table inside that college database. Now there'd be some properties which we'd want to see from the student table and also from the teacher table at the same point. So let's say if we want to see which teachers teach to some particular students or which teachers teach to some particular department. Now if that is the case, then we'd want to combine the teacher table and the student table into one single table so that we may have more information at the same time. So this is where we can use the joins in SQL. So another similar example would be, let's say if we have the company table or the company database, and inside the company database we would have the employees table and the departments table. Now there'd be some situations where we'd want to see the employees table, the information in the employees table and the information in the departments table at the same time. So again, the best option would be to combine these two tables into one single table and have all of the information in that table. Now for that purpose, we have different joins in SQL. So we have inner join, left join, right join, full outer join, and a lot more. So let's understand all of them. So what does a join actually do? Let's understand that first. That is stated over here. With the help of joins, we can combine rows and columns from 2 or more tables based on a related column between them in a database. So what this basically means is, let's say if we have a table A and table B, then what we are doing is we are trying to combine the rows or columns from table A and table B on the basis of a common column which is present in both table A and table B. So this is one important information which you guys have to note over here, guys, right? So there has to be at least one common column between table A and table B. Only then you'd be able to apply these joins on these two tables. So first, let's go ahead and understand inner join. Now, for inner join, we would need two tables, absolutely, table A and table B. And what happens in inner join is this returns when there is a match in both tables. This would mean that, let's say if we are trying to combine table A and table B on the basis of a condition, then this would return all of those rows wherever the condition is satisfied or wherever there is a match, right? So let's say if there are 10 records in table A and 15 records in table B, and out of those 10 and 15 records, let's say 5 records match. And now on the basis of that condition, you will only get those 5 records which satisfy the condition between table A and table B. So this is known as inner join, which only return the matched records. And after inner join, we have something known as the left join. So in left join, we get all of the records from table A irrespective of whether the condition is satisfied or not, right? So we get all of the records from table A or from the left table, and only the matched records from table B or from the right table. And when it comes to the right join, it's exactly opposite of the left join. So in right join, we get all of the records from the right table or from table B, and only the matched records from the left side of the table or the table A. Now going ahead, we have something known as the full outer join. So full outer join would give you all of the records from table A as well as all of the records from table B. And then we finally have the self join over here. So self join is used to join a table with itself. So now the question which arises over here is, how can you actually join a table with itself? So you just rename the table as something else. You have a temporary table. So as it is stated over here, self join is used to join a table to itself as if the table were two tables, temporarily renaming at least one table in the SQL statement. Now let's say if you have a table called as A, what you do is you try to join A with A itself, but then again you rename A as something else. And then we have the last join, which is known as the Cartesian join or the cross join. So this cross join returns the Cartesian product of the sets of records in these tables. So this would mean that if there are 3 records in table A and 4 records in table B, and if you apply the cross join on these two tables, then the final table would have 12 records in it. This would be because 3 into 4 would give you the Cartesian product, which is 12, and the final result would have 12 records in it. Now let's start off with the first one, which is inner join. As I've already told you, inner join would give you all of the common records or all of the matched records in table A and table B. And this is the syntax to apply inner join on two tables. So first we'll start with the select keyword. After giving the select keyword, we will give in the set of columns which we'd want to extract. So let's say if we want to extract column 1 from table 1, we'll first give in the name of the table, we'll use the dot operator and then give in the column name. Similarly, if we want the column 2 from table 2, then we'll give in the name of the table, we'll give in the dot operator and then we'll give in the name of the column from this table. Similarly, we'll give all of the columns from all of the tables which you'd want. So let's say if I want column n from table 1, I'll give in table 1 dot col n. So once I've listed all of the columns which I want from table 1 and table 2, after that I'll give in the from keyword and give the name of table 1 or the left table. And I'll give in keywords inner, join, and I'll give the name of the second table or the right table. Now once all of this is done, I'll use the keyword on and then give the condition on the basis of which I'd want to join these two tables. So over here the condition is table1.common field needs to be equal to table2.common field. That is, wherever the records in this column of table 1 is equal to wherever the records of this column in table 2 are equal, all of those records I'd want to extract. So let's go ahead and apply this concept of inner join in MySQL. So let me go back. So initially we had the employees table over here. So let me just show you guys that employees table. So select star from employees and this is our employees table. Now to apply all of the different joins which you have just seen, I would need one more table. So for that I need the department table. I'll go ahead and create the department table for that purpose. So I'll type in create department and inside this I need certain columns. So first, let's say I would need the department ID column. So over here I'll type in department ID and this is of integer type and the length is 10. And then I would need the department column, which is the common column over here. So I have the department column in the employees table as well. So this would be my common column. I'll set varchar of 20. And then after this, I'd have maybe the department location column. And again, this would be of type varchar and I'll set 20 to this. So this is how I am able to create this table called as department. So seems like we have an error over here. So create and after this I'd have to type in table. So this was the error. Now I'll type in select star from department. Let me hit execute and let's see what do we get. So we see that we have successfully created this table called as department. Now it's time to insert values into this table. So let me go ahead and insert some values. So for that I'd have to use the insert command. So I'll type in insert into, have to give in the name of the table which is department and then I'll have to set the column names over here. So this would be department ID. After department ID I just have department and then I have the department location and I'll go ahead and set the values. So let's say the first department ID is 1 and the department is content, and the content department, let's say, resides in Chicago. Now let me cut this and let me paste it over here. Let's see what is the result. So we have successfully created our first department. Now I'll go ahead and create my second department over here, which would be support. So department ID is 2 and name of the department is support, and let's say support department is in New Jersey. So let me just change this to New Jersey over here. This is also set. Now I'll go ahead and create the third department, which would be sales. So I'll add sales over here, and after this, let's say the sales department sits in Boston. I'll add Boston over here. I've got this to ready, and I'll go ahead and add 2 more records. Now let's say the fourth department is the HR department, and I'll add HR over here, and let's say also the HR department sits in Chicago. And then I'll add 1 more department, which would be operations. So I'll set the ID to be equal to 5, and I'll add operations over here, and operations is in New York. So let me just add New York over here, and my department table is finally ready. And now that I have both of these tables ready, I would want to apply the inner join on this. So I'd want, since I'm applying the inner join on these 2 tables, I'd want only those records where the department is common in the employees table and as well as the department table. So let me go ahead and write the command for that. First, I'd have to give in the select keyword, and then I'd have to list out all of the columns which I'd want from the employee table. So first I'll use the alias. So I'll type in E dot, and after this, let's say I would want the first name from the employee table. I would also need the last name from the employees table. So I'll add E dot, let me add last name. And apart from this, let's say I'd want the department name and the department location columns from the department table. So I'll type in d.dept, and I would also need d.dept location. So these are the 4 columns which I'd want from both of these tables. And after this, I'd have to give in the from keyword and give in the name of the first table, which is employees, and I'll set the alias E. So this E, what you see is basically I am extracting the first name and the last name columns from the employees table. So this is the alias which I've given to the employees table. And after this, since I'm applying inner join, let me just add inner join over here, and I'd have to give in the name of the right table, which is department, and I'd have to give in the alias for department, which is D over here, right? So I'm extracting the department name column and the department location column from this department table. And after that, I'll finally give in the keyword on, and I'd have to set in the condition. So the condition would be E dot DEPT is equal to D dot DEPT. That is, the department name column needs to be same in both of those tables, or in other words, wherever these records are common in the department table and the employees table, I would want only those records. So let me go ahead and execute this. And this is our result. Now let me just elongate this, and this is what we have. So it seems that the common departments are support, content, sales, and again we have content over here. So it seems like these are the only common departments over here. And with respect to this, I have extracted these people. So Anne, Brad, Charlie, and Nicole. So these are the people which basically occur in the same departments. Now, just to be sure, I'll also have select star from, and then let me give in the department table over here. Select star from department. Let me run this, right? So as you see, we have the content, support, these 2 departments over here. Now let me run this, and I've got content, support, and sales, right? So these are the 3 departments. Content, support, and sales are the 3 departments which are common in both these tables. So we have applied this, inner join. Now it's time to work with the left join. So as it is stated over here, when we apply left join, we get all the records from the left table and only the matched records from the right table. And wherever there is no match, we will put in null values in the right side. And the syntax is pretty much the same. First, we'll give in the select keyword, and after that, we will list out the set of columns which we'd want to extract from table 1 and table 2. After that, we'll give in the from keyword and give the name of table 1, and then we'll type left join and then give the label of table 2. After that, we'll type on and then give in the condition on the basis of which we'd have to join these two tables. So this is our example of left join over here. Let's say we have this employees table and this department table over here, and I'm applying this left join, and the condition is wherever the department ID is common between these two. So over here, let's say I've got 10, 11, 12, I've got 10, 11, 13 and 14. Now since this is left join, I'd get all of the records from this left table. So that is why, as you see over here, I've got Harry, Edwin, Steven and Eric. All of these are there. And from the right side of the table, let's say wherever this is not present, so 12, wherever 12 is not present, I get null value. So the ID is 103 and 100. So as you see over here, 103 and 100. So as these two employees or these two records are not present in the department table, I have a null value over here. And wherever the records are common, obviously I get the records from both the tables. So let's go ahead and apply a similar operation on the employees table and the department table in MySQL. Now, obviously the command would be select, and I'll type in E. I'd want the first name, and after the first name, I'd want the salary. So select E dot first name, and I'll type E dot salary, and from the department table, I'd want DEPT, which is the department name, and I'd want the department location. So I'll type D.DEPT underscore location. So this is actually LOC. Now that I've given the list of all of the columns which I'd want to extract, I just have to give in the from keyword, and I'd have to give in the name of the first table, which is employees, and the alias is E. Now that this is done, I'd have to give the left join, because that is what I'd want to apply on these two tables. I'll type left join, and I will give in the name of the second table, which is department, and I'll give in the alias, which is D. After that, I'd have to give in the on keyword, and I'd have to set in the condition. So the condition is wherever these columns are equal, or the records in the department column are equal. So this would be E.DEPT is equal to D.DEPT. I'll put a semicolon and let me hit run, and this is what we have. So 1, 2, 3 and 4. So these 4 records which you see, so these 4 records are where the condition is satisfied. That is where the department is common in the employees table as well as the department table. Now these records, the rest of the records which you see, these are part of the left table. But since this department, whatever department these guys belong to, that department is not present in the department table. So that is why we have a null over here for the last 4 values. So I'll repeat it again. So for the first 4 values, the condition is satisfied. And for the last 4 values, the condition is not satisfied. And since this is the left join, that is why we have all of the records from the left table, and we have the null values from the right table over here. Now after that, we have the right join. So the right join is exactly opposite to the left join. So in right join, we would have all of the records returned from the right table, but only the match records in the left table. And this is the syntax. So again, we'll type select, we'll list down all of the columns from table 1 and table 2. From table 1, right join table 2 on, and then we'll give in the condition on the basis of which we'd have to join these 2 tables. And over here, we've got the employee table over here, department table over here. And I want to join these 2 tables on the basis of where the department ID is equal. And since this is the right join, I am getting all of the records from the right table over here, as you see. And wherever this is not satisfied, right, wherever the department ID is not equal, there I am getting the null values over here. So I have 10, 11, 13 and 14. So as you see, 13 and 14 is not present over here. So this is resources and shipping. So these 2 records wherever are there. So for these two, I have null values from the left side of the table. So I'll delete this and let me write the command for this as well. So I've got the employees table and as well as the department table ready. First, I'd have to type in select and I'd have to list down the set of columns. So let's say now instead of the first name, I'd want the last name. So I'll type in e dot last name. And from the department table, I'd want the department and I'd want the department ID. So I'll type in d dot dept ID. These are all the columns which I'd want. And let's say I'd also want the gender over here along with this. So I'll type in e dot gender. After that, I'll put in from and then the name of the first table, which would be employees, the alias. Once I give the alias, I'd have to type in right join because that is what I want, and then the name of the second table or the right table, which is department. Now that this is done, I'd have to give in the on keyword and set the condition, which is e dot dept should be equal to d dot dept. I'll put in a semicolon, let me hit run, and this is what we have over here. So this is right join, and as you see from the left side of the table, I've got last name and gender, and from the right side of the table, I've got department and department ID. And since this is right join, I've got all of the records from the right side of the table, and where the department condition is not satisfied, I have got null values. So HR department and operations department is not present in the employee table, and that is why I have null value over here. And then finally, I've got the full outer join, which combines the results of both left and right outer joins. So the join table will contain all the records from both the tables, and wherever the match is not there, we will be returned with nulls. And this is the syntax. So as we are combining the results of both left and right outer joins in full outer join, what we'll do is we will first use the syntax for left join, and we'll use the union operator and we'll union it with the results of the right join, right? So we had earlier learned the concept of union. So what we'll do is we'll just use this union operator between the left join and the right join, as this combines the results of both the left join and the right join. So again, we've got this table over here. This is the employees table and this is the department table over here. So first we will give in the entire syntax for the left join. After that, we'll put in the union operator, and then we'll put in the entire syntax for the right join. Now, as you see, this is the resultant. So first, since we've put in the left join, we've got all of these 4 records from the left join. And since there is not satisfied over here, so we have null. And after the union operator, we've got the right join. So we've got these 2 records from the right join. And since these 2 departments are not there, we have the null value. So let's go ahead and put in the condition. So let's say for this, I'd want everything. So e dot last name is already set. So I'd want e dot first name. So let me put in e dot first name, e dot last name, e dot gender, and I'd also want salary for this. So I will just write e dot salary, and from the department table, I'd want the department name, the department location, and the department ID, all of these. So basically, I'm extracting all of the columns from the employees table as well as the department table. So first, I will give in left join over here. Now, once I give in left join and the condition over here, I'd have to use the union operator, and I will select the same command over here. I will paste it over here, and in the second half of the command, instead of using left join, I'll just keep it as right join. Now let me remove the semicolon and I'll put it at the end of the command. Now let me hit execute and let's see the result. So it seems like we have an error over here. So we don't have a department called DLOG. So this is actually DEPTLOC. Let me change it to DEPTLOC and let me hit run. And this is our result. So this is how full outer join looks like. So as you see, first we have applied the full join. First we have applied the left join. So that is why we have all the records which are common in these two. So the content department and support and sales are common in these two. And after that, we have got these records which are present in the employees table but are not present in the department table. So as you see over here, so we've got these members. So Matt, Angelina, Charlie, and Joey. So these are present in the employees table, but they're not present in the department table over here. And finally, we've got two new departments, HR and operations, which are not part of the employees table. So now that full outer join is done, we are just left with one join, which is the cross join. And as I've told you, the cross join would give you the Cartesian product of all of the rows in table A and table B. And this is the syntax for it. Select, I'll give in the list of the columns which I'd want from table A and table B. After that, I'll put in from table 1. And then I'll just type in cross join table 2. So let's say if I have table 1 and table 2 like this, and if I apply cross join on these two, since there are 4 records in table 1 and 3 records in table 2, so cross join is basically 4 cross 3, and this is what I have over here. So what this basically gives is for every record in table 1, I have these 3 results with respect to this. So first I have A1, then I have A2, then I have A3 over here, right? Similarly, I have B1, B2, B3, C1, C2, C3, and D1, D2, and D3. So this is how I'll get the result. So let's go ahead and perform this in MySQL. Let me remove all of this. Let me also reduce the size of this over here. Right, so select star, since I want all of the records from both the tables. So select star from the first table as employees, and after this, since I want to apply cross join, that is what I'll put in over here. And then I'd have to give in the name of the second table, which is department. So select star from employees, cross join department. I'll put a semicolon, and let's just hit enter, and this is our result. So this is, as you see over here, so these are the total number of records which we have. So now that we've learned all the major concepts of SQL, it's time for the lab exercise. So we'll be going through a bunch of questions, and we'll be performing all of these questions in MySQL Workbench. So we'll start off with our first question over here. So we'll have to start off by creating a database with the name bank. Now, till now we haven't seen actually how to create a database. We've only seen how to create a table and insert data into that table. So the syntax to create a database is actually very simple. All you have to do is use the keyword create and then follow it up with the keyword database. After that, you will give in the name of the database which you would want to work with. So you'll type in create database, and since I want to work with the bank database, I'll give in bank. So I'm here at MySQL Workbench. So here what you see on the left side column, these are all of the list of databases which we have. So as of now, we've got World, Sys, and Sakila. So now we'll have to create a new database with the name bank. So I'll type in create, and after this, I'll give in the keyword database, and I'd have to follow it up with a name of the database. I'll give it as bank. Now let me refresh over here. So we see that we have successfully created this database called as bank. Now if we have to create tables into this database, so till now we were actually working with the world database where we were inserting all of our tables into this database. But now I'd have to change my database from this to this. So I'll just delete this over here, and now I'll give in the name of the database which I'd want to work with. So I'll type in use, and then I'll give in the name of the database which is bank. So now we are into the database, we are into the bank database, and we can create all of our tables in this bank database. Now let's head to our second question. So in the bank database, we'd have to create a new table called as bank details. And this bank details table will comprise of following columns. We'll have product, quantity, price, purchase cost, and estimated sale price. And these are the data types of all of these. So product will have a string data type, quantity with numerical data type, purchase cost with decimal data type, and estimated sale price with a float data type. And this is the solution which you see over here. So starting off, we'd have to type in create table and then given the name of the table, which is bank details. Now after that, we'll give in the name of the first column, which is product. And if it is a string, we can either set it to be char or varchar. So char is a fixed length string and varchar is a variable length character. And we are setting the size to be 10. Then we want quantity, which is of data type int. And then, so you see the difference over here, numerical and number. So number, you can represent it with real, and numerical, you can represent it with int. So in int, you only have integer values, and real values obviously comprise of all of the real values over here. After that, we have the purchase cost, which is of decimal data type. So to create decimal, we'll type in decimal, and after that, we'll give in inside the parenthesis, we are giving in value 6, 2. So the 6, 2 is the maximum length of the value which we are giving in it, and that would comprise of 2 decimal places at max, right? So in total, the maximum length could be 6, and in that, all of those 6 values, there could be only 2 decimal values or 2 values after the right side of the dot. And then we finally have this column called as estimated sale price, which is of float type over here. So let's go to MySQL and create a new table over there. So I'd have to create a table. I'll type in create table, and the name of the table is bank details. Now I'll put in parenthesis over here, and inside this I just have to give in all of the names of the columns and the data types. So the first column would be product, and this is of char type, and the length is of 10. Going ahead, I'd have to create another column called as quantity, and this is of integer type. After this, I'd have to create price column, and this is of real. And then I have the purchase cost, so I'll type in purchase cost over here, and purchase cost is actually decimal, and this would be 6, 2. And I have my final column, which is estimated sales price. So I'll just type in estimated sales price over here, and let me actually keep it as estimated sale price and not sales price, and this is a float type, and I'll put in a semicolon, and let me just hit execute. So this is float, FLOAT. Right, so we have successfully created our table with the name bank details. Now let me just have a glance at the table which I've just created. So I'll type in select star from, and over here I'll give in bank details. Now let me hit execute, and let's see what is the result. So these are all of the columns which are present in this table. So now that we have created the table, we'd have to display all of the columns and their data types in the bank details table. Now, if we just want to see the names of the columns, we can use select star command. But if we want to also see the structure of the table, then we'd have to use the describe command over here. So we'll use the keyword describe, and then we'll give in the name of the table, which is bank details. So that is what I'll do over here. I'll start off by giving the keyword describe, and after this I'll give in the name of the table, which is bank details. Now let me have a glance at the structure of this, and this is what I have over here. So these are all of the names of the columns, and this is the data type. So now that I've done this, I'd have to go ahead and insert records in this table. So basically I'd have to insert 2 records. So the first record would comprise of all of these values. So as you see, we have the corresponding values of product, quantity, price, purchase cost, and estimated price. So this is record number 1. And similarly, we'd also have to insert the record number 2. So to insert values into a table, we'd have to use this keyword. We'll type in insert into, and then we'll give in the name of the table, which is bank details. And after giving the name of the table, we'd have to use the keyword values, and we will give in the corresponding values inside this. So now let me give in the command. So I'll type in insert into, and then I'd have to give in the name of the table, which is bank details. So I'll type in bank details over here, and after that I'd have to use the keyword values. And let me go ahead and just give in all of the values over here. So let's say first we've got product, and the first product is, let's say, pay card, and after that we've got quantity is, let's say, 3. Then I've got price, which is, let's say, $330, and then I've got purchase cost, which is, let's say, 8,008, and then I've got estimated sale price, which is, let's say, 9,009. So this is my first record. Now similarly, I'll go ahead and insert a second record into this. So I'll type in insert into, let me write it properly over here. Insert into bank details, and after this I'll type in values, and inside this I'd have to give in the details. So the first or the second product over here is actually pay points. After this I've got the quantity, which is 4, and then the price is, let's say, $200, which is lesser than the first product, and then the purchase cost is 8,000, and after this I'd have to give in the sale price, which is 6,800. Now let me go ahead and execute this. So we have inserted these two records. Now it's time to have a glance at the modified table. So select star from, the name of the table is bank details, and I'll hit execute. Right, so I have successfully inserted these two records inside this table. Now, after that is done, I'd have to make some changes to the table. So, further going ahead, I'd have to add a new column to this table. So, I'd have to add this column called as geolocation, where the data type is varchar with a size of 20. So, the command would be alter table, and then I'd have to give in the name of the table, which is bank details. Then I'll use the keyword add, since I'd have to give in a new column, and I'll give in the name of the column, which is geolocation, followed by the data type of it. So let me go ahead and work with the alter command. So I'll type in alter table, and the name of the table is obviously bank details, and I'd have to alter this by adding a new column. So add of, I'll type in geolocation, and this is of varchar 20. So I have altered the table. Now it's time to have a glance at the modified table. So it'll be select star from bank details. Now if I hit execute, so as we see, initially we did not have this geolocation column, and by executing this command we have successfully added this new column into this. Now further going ahead, we'll have to check the length of the string over here. So we want to find out what is the value of geolocation for product pay card. So wherever we have the product pay card, I would want to find out the value of geolocation. So what we'd have to do is we'd have to use the where clause. So we'll type in select geolocation from bank details where product is pay card. So basically the question is this: wherever I have the product of pay card, I would want to know the geolocation corresponding to this. So the command would be select geolocation from, and I'd have to give in the name of the tables, which is bank details. Select geolocation from bank details where product is equal to pay card. We actually have a null value because there is nothing stored in geolocation, because it is a new column and we haven't added any value inside that. Now further going ahead, we'll have to find out how many characters does the product pay card have in its bank details table. So in this, let's count the number of characters over here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So to get the exact number, we'd have to use the char length function. So this is a string function which is inbuilt in SQL. So we'll type select char length, and inside this we will pass in the column name for which we'd want to find out the length. So we'll pass in product inside this, and we'll type from, given the name of the table which is bank details, and then we'll give in the condition over here where product is equal to pay card. So let me show you the table first over here. So it will be select star from bank details, and we have our table right in front of us. Now I'd want to find out the length of this, so I'll type in select of char length, and I'd want to find out the char length of product. Select char length of product from bank details. I'd have given the condition where I'd have to give product is equal to pay card. Right, now let me select this and let me hit on execute. So seems like we have a error over here. So this is actually product. So there's a spelling mistake over here. Now let me hit execute. So we see that the car length is 7. Now similarly, let's say if I want to change this and if I put in points over here, which is basically the second record. Now we see that the length is 9. Now if I remove this condition and just put in a semicolon, now let's see what is the result. So we get 7 and 9 because the character length of pay card is 7 and the character length of pay points is 9. And then going ahead, we have our new question over here. So we'd have to alter the product field from char to varchar. So initially when we had created this bank details table, the data type of this product column was character. So we'd have to change that from character to varchar, which is a fixed length character, to a variable length character. So we'll again use the alter table command over here. So we'll type alter table given the name of the table, and instead of using add, we'll have the command over here modify, because we want to modify the table. Modify product, which is the name of the column, and given the data type. So again, I'll remove all of this over here. Let me use describe first so that it's easier for me to look at the table. So I'll type in describe and I'll give in bank details. So I basically have to modify this column over here. So this is char. I want to change this from char to varchar. So I'll use alter table and then the name of the table is bank details. And I'd have to use the keyword modify, and then I'd want to modify the product column, and from char I want to make it to varchar and the length would be same, which is 10. Let me cut this out. Let me run this now. Have we successfully executed this? Let me again run this and let's see what is the result. Right. So now we have successfully altered the table. Now let me go ahead and use describe again. So I'll type describe bank details, and now when I hit on execute, we see that initially this was char. We have successfully changed this to varchar with the help of the alter table command. Now after doing this, I'd want to reduce the size of the product field. So as you see, we had set the size to be equal to 10. Now I want to change the size from 10 to 6. Now after doing that, I actually want to see if this is actually possible. So again, the command would be same. I'll type in alter table given the name of the table, which is bank details over here. So I'll type in alter table bank details, and I'd have to use modify, and the name of the column is product, and varchar, and instead of giving 10, I'll put in a 6 over here. Now let me hit run. So we see that this is an error. We have an error over here, and it states data truncated for column product at row 1, because we already have inserted 2 records into this table and the length of both of those characters was 7 and 9, which means we need to have the size over here at least to be 9. So let me change all of these values and show what happens. When I put it to be 7, again I get an error. When I put it to be 8 and run this, again, as you see, we have an error. Now, finally, when I put it to be 9, you see, we have successfully applied this to 2 rows over here. And now, just to ensure that we have made the changes, I'll type describe and then given the name of the table, which is bank details. So, as you see, we have changed this size from 10 to 9. And after doing this, we'd have to create a new table called as bank holidays. And this new table again would comprise of 3 columns. So we've got holidays, start time and end time. So holiday field displays only the date, and then we've got start time which displays hours and minutes, and then we've got end time which displays hours, minutes and time zone. So to create a column which comprise of only date. Over here, as you see inside the create table command, first we'll give in the name of the column and then we'll set in the data type. So over here, to display only date, we'll use date over here. And when we want date and time, so when we want time in hours and minutes, we'll use date time. And then when we also want the time zone, we'll use the timestamp data type over here. So let's go ahead and create this table. So again, we'll be creating this table inside our bank database. So create table, and the name of the table would be bank details. And inside this, I'd have to just go ahead and create all of these columns. So the first column would be holiday and its data type would be date. And after this, I'd have to give in a new column called as start time, and this would be date time. And going ahead, I'd have to create a new column called as end time, and for this it would be timestamp. So I have successfully created this table. Let me hit execute. So seems like, oh yes, so this is actually not bank details and this is bank holidays. So let me change this to be bank holidays over here, because even employees of a bank need holidays. They can't work every single day, right? So I have created this table. Now let me just show you the table which I've just created. So select star from bank. Let me type in holidays over here. And this is our table which we've created. So now that we have created the table, we'd have to insert records in it. So first, we'd have to insert today's details in all of the bank holidays. So to insert today's details, which is basically the first, we'd have to insert the date and then start time and end time. So all we'd have to do is put in current date, and current date inside this. So we'll start off by using insert into bank holidays, because we'll have to insert a record inside this. And after this, current date will give us the date, and over here current date and current date will give us the timestamp and the date over here. So let me do this. So I'll type in insert into bank holidays values, and I'd have to give in current date. Again, it will be current date, and then the third again would be current date. Now let me run this. Now let me have a glance at this table now. So I'll type in select star from bank holidays, and let's see what is the result. So as we see, we have added all of these details. So today's date is 28th April, and this is the start time and the end time which you see over here. And after this, we have a step 2 over here. So we'd have to postpone holiday to next day by updating the holiday field. That is, we had inserted the date to be 28th of April, and I want to change that date from 28th of April to 29th of April. And since we are actually updating a record in the table, we'd have to use the update command. So we'll type in update, given the name of the table, bank details, given the keyword set, and now to update a date field, we'd have to use this method called as date add. And this takes in 2 parameters. So the first parameter is the column which we'd want to update, and in the second parameter, we'll add by how much we'd want to change this. So either if you want to change this with respect to days or hours or minutes or anything over here. And since we do want to increment this by 1 day, I'll add interval 1 day. So whatever date is stored inside this record, when I put in interval 1 day, it would be incremented with 1 day. So let me go ahead and perform this. So I'd have to type in update bank details set, and after this I'd have to update the holiday column. So I'll type in holiday is equal to date add, and I'd have to modify the holiday column. Let's say if I put in interval 1 day over here, I'll put in interval 1 day. And after this, let me see what happens. I'll put in select star from, and this is actually bank holidays and not bank details. Right. And over here, I want to have a glance at the modified table. So I'll type in bank holidays. I'll hit run. And as you see, initially this was 28th of April. I have modified this to 29th of April. Now let's say similarly, if I want to add 10 more days, I'll just put in 10 over here. Now let's see what is the result. Let me run this. So it was 29th of April, and when we add 10 more days, it becomes 9th of May. So this is how you can add or modify details over here. Now similarly, if I want to subtract, so I'll put in -3 over here. Now let me run and see, right? So it was over here 9th of May, and when I do -3, I have 5th of May over here. So this is how we can work with it. Now after this is done, I'd have to go ahead and update the end time over here. So we had the end time column, so we had to update the end time column with current European time. So again, we'll use the update command and we'll set end time is equal to UTC timestamp. So if we have to update it with European time, so we'll have to use UTC underscore timestamp. Now I'll delete all of this. Let me write in the command from the beginning. So update bank holidays set end time is equal to UTC timestamp. All of this is set, and then I'd have to have a glance at the modified table. So select star from bank holidays. Now that this is done, I'll click on run, right? So initially we had all zeros over here. Now that we've updated this, we have 648.44. And once this is done, we've again go back to the bank details table over here, and inside the bank details table, let's say I have this product column. Now I want to display this product column with a new name. So I don't want to show this as a product column, but I want to show this as a new product column. So what I'll do is I'll just use a select command. So select product as, and I'll give in the name by which I want to have a glance at it. So select product as new product from bank details. So let me run this command. Select product as new product from bank details. And this is what we have. So actually the name of the column is product, but I'm displaying this as new product. And then after this, let's say if I want to show only the first record from the table, so we can go ahead and use the limit operator over here. So display only one record from bank details. So to do that, we'll type in select star from bank details and we'll set limit 1. Now select star from bank details because we want all of the columns but not all of the records. I'll set the limit to be equal to 1, which would give me only the first record or the top record over here. And then finally we have one last question. So I want to display the first 5 characters of geolocation of bank details table. So for that purpose, we'd have to use the substring functions. So we'll type in select substring, and this takes in 3 parameters. So the first parameter is the name of the column, and then we'd have to add the starting index and the ending index. So these are all the index values for the characters which we'd want to extract for that particular record. Now, to actually find out the substring of that particular record, we'd have to add some values over here. But as you see, there are no values. So to add values, we'll use the update command. So we'll type update and we'll set geolocation, update geolocation set. So this is not actually update geolocation. This has to be name of the table first. So I'll type in update bank details set geolocation is equal to, let's say it is New York, where I'll maybe set where product is equal to pay card. Now let me see if this change has been done. Right, so we have successfully updated this. Now similarly, I'd want to update the geolocation to, let's say, New Jersey, where product is equal to pay points. Let me change this to pay points now. And let me run this. So even this command has been executed. Now let me see the modified table. So select star from bank details. And this is my modified table over here. Now to get only the first 5 characters, what I'll do is I'll use select substring over here. And in this, I'll just give in 3 parameters. So the first parameter would be the name of the column. So the name of the column is geolocation. And after this, I'll give in the first index and the last index. So I'll give in 1, 5. Select this from, and I want to select this from actually bank details, where since I want this for the first record, so I'll type product is equal to pay card. Let me change this to pay card over here. Now let me hit run, right? And these are the first 5 characters. I've got new underscore y. Now similarly, let me change this to pay points over here, and let's see what do we get. Now we get new j. Now we'll head on to the second part of the lab session. So this time we've got some more queries. So we basically are dealing with 2 data sets. So we have the cricket1.csv and the cricket2.csv. So this cricket1 is the table for all of the players who've played in test match 1, and cricket2 table is for all of the players who played in test match 2. Now let's start off by having a glance at these 2 tables first. So I have my CSV files open over here, and this is the cricket1 CSV file. I've got 4 columns: player ID, player name, runs, and popularity, right? So these are the different players who played in test match 1. Now similarly, I've got cricket2 table over here, and in this I have player ID, player name, runs, and charisma. So the difference between cricket1 and cricket2 CSV files are, in cricket1, over here we've got the popularity column, and in cricket2 we've got the charisma column. Now let me head to the notepad again over here, and let's start off with our commands. So our first command would be to find out all of the players who are present in test match 1 and test match 2. So this is not an intersect, this is basically union. So this is a union of all of the players. So basically, what is the team? What are all of the players who were present in test match 1 as well as test match 2? So for this, we'll have to use the union operator. So we'll given the command select star from cricket1 union select star from cricket2. So over here, instead of using the star operator, you can actually give the name. So we'll just put in player name, and that would give in the list of all of the players who have played in either the first test match or the second test match. So let me go to MySQL Workbench over here. Now before we go ahead and apply all of these commands, our task could be to import these 2 tables into MySQL Workbench. So I'll be importing these 2 tables into the world database over here. So I would have to right click on the world database, and over here I have this option of table data import wizard. And over here I would have select the browse option. And inside this, I will give in the name of the file which I'd want to import. So I have the cricket1.csv file. I'll import this. And once I select this, I'd have to click on next. And as you see, if we don't have the table, if this is not an existing table, then MySQL Workbench will automatically create a table called as cricket1 over here. And as you see, we would have all of these columns in cricket1, and we also have the field type. So player ID is of text, player name text, runs and popularity are of integer type. I'll click on next, and when I finally click on next, this will import the data and also prepare the file. So the data has been successfully imported. Now I'll just click on finish, Now inside the tables, if I refresh this, I would have the cricket 1 table ready. Similarly, let me go ahead and import the cricket 2 table. So I have the table data import wizard. Now I'll click on browse, and this time I'll be importing the cricket2.csv file. So I have selected this. All I have to do is click on next. And again, we would have this table ready over here. So player ID, player name are of text type, runs and charisma are of integer type. Next, let it import. And once the import is done, again click on next, click on finish. Now let me refresh it over here. Now we also have the cricket2 table ready. Now just to be sure, let me also show you these two tables inside MySQL Workbench. So first I'll type in select star from cricket 1. Right, so this is our cricket 1 table. Similarly, when I put in select star from cricket 2, that'll give me my second table. So our first query was to find out all of the list of players who were either present in test match 1 or test match 2. So for that purpose, I will type in select, and I would want the names of the players. So I'll type in player name from, and the first table would be cricket 1. So I'll type in cricket underscore 1, and after this I'll have to give in the union operator. Now similarly, since I want either the players who have played in test match 1 or test match 2, after this I'll give in again player name. So this would be player name from, and name of the table is cricket 2. So this would give us the entire list of players who have either played in test match 1 or test match 2. And then we have our second query over here. So we'll have to write a SQL query to find out players from test match 1 having popularity higher than the average popularity. And this would be the syntax for that. So we would have to find out players whose popularity is higher than average popularity. So for that purpose, first of all, I'll select the player name because I'd want to know which player or whoever player has higher popularity. So player name, and then I would also need the popularity from cricket 1 where popularity is greater than, and over here now this greater than has to be for a subquery, and inside the subquery I'm giving select average of popularity from cricket 1. So till now we have not worked with any subqueries, so this might be a bit difficult for you to process. So let's understand this from the right side. So we'll start off by getting the average popularity from cricket 1 table. So when I type in select average of popularity from cricket 1, this would give me the average value of popularity for all of the cricketers. Now I would want player name and popularity for all of those players whose popularity is greater than this value. So first we'll find out this value, and then we'll find out all of those players whose popularity is greater than this value. So let me go to MySQL Workbench and implement this. Let me remove all of this. So I'd have to start off by finding out the average popularity. So for that purpose, I'll type in select average of, and inside this I'd have to type in popularity from cricket 1. So we see that we have an error over here. So the name of the table is wrong. Right, so we see that the average popularity of a cricketer is 9.8333. Now I'd want all of the players whose average popularity is greater than this. So I'll put this inside braces over here, and let me give in my main command over here. So which will be select, what do I want? I would want the player name, and I would also need the popularity. So let me also type in popularity over here. So select player name and popularity from cricket 1 where the popularity has to be greater than 9.8333. Now let me hit execute, and this is our result. So as we see, all of these players, their popularity is greater than 9.833. And it seems that Dhoni has the highest popularity of 15 over here. After that, we'll have to find out the player ID and player name that are common in test match 1 and test match 2. So guys, understand the difference between this and this over here. So over here, we wanted to find out the entire team, that is the list of players who either played in test match 1 or test match 2. Here we'd want to find out all of those players who have played in test match 1 and as well as test match 2. So this would mean that this is the intersection over here, right? So these are players who are part of both of the test matches. So now since we want player ID and player name, we'll start off by typing out select player ID and player name from cricket1, which is the first table, where cricket1 dot player ID in, again we'll give in a subquery over here, select player ID from cricket2. Now over here this means that we are selecting only those player IDs from table 1 where the player ID is also present in cricket 2, right? So when you use the in operator over here, this means that this player ID is also present in the player ID of table 2. Now, if this seems complicated, let's again go to SQL Workbench and let's implement this command over here. So I would want the player ID and the player name. So I'll type in select. So my first column would be the player ID. Let me just give in the player ID over here. And after player ID, I would also need the player name. Select player ID, player name. This would be from the table cricket1, where the cricket1 dot player1 ID, this would mean that basically whichever player ID is also present in the second table. So I will type in cricket1 dot player ID and then I'll type in, and inside this I'd have to give in the subquery. So let me write this properly over here. This is select and the subquery would be select of player ID from, and then I'd have to give in the name of the second table, which is cricket 2. Now let me hit execute. So these are all of the players. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players who were part of the first test match as well as the second test match over here. And then going ahead, we'd have to retrieve the player ID, runs and player name from cricket 1 and cricket 2 and display the player ID of players where the runs are more than the average runs. This would mean that I would want all of those players whose score is greater than the average score with respect to both the test match 1 as well as the test match 2. So this is the command for that. Since I want player ID, runs and player name, I'll select all of these from cricket 1 where cricket1.runs is greater than average of runs from cricket 2. Now you must be thinking, why have I given only table 2 over here and not table 1? This is because if we just select those players whose score is greater than the average ID of whichever test match is higher. So over here, it seems that the average score of all of the players in test match 2 is higher. So that is why I'm comparing with test match 2. So this will give me all of those players whose scores are greater than the average scores with both the test matches. Now let me show you by finding out the average scores in both the test matches. So I'll type in select average of runs from, I would have to find out from the first table. So the average score from test match 1 is 39.33. Similarly, if I want to find out the average score from test match 2, it is 49.45. So that is why we are finding out all of those players whose score is greater than the average score in test match 2. Now it's time to write the command for that. So I would need the player ID. So I'll type in select of player ID. I would need also the player name. So I'll type in select player name, and I'd also need runs. Select player ID, player name and runs from, and I would have to type out after this from cricket 1 where cricket 1 dot runs is greater than select of average of runs from, I'd have to give in cricket 2. Now, if you guys still don't understand the concept over here, I'll repeat this. So instead of finding out all of those players whose score is greater than test match 1 and test match 2, what I'll do is I'll just find out all of those players whose score is greater than the higher average of both of those matches. And as we have already seen over here, the average score in test match 1 was 39 and the average score in test match 2 was 49. So that is why we are just taking out all of those players whose score was greater than the average score from the test match. Now let me hit run, and it seems that we've got only 3 players, Virat, Yadav and Raidu, whose scores were greater than the average scores in both of the test matches. Going ahead, we'd have to write a query to extract the player ID, runs and player name from cricket 1 where the runs are greater than 50. So this is a very simple query. All I have to do is use the select keyword and I'm extracting player ID, runs and player name from this table where runs are greater than 50. So let me type in select. I would want player ID. I would want the player name as well. And I would want the runs from cricket 1. And I would want all of these details where this is actually greater than 50. So where runs are greater than 50. So only Yadav and Raidu have their scores greater than 50 over here. And after this, I'd have to write a query to extract all the columns from cricket 1 where player name starts with Y and ends with V. So for this, we have the like operator. So we'll type in select star from cricket 1 where player name like Y%V. This would mean that we will extract all of those records where the name of the player starts with Y, has some set of characters are followed by Y and then it ends with V. Now when you're given this percentage symbol between two characters, this would mean that this would either mean either a single character or multiple characters. So let's go to here and let's perform this command over here. So all I'd want is select and then I would want all of those players. So select star from, let me type in cricket 1 where player name like Y%V. Right, so Yadav is the only player whose name starts with a Y and ends with V. Similarly, if I wanted to find out all of the players whose name starts with a Y, then inside these single quotes over here, I'll just give in a Y and then I'll follow it up with a percentage symbol. So as you see, again, we only have Yadav over here. Now, similarly, let's say from table 2, if I wanted all of those players whose name starts with a Y, so I'll type in cricket 2 and we've got Yuvraj, Yadav and Yusuf, whose name starts with a Y. And then going ahead, we've got the next question over here. So we'd have to write a query to extract all of the columns from cricket 1 where player name does not end with T. So instead of like, we'll just use not like over here, and after not like, we'll put in percentage T. This would mean that this ends with a T. So percentage T, this would mean you could either have one character or multiple characters, and after that it just ends with a T over here. So before we find out all of those players whose name does not end with a T, let's just find out all of those players whose name ends with a T. So select star from cricket 1 where name like, I'll give in %, I'll give in T over here. So seems like we have an error over here. So this is actually player name. Now let me hit execute. So Virat and Rohit are the players whose name ends with a T. Now let me put in not like over here and let's see the result. So as you see in this result, we will not have Virat and Rohit because their name ends with a T. So going ahead, we'll work with the new dataset CSV file called as newcricket.csv, and this is our file over here. So this is basically a combination of the cricket 1 file and the cricket 2 file. Now in this, as you see, so these are the 4 columns from cricket 1 and these are the 4 columns from cricket 2. And wherever the values weren't present, we've just added null over here. So let me go ahead and also load this file in MySQL Workbench. So here I will perform the same command. I'll right click this. I'd have to click on this. Now I'll click on browse and the name of the file is newcricket.csv. Open. Next. And since this table is not present, we'd have to create a new table over here, and these are all of the columns which would be created inside this. So again, next, wait for a while and just wait for this to be done. So as you see, we have successfully created this table. Let me refresh this over here. Let me bring it down. As you see, we have this new cricket table over here. Now let me show you what is present in this table. So I'll type in select star from new table. This is actually new cricket, not new table. So I'll type in new cricket. And this is our result over here. Now from this table, I'd have to extract the player ID and player name of all the players where charisma value is null. So I'll just type in select player ID, player name from new cricket where charisma is null. So it's a very simple command over here. Let me again go to MySQL Workbench and let me perform these commands. So I'll type in select player ID, player name from new cricket where I'll type in charisma is null and I'll hit enter. Let's see the result. So we see that these are the two columns, player ID and player name, where the charisma value is actually null. And then going ahead, we'll have to separate out all the player ID into single numeric IDs. So we had seen in player IDs, we had something known as PL1, PL2, PL3, PL4 and so on. So we'd have to take all of those and just make them. So if it is PL1, I'd have to make it 1. If it is PL2, I'd have to make it 2. If it is PL3, I'd have to make it 3 and so on. So for this, we'll use the substring query and we'll type in select player ID and substr. And in this takes in 2 parameters. First is the name of the column, and then over here, this we can either give in the starting index and in the index or just 1. So this would mean that from this entire string, I would want just that character which is present at index number 3. So as you see, this is our entire string. From this entire string, if I take only this value which is present at index number 3, I will get the numbers. So I'll type in select player ID and substring of this would be player ID and 3 from new cricket. Let's see what do we get. So as you see, from this entire table, I have taken these two. So these were the original values of player IDs and I have extracted only the final character which is present at index number 3. And then we have our final query over here. So we'd have to write a query to extract player ID, player name and charisma where charisma is greater than 25. So select player ID, player name and charisma, and again after that you will just give in the condition where charisma is greater than 25. So let me just bring it down over here. Let me remove this. Select. First I'd have to select player ID, then I'd have to select the player name, and then I would need the charisma where I would need this from a table. So I'll type in from, and the name of the table over here is new cricket. I'll give in the where clause where the charisma is greater than 50. So it's only Virat and Dhoni whose charisma is greater than 50. Now we'll work with a new dataset. So this is our churn1.csv. So as usual, we'd have to go ahead and load this dataset first, but this is a really huge file. So I've already done that for you guys. Now let me show you what is there over here. So we've got all of these columns. So this table basically tells us whether the customer would churn or not. So this is a telecom data set, and we've got all of these details: the customer ID, gender, whether the person has a partner, whether the person has any dependents on him, the tenure for which the customer has been using the network, and we've got the technical help, online movies, and so on. And similarly, we've got the payment method over here, the monthly charges, the total amount, churn, and so on. So these are the different factors which are present in this table. Now, our first task would be to write a query to count the frequency of the values in the agreement column from the table churn 1. Now, let me show you the agreement column over here. Let's just find out where the agreement column is actually from this. So we've got a lot of columns over here. Now, this is the agreement column. So these are the different levels over here. So we've got 1 year, month to month, 2 year, and so on. So we'd want to find out the number of times 1 year occurs, number of times month to month occurs, and the number of times 2 years occurs. Or in other words, we'd want to find out the number of subscribers whose agreement is 1 year, similarly number of subscribers whose agreement is month to month, and number of subscribers whose agreement is 2 years. So let's go to MySQL Workbench and work with this. So I would have to type out select, and then I'll type in agreement because that is what we want, and I'd want the count of agreement. So I'll type in count of agreement, and I would want this count with respect to the group. So from, I'll give in the name of the table, which is churn 1, and I'd have to group it with respect to agreement again. Now let me execute this and let me show you the result. So this is what we get. So you see that there are 195 entries of 1 year, 342 entries of month to month, and 262 entries of 2 years. So what I've basically done is I've grouped my data with respect to the agreement column, and in the agreement column I've got 3 levels. Now for these 3 levels I'd want to find out the count, and that is what I've done over here. Then I'd have to go ahead and change the name of the table from churn 1 to churn details. So to rename a table, I'd have to use the rename table command. So I'll type in rename table and then given the name of the table, which is churn 1. After that, I'll type 2 and then given the new table name. So I'm changing the table name from churn 1 to churn details. Let me delete this. I'd have to type rename table and then name of the table, which is churn 1. And this would be changed to churn details. So we have successfully implemented this. Now let's see what would happen if I try to read data from churn 1. So I'll type in select star from churn 1. And as you see, we get an error because churn 1 doesn't exist. Now instead of this, if I put in churn details, right? Now this table exists because we have changed the name of the table from churn 1 to churn details. And then we'd have to go ahead and add a query to create a new column named as new amount, which is basically the sum of total amount and monthly charges. So over here we've got the total amount and monthly charges. So wherever these are there, so I'd have to add these two values and make it into a new column called as new amount. So for that purpose, first of all, we'd have to start off by using the alter table command. So we'll type in alter table and we'll add a new column and we'll name that column as new amount. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'd have to start off by altering the table. I'll type in alter table and I'd have to alter the table whose name is churn details. And what alteration do I actually have to do? I'd have to add a new column. So I'll type in add column and the name of the new column would be new amount. And this would be of type float. Now let me run this. Right now, let me see what changes have been done to this table. Select star from churn details. Now let me go to the end of this table. So as you see, we have added a new column to this, and we also have to add values now. So the values are basically this plus this. So when I add these two, I would get something which is close to 253 over here. Right now, let's see how to do that. So for that purpose, we'll have to update the table. So we'll type in update churn details set new amount is equal to total amount plus monthly service charges. So I'll just use the update command. I'll type in update and then I'll have to give in the name of the table, which is churn details. So let me type in churn details over here. And after that, I'd have to use the set keyword and give in the name of the column which I'd have to update. So I'd want to update the new amount column, and this is basically the total amount plus the monthly service charges. So this plus this would give me the values into new amount. Now this would be monthly service charges. Let me hit execute. Now let me have a glance at the table. So select star from, this would be churn details actually. So let me just type in churn details, and over here let me go to the end of this table again, and as you see, we have added these two and we have found the values for all of the records over here. So 233 plus 20 would give you 254. Similarly, 3579 plus 53 would give you a value something like this. So we have updated that as well. Now we'll have to go ahead and rename the column new amount to just amount. And if we have to make some changes with respect to a column, we'll have to use the alter table command. So we'll type in alter table, given the name of the table, which is churn details over here, and we'll use change. So basically, I am changing the name of this column from name amount to amount, and the data type is obviously float. So there is no change in that. Now I'll use the alter table command. So I'll type in alter table, and I'd have to give in the name of the table, which is churn details. So alter table churn details, and since I have to change the name of the column, I'll type in change. So old name of the column was new amount, and I'd want to change it to just amount, and the data type is float. Now again, let me go ahead and have a glance at the modified data set. So it will be select star from churn details. And when I run this, I see that this column, the name of which was earlier new amount, it has been changed to just amount. And then going ahead, I'd have to also drop this column. So to drop a column from a table, I'd have to just use this alter table churn details drop column amount. So let me go ahead and drop this column as well. So again, I'd have to use the alter command. So alter table churn details, and I'd have to use the drop command. So what do I have to drop? I'd have to drop the column called as amount, and then just put in a semicolon and then hit execute. Now let me see if this column has been removed or not. So select star from churn details. Let me go to the end of this, and as you see, the column which we had created has been dropped as well. Now after dropping the column, we'll have to write a query to extract customer ID, internet connection, and gender from the table churn details, where the value of the column internet connection has I in it. Now let me go to the internet connection column. Let me see what exactly do we have to do over here. So this is the internet connection. So as you see, the second character has to be I. That means that we have fiber optic value over here. This basically means we'll have to extract all of the records where the internet connection is equal to fiber optic. So this is what this query is asking us to do. So where the value of the column internet connection has I at the second position over here. So as you see, we have I at the second position. We'll type in select customer ID, internet connection, and gender from churn details, where internet connection like underscore I %. This means that we would have some character at the first position. Second, at the second position, we'll have I, followed by any number of characters. So select, let me start off by giving all of the names of the columns which I'd want to extract. I'd want the customer ID, and then I'd want the internet connection as well. Then I'd want gender. So these three I'd want from the churn details table, and the condition is where the internet connection like. So here the first character could be anything, the second character needs to be I, followed by either one or more characters. Now we have an error over here. We don't have a customer ID, so this is not an underscore over here. So now let me just hit enter. Right. So as you see, we have extracted these three, and in the records we only have fiber optic. Now there are a lot of internet connections. From all of those internet connections, we have extracted only those records where the internet connection is equal to fiber optic. So similar to that command, we'd have to execute another one where we'd have to extract all of the records where tenure is 6x, where x is any number. This means that the tenure has to be in the 60s. It could be either starting from 60 going on till 69. So 60, 61, 62, 63 till 69. It could be any of these values. So we'll type select star from the table name churn details where tenure like 6 underscore. So select and then star from name of the table would be churn details. Let me write in the name of the table properly, where tenure like 6 underscore. So this has to be in single quotes actually. I'll type in 6 underscore over here. Now let me hit execute and let's see the result. So in this tenure column, if you see that all of the values, they are in their 60s, right? So 67, 63, 60, 63, and so on. With this, we come to the end of this video. Thank you very much and have a great learning ahead.
I want to introduce you to Great Learning Academy, a free initiative by Great Learning. You can access over 200 plus courses with 1000 plus hours of free content on trending high demand domains absolutely free. Register now to complete the course and get your free certificate of completion. Check out the link in the description of the video below. If you haven't yet subscribed to our channel yet, I want to request you to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notifications bell so that you do not miss out on any new updates or video releases from Great Learning. If you enjoy this video, show us some love and like this video. Knowledge increases by sharing. So make sure you share this video with your friends and colleagues. Make sure to comment on the video if you have any queries or suggestions, and I'll respond to your comments.